Good morning from myself, Alex Winter. Welcome to Edgbaston on this sunny Thursday morning for the latest round of the County Championship. 4 games to go in the table, and both these sides fighting for their lives really in Division 1 of the table. Warwickshire against Kent. News of the toss is that the Bears have won it and they've sent Kent in. Now this round of matches comes with the Kookaburra ball back with us. It was used in the first couple of games of the season to mixed reviews, putting it politely, but back for these next couple of games, so we'll see how both attacks fare with the Kookaburra ball back in their hands. So the Bears in the field, and on this pleasant morning with a smattering of spectators in, the Bears trying still to find their first victory of the season. 10 games in, no victories on the board, and a 6-point cushion above the relegation zone. Ben Watts of BBC Kent will be alongside me very shortly as we prepare to watch Ollie Hannon-Dolby about to get the game underway from the city end of the ground. Tawenda Moyeye will take the first ball after his double century last week in Kent's defeat at Worcestershire. And 4 slips have gone in, backward point, mid-off and mid-on, both in quite tight, mid-wicket and long leg. Here's Hannon-Dolby, first ball of the game. Right arm over he comes, and it's flicked away in the air. Oh, goodness, past 4th slip for 4, first ball. Had a little dabble at it outside the off stump, did Moyeye, and a thick outside edge. Flew, I think, wide enough of a 4th slip. There was no dive or attempt from the fieldsman, but it was in the air, and it whistled down towards the edge of the pavilion to our right-hand side for a boundary. So an eventful start, and Kent away immediately here. 4 orthodox slips in place, no gully. A gully may have been interested with that edge there as Hannon-Dolby comes in again and bowls on a good length just outside the off stump, and this time the right-hander lets it go through to the keeper. So the 2 sides for you. Warwickshire have Rob Yates, Alex Davis the captain, Will Rhodes and Sam Hain back in the side here. He recovered from a hamstring problem. Ed Barnard, Jacob Bethel, Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper Michael Ray, Chris Rushworth, Michael Booth, and Hannon-Dolby at the far end. Short sleeve shirt, wristbands on both wrists, bounds in past the umpire and bowls a tight line and a play and a miss from Moyeye. Just a bit of movement away from the right-hander. He was feeling for it, didn't really get forward as he might have done, and was beaten outside off. So an exciting start here, 3 balls in, and the Dolby's been edged for 4 and has now beaten the bat. Early encouragement here for the Bears. And for the game as a whole really, as we wait to see what this Kookaburra ball will do. But a bit of swing here as Hannon-Dolby, 12 man, comes in again, and oh, has he nicked it off? He has! Well, this eventful first over continues, and Hannon-Dolby has struck for 4th ball. A good length, again a little bit of movement away from the right-hander, and how cricket can quickly put you back on the turf. A double century, a career best for Moyeye last week down at New Road, but here he nicked the first ball for 4, and 4th ball of the match he's nicked behind and is gone. So immediate success for Warwickshire, immediate success for Alex Davis's decision to field first at the toss, because they have an immediate wicket, and Kent in the first over are 4 for 1. So Kent fighting for their lives, as I say, in Division 1 of the County Championship, bottom of the table, lost the last 5 straight matches, under immediate pressure here at Edgbaston. But their side, with Moyeye gone, they have Ben Compton, Daniel Bell-Drummond striding out here at number 3. Jack Leaning, Joey Everson. Harry Finch, the wicketkeeper. Charlie Stobbo is back in the side for them. The Australian. Grant Stewart, Matt Parkinson, Alfie Ogborn and George Garrett. So Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent captain, straight out here at number 3. And Hannon-Dolby preparing to come in again from the city end of the ground. Will be an update for West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire radio listeners very shortly, so bear with. As Hammond Dolby bowls again outside the off stump, and it's let go through to the keeper. Here comes that update. I'm Alex Winter here at Edgbaston. A sunny morning here. The Bears winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. An immediate success to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who nicked behind to Enda Moye, who scored the double century last week, but only 4 for him today. Hannon-Dolby striking in just the first over of the game, with the Bears and Kent fighting for their lives in Division 1 of the County Championship. An eventful start here. We've got the Kookaburra ball back that was used in the first couple of rounds of matches. That got mixed reviews, but no complaints so far from the Bears. Kent in the first over, 5 for 1. Back with you online. And that eventful first over comes to a conclusion. What a start for Hannon-Dolby and Warwickshire. Thin edge behind from Moye, and he's back in the pavilion very early on here, and takes the applause there of the Warwickshire supporters who have taken up residence at the old press box across from us. The grand old scoreboard there that back in the day was flicked over manually. It's been an electronic device for a long time now, and we've been up here in the above the pavilion for a long time now as well. The old press box across down from us now, turned into a hospitality box. A few beers down there as well, behind the stand. Here's Chris Rushworth, pavilion end, runs away from us, bowls to Bell Drummond with 4 slips, and Bell Drummond pushes nicely down the ground through mid-off. He should get 4 here. This is running away quite pleasantly. Slide from the fieldsman down beneath us, doesn't get there. Pleasant piece of timing. Rushworth just a fraction over pitched, and that was pleasantly pushed down the ground for the second boundary of the game, and Bell Drummond's first. Just a little push, didn't have to do much with this hard new ball, and Bell Drummond picks up his first boundary. The score goes to 9 for 1. Now the hard new ball, well, it could be an apposite phrase in a few hours' time, because this Kookaburra ball, reports of it in the first couple of rounds of the season when it was used, was that it went very soft very quickly. Rushworth bounds in again and bowls a better length here, strikes the batsman on the thigh guard. It runs away towards backward point, and there's no run. Very few results in those first couple of rounds of the championship. For this the 3rd time ever in a period where we've had 18 counties, there were no results whatsoever in an entire round of games. As I say, mixed reviews of that Kookaburra ball, putting it politely, but we'll see how it fares on later season pitches this week and next, as Rushworth is in again, bowls just outside the off stump, and Bell Drummond cracks him for 4 through cover. Pleasant back foot punch from Bell Drummond. Another really good piece of timing. Up on his toes pretty quickly there, offered a little bit of width, and he punched it away out towards the double-decker stand to our left-hand side for 4 more. So a very, very bright opening here at Edgbaston. First ball of the game being edged for 4. 4th ball of the game producing a wicket. And Chris Rushworth here starting with 2 boundaries in 3 balls. Bell Drummond finding his timing early. And it prompts a change in the field, because 4th slip comes out to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket goes across to extra cover. Rushworth is in again to the right-hander and strikes the thigh guard. That bounds over the slips cordon and down towards the city end for 4 leg byes, says the umpire. So this really has been a keen watch in these opening 10 deliveries, because that's banded away for 4 more, and suddenly it's 17 for 1. And Ben Watts of BBC Kent is here.
It's been a lively start, hasn't it? That first ball of the game was kind of what Moyet was doing all week at New Road. Anything that was width, he was just slashing it over the slips for 4, and then anything short, he was pulling it over the infield on the leg side for 4 and scoring boundaries galore. So big wicket for Warwickshire to get him out, having got a double ton last week.
Rushworth into Bell Drummond again, and the right-hander is well forward here, big stride, playing out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, feast and famine, isn't it? It has a wonderful way of putting you back down to earth, this game, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Life as an opener, I guess. You can get 200 one week, and then you get a decent nut that you nick to the wicketkeeper early doors the week after.
17 for 1. Ball to go in the second over here. Rushworth bounds away from us. Into the wicket he goes, and ball's fallen again. Bell Drummond is taking a big stride forward here to play out towards cover, and the over comes to an end. So a couple gone here at Edgbaston. Kent sent in 17 for 1, and the wicket falling. Fourth ball of the game to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, adding to his tally. He's had a successful season so far in a Bears attack that overall has probably struggled. I think that's fair to say. The fact that they haven't been able to force a victory so far this season would be testament to that. And through everything that's happened in the first couple of overs, Ben Compton has stood and watched it all at the other end, but he's finally going to face his first ball.
Yeah, scratches away at his guard, Ben Compton. Gives the pitch a little bit of a scrub with the bottom of his bat. 4 slips behind him. And here comes the tall, wiry Hannon-Dolby around the wicket to Compton, and he'll pick this ball up and hand it to the fielders after it's struck him on the thigh guard. So 17 for 1 in the early stages. Bell Drummond getting underway nicely with a couple of boundaries. Ben Compton won't be in a hurry to do anything in particular. He's very much in his own little bubble and trying to do that classical opener's job, really. And I guess perhaps even more so against the Kookaburra ball, as Hannon-Dolby bowls. It's onto the hip again of Compton, and they scamper through for a quick single. No indication from the umpire, so it must have come off glove or something. Yeah, I think traditionally, well, in the limited matches we've seen, Alex, with the Kookaburra ball, it tends to do a little bit early on, maybe swing for the new ball, but once it goes a bit soft, it certainly gets easier to bat against. As Hannon-Dolby bowls, Bell Drummond almost deliberately plays inside the line of this one as it goes through to Burgess.
Yeah, that undoubtedly would have been in the minds of Al Davis when he chose to field first here. A pitch on the first morning may do a bit, certainly probably will do more than it will be on the second morning of the game. And the fact that the Bears have struggled to take 20 wickets this season, get out there, give yourself as much time as possible to take 20 wickets is perhaps their thinking.
Here comes Hannon-Dolby again. Once more past the outside edge of Daniel Bell Drummond, who just felt for that one a little bit more outside the off stump. Yeah, I don't mind it as a decision, to be honest, from a Warwickshire point of view, especially when you're playing the side who are rock bottom of Division 1. A number of batters who are going to be a little bit low on confidence. Why not have a crack at them straight away? And like you say, on a pitch that sometimes, and as we've seen this season, is hard to take wickets on, often the first morning is the time to have a go. So here's Hannon-Dolby once more. Full delivery, which is defended away by Bell Drummond out towards the point area.
Something Somerset used to do a few years ago. I say a few years ago, probably going back even further than that, before it became spin friendly. They were very, very hard wickets down there. It was very hard to take 20 wickets. So you think, oh, this is an absolute belter. And they'd have a bowl. You'd be like, well, we're really having a bowl? Yeah. But they just needed to bowl for as long as possible to try and get 20 wickets.
I'm pretty sure Surrey do it now. I think on their wickets, since they've started leaving a bit more grass on that oval pitch. This one's defended away by Bell Drummond up towards mid-off. End of the over. And 3 overs gone. Kent 18 for 1. Daniel Bell Drummond has 9. Ben Compton 1. Tawanda Mayeye, the one batter out. Fourth ball of the game for 4 to Hannon-Dolby, caught behind. And yeah, I think because these days the oval is, well, always the oval is a good batting track, but these days they leave just a little bit more grass on it. So they want to have a bowl first, try and make use of that little bit of extra zip in the wicket, and then as the game goes on, that pitch gets you know, worn down a little bit. That grass layer sort of comes off, and then it gets easier to bat on.
So 18 for 1 here, 3 overs gone. Got a hazy layer of cloud up ahead, but the sun is doing its level best to sneak through. Forecast set fair for the day.
Yeah, I think it's set fair for the week, actually. I think pretty much like this. It's going to be low 20s, sunny spells, right up until close of play on Sunday, potentially, if we do indeed go that far, as some expect we might.
Here is Rushworth, right arm round to Compton, the left-hander. Down the leg side it goes. It'll flick past the wicket-keeper, and that'll run away down towards the city end for 4. And I didn't glance down in time to see what the umpire gave. He gave leg byes. Little flick of the thigh guard past the diving Michael Burgess as it whistled down to the sight screen on the far side of the ground. A couple of white sheets down there this week have been hooked in over the seating.
Yeah, because we're so far across on the square, aren't we? They've had to use that extra one rather than the actual sight screen.
22 for 1. Rushworth in again. Edged and dropped. Dropped at 4th slip. Straight to the fieldsman, in and out. It was not a difficult chance. It went fairly quickly, but it was around hip height, just to the fieldsman's right-hand side. And the chance came and went in an instant.
It was a really pokey shot from Ben Compton, to be honest. It was almost as if, I don't know, he was maybe thinking about leaving it and just at the last moment thought, oh, maybe I need to play, and he's just jabbed it to 4th slip and, yeah, just went in and out of the hands.
Rushworth again, and this is turned away towards mid-wicket. Fielder across quickly in there, and there's no run.
Yeah, you feel like that probably should have been taken, to be honest. It didn't look like a difficult chance.
Not at all. Straight to the man there at 4th slip. Didn't have to move. It's a good height. Didn't have to come up or down. Got 2 mitts out to it, but the ball hit the hands and went straight down. So Compton gets a life on 1. 22 for 1 here at Edgbaston. Rushworth in past the umpire again. Bowls decent length, and Compton up on his toes in his crease.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, maybe a little bit of nip away from Rushworth. But to be honest, Compton didn't need to play it. He could have left that alone, and it's not a great shot, to be honest. And yeah, certainly got away with one there, Ben Compton.
Rushworth turns down beneath us. Short sleeve shirt. Would expect nothing less from a man from the northeast. Comes in, bowls fuller. And this is pushed away out into the covers. Fielder across quickly. Ed Barnard up from point. And there's no run again. So lots happening in the early stages here at Edgbaston. Bears sending Kent in. Picked up a wicket and should have had another. Can Compton make the most of his life? As Rushworth turns and goes away to complete the 4th over of the game. Past the umpire he goes. And this is pushed out again towards Barnard at point. Just shuffling away to his left-hand side. And there's no run to end the over. 4 leg byes from it. Compton has 1. Bell Drummond has 9. And Kent at 22 for 1. With the man out to Ender Mouye for 4. The 4th ball of the game.
Yeah, good wicket, good early breakthrough for Warwickshire, and like you say, Alex, definitely feels like they should have had another one as well. Sahan and Dolby to continue. Daniel Bell Drummond tapping his bat and waiting for him. Defends away into the covers. A couple of low scores last week at Worcester for Daniel Bell Drummond, and it's a peculiar time of year in the sense that for someone like him, who was part of a 100 squad but didn't really play much, wasn't released back to play in the One Day Cup due to fixture clashes and that sort of thing. So he's actually not played a great deal of cricket over the last 6 weeks. Actually went back home to play a club game in the Kent League just to kind of get himself warmed up for this round of red ball matches as he pushes this one away into the onside. got 150 for his club side, Blackheath, mind you. But yeah, it's a strange sort of life, perhaps, as a county cricketer in August, if you're not a gun T20 player, or at least considered to be, back quick enough for a 100-ball game. And he did play a couple of games at the start of the competition, but then was left out of the team. As this one's defended away out towards point. Then you find yourself on the subs bench, don't play in the One Day Cup, and then you're back into 4-day cricket. Of course, Kent don't have any other competitions to worry about going forward this season, with their failure to qualify in the T20. And one might argue if Kent need worry at all, to be honest, because they're probably a part of them almost resigned to the fact that they are going to likely go down. This one's defended away by Bell Drummond. I wonder at what point mentally, psychologically, you just think, well, just, there's, unless we pull off a miracle and we manage to win 3 out of our 4 remaining games, we're going down. So therefore, let's not worry about that. Just go out and bat. Just try and get into that sort of headspace. I think.
Sometimes that can free the mind a little bit and loosen players up. If you feel the pressure is off and you are resigned to your fate.
Defended away by Bell Drummond. Certainly Mayeye, the way he batted last week, didn't look like a man who was bogged down or worried. He was, playing his shots in 4-day cricket. He saw a bad ball and he was sticking it away, sort of thing. So
happens all the time, all sports, doesn't it? The pressure goes off, free up a bit, and suddenly, I can play this game.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm sure the Kent coaching staff have probably tried a number of kind of different bits of advice to try and get the team going, and I wonder if perhaps you almost go down that route, as this one's driven away by Bell Drummond. Look, forget about the table, as this one's well fielded, and they stop any runs and they get through for a maiden. And Dolby and Warwickshire, 22 for 1, Kent remain. Yeah, Matt Walker, the head coach for Kent, was saying ahead of this one that Kent need to almost ignore the table and forget about it and just try and concentrate on, putting in a good performance here at Edgbaston. The table is what it is, and Kent know all season that it's been unkind to them. So, yeah, let's see how they go.
Indeed, and the table doesn't lie. And the table at the minute reads Kent bottom of the table on 69 points, Lancashire 103, Notts 104, then Warwickshire 109. So very tight as Rushworth comes in again from the pavilion end. This is tucked away by Compton down to long leg. Will pick up a single here. Hannon Dolby is grazing in the deep. And Compton gets his second run, having been dropped on 1. 23 for 1, the Kent total. Worcestershire with that win last week over Kent, going to 114 points. And then a bit of an extra gap to Durham, 126. And you would still say that they are the teams in danger of relegation. You would think that Hampshire 134 would just have enough of a cushion now, with all those teams beneath them. Rushworth is in, edge caught! Excellent catch at third slip. Jacob Bettle, I think, has gone across to take that. A waist-high catch, and Bell Drummond has gone for 9. He was throwing his hands at it a little bit, thick outside edge, and a good catch gives Chris Rushworth his first wicket of the day. He was unlucky in the previous over. Catch dropped by Will Rhodes off Compton, but he's picked up the right-hander instead, and Bell Drummond goes for 9, and Kent 23 for 2.
Yeah, disappointing for Bell Drummond. It's a shot he quite often plays as a scoring shot, really, in white ball cricket, that almost late cut. He's looking to try and run it past the slip fielder and away down towards third man, and he just gets tucked up slightly. And Rushworth catches the edge, as you've described, Alex. Really smart catch by Bethel. Nice height for him, just easing away to his right.
Yeah, it looks a bit messy, doesn't it, on the replay? He just flicks his hands at it. Like you say, trying to run it down. It just got a bit too close to him for the stroke. And with the ball doing a little bit, running balls down in the first half an hour of the game.
Yeah, arguable. It's not the wisest choice, but I guess in a way, it kind of goes back to what I was saying about the headspace that some of the Kent batters might be in. They're just a bit scrambled at the moment with the kind of poor run of results that they've been on, and say for Belldrummond not playing a lot of cricket. Just looked like he was maybe starting to find a rhythm again out there, and perhaps that's why he's gone to a sort of go-to shot for him. As I say, more in white ball cricket, but in a way against the Kookaburra ball, similar sort of vibe, isn't it? So yeah, I don't know. It's a good catch, and in the end, as you say, Alex Winter, I think it's a little bit too close perhaps to the body, and as a result, he's got that edge which has gone to third slip. So with the departure of Belldrummond, I may depart myself, and we'll have our first change in the commentary box.
Speak to you soon. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent with us, alongside myself, Alex Winter. So Jack Leaning, the new man here at number 4. Kent under some early pressure. A short leg goes in, along with 3 slips. Rushworth bounds in. This is edged again, but it's passed and down away from third slip, and will run away for 4. Leaning just opened the face, coming forward, and managed to steer it away down past the slips cordon, and picks up a boundary down towards the city end. So this really has been a keen watch in these opening 23 minutes. Warwickshire winning the toss, sending Kent in, and they've picked out a couple of wickets, and there's been a lot happening. 27 for 2 as Chloe Brewer joins us.
Yes, good morning. What an exciting morning we've had so far. It's been pretty jam-packed for the first 20 minutes, hasn't it?
It's been a good watch as the sun shines brightly. Rushworth bounds in again, quite wide in the crease, bowls a bumper. It comes off shoulder, I think, to first slip. There's a brief appeal. I don't think there'll be any interest. There wasn't from the bowler. First time we've seen a short ball so far today. And Leaning was trying to duck, wore it on the shoulder. The ball ballooned up to first slip. There was just the briefest of inquiries, but Leaning had managed to drop his gloves sufficiently. But Rushworth just keeping him honest. 27 for 2. Rushworth in again. Past the umpire, and this is tucked away, past short leg, down towards long leg for a single. Hannah Dolby running away from the edge of the Holly stand, and Leaning gets himself down the other end. 28 for 2 in the 6th over of the morning. A very bright start here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, we couldn't ask for a nicer day, could we? Bears have had a lot of rain-affected games this season, unfortunately. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but they've had the most amount of rain-affected days in the whole of the county championship, so haven't had much luck.
Rushworth just wants his mid-on Al Davis a little closer here to try and prevent Compton from picking up a cheap leg side single. There's still 4 slips and a short leg here for Compton. This is tucked away past short leg. They may have got one there actually, but they erred on the side of caution as Davis came across the field, and the over comes to an end. Another eventful one. 6 overs in, and the Bears right on top here. 28 for 2. The man out, Mouye for 1, and Belldrummond falling for 9.
Yeah, Warwickshire couldn't really ask for a better start, I don't think, especially, well, electing to have a bowl. That's what you want when you bowl first, isn't it? A couple of wickets early doors. And Ollie Hannon Dalby to continue from a city end, taking 1 in his first over. Today we've got 4 slips in as he's running in from the city end. And that's on a length defended back to him. And a bit of applause. It's a good turnout actually. I was coming through the car park and it was absolutely rammed. Searching for my car parking spot this morning.
Yeah, there's a good number in on the far side, isn't there? Down by the old press box.
Yeah.
It's a good day for cricket watching, good day for a picnic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Great weather for a picnic.
Be a good day for a couple of card ones later too.
Ollie Helen Dalby in again, just on the length, and that's left alone by Leaning Bear.
There are always the stubborn members. I say stubborn, I apologise to them, but members like to sit in their own seats, don't they? And there's always people who just take up residence in the pavilion here. Even though it's in the shade, it'll be a bit of a wind tunnel down there at times, and you think, the sun is shining over there. Go and warm up, fellas.
Yeah, people are definitely attached to the seats that we like to pick, aren't they? In once again, that's on the left defended, back to him there. That's another dot ball. Yeah, last week when he had a rain delay, there was a fella that obviously really valued his alone time, because he popped himself over in the family stand right at the back with nobody else around, but I'm sure he really enjoys his own company.
You can be at one with your thoughts at the cricket.
Yeah, yeah. Give it enough time to think. And on a length and a couple of shouts there, left alone. I forgot to mention it was still a rain delay though, so the covers were still firmly on.
So he was sitting in the stand by himself and it was raining.
Yes.
Yeah, that changes things slightly.
Just thought I'd paint a clear picture for you there. Two balls left in the over, none coming from it so far. 4 dot balls as of yet. 5th ball of the over, and has wrapped him on a pad. Big shout. Umpire's not interested, just looking to tick along. Next ball, have a look on the replay.
A little bit high, a little bit leg side. From our angle, it did just seem as if Leaning had fallen over slightly to the offside. And he was done by one that just nipped back a fraction from Hannon Dolby, quite wide in the crease as well, which didn't help his cause. Yeah, worth a shout, but I think a good decision, judging by that replay.
Yeah, definitely. OHD turning for his final ball of the over on a left defended. Back to him there, and that brings a maiden over, remaining on 28 for 2.
And possibly the first of the morning. It has been a very busy start.
Has been a very, very busy start.
In fact, back-to-back maidens, I beg your pardon, from Hannon Dolby. 3 overs, 4 overs, I beg your pardon, 2 overs, 1 for 6 for Hannon Dolby. An accurate start from the City end. He and Chris Rushworth have picked up a couple of wickets here for the Bears. 28 for 2 after 7. Leaning is 5, Compton is 2. And the left-handed Compton is going to take strike here. Still with plenty of catches for company. 4 slips and a short leg now in place. Rushworth has tinkered a few times here with his mid-on. He's sent fieldsman a little bit wider now to mid-wicket. So a gap here at mid-on for Compton. He's been looking to turn balls with the angle. Rushworth round the wicket. And Compton in his ground, playing back up towards the bowler's left hand, and there's no run. Also a pretty orthodox point. Ed Barnard in there, mid-off and long leg. Hannon Dolby in the distance is sunbathing.
It's not a bad spot down there. It's a little bit of a sun trap.
Sun shining directly on him down there. Sure he's got his factor 30 on.
I was just going to say, I hope he's got some sun cream on.
Here is Rushworth running away from us. Past the umpire he goes. And this again is tucked by Compton off a decent length down towards mid-wicket. And previously that fieldsman had been a touch straighter and had allowed a chance of a sharp single. But more on the square now, that fielder at mid-wicket can come across to easily make the save in there. Shadow of the floodlight pylon on the edge of the pavilion is being cast across Rushworth's run-up here as he turns and goes in again into the wicket, and just outside the off stump, pushed away by Compton out towards the Holly stand. Not perfectly timed, short boundary though, but it will be hauled in and they get back for 2. can't be very, very long at all, that boundary towards the Holly stand this week. Very short indeed. That was just a little nudge away from Compton. Fairly well timed. Not perfectly timed though. Allowed them to get a couple. 30 for 2. Compton goes to 4, having been dropped on 1.
Yeah, that side towards the Hollies is very small. I'm going to say, I don't think you're going to have to time it completely to get it for 4.
Rushworth is back over the wicket now. Going into Compton again, very full. Compton forward, pushing up towards the bowler's right hand. Rushworth quickly down. And there's no run. 30 for 2. With the buildings in Birmingham City Centre in perfect view on this clear day. Across from us. Compton just removes a glove, comes down the wicket and removes a bit of debris. Steps away to leg, gets himself set again. And waits tall in his crease for Rushworth. And pushes out towards cover and steals a single. Little nudge and go from Ben Compton. Takes him to 5. 31 for 2 in the 8th over of the morning. Bright start to the game between these two sides who are battling for Division 1 survival. Bears in that cluster of 3 teams separated by only 6 points. Still yet to win a game this season. 3 slips and a short leg, 4 leaning. Rushworth is into the right-hander who's beaten outside the off stump. Nice delivery. Classic Chris Rushworth. Decent length, bit of wobble away. A little bit of bounce perhaps as well there with this new ball. And not too far away from the outside edge. 8 gone, 31 for 2.
Yeah, that was definitely uncomfortable for Compton there. That went very close to his edge. And we're just having a little bit of a shuffle around in the commentary box as I'm being rejoined by Phil.
Morning everyone, morning Clay.
Morning.
Good start for Warwickshire. And a little bit nervous from Kent point of view. Wickets falling all over the country this morning with this Kookaburra ball, which everybody was saying they couldn't get wickets with before.
Hannon Dalby in from City and on a length, and it's worked to a diving short leg as he's heading back, coming round to the left-handed Compton.
The Somerset are playing Durham and they are 31 for 2 at the moment. Daniel Hogg, who took 7 wickets in the last round of games, has already got a wicket this morning. Worcestershire are playing Essex away and they are 29 for 4.
Oh, wow.
In the 8th over. So they've lost some.
Hannon Dalby in on a length, defended by Compton now to extra cover. Looking after this.
Hampshire 20 for 1 against Lancashire, and Surrey are away against Nottinghamshire, and they are 26 for no wicket. That's all the Division 1 updates. In Division 2, Leicestershire 27 for 1 against Glamorgan. Yorkshire have made a good start, 46 without loss against Middlesex, and Sussex 49 without loss against Derbyshire.
Hannon Dalby in, and that's just found it outside edge, and that will run away for 4 down to the 3rd man boundary.
Does seem to be in a lot of outside edges, or edges gone through down to that boundary this morning. Fetched a few back from there. And the last game is Gloucestershire at home to Northampton. They've made a poor start. Gloucestershire, they're 16 for 3. So there are wickets about this morning. This Kookaburra ball, which everybody is using, is actually having. Have you used a Kookaburra ball when you've played, or have you only?
Yeah, I think so. Hannon Dalby in on a length, defended. Yeah, I'm trying to think what will we actually use. Oh, I was gone completely blank. I don't really look at it that often.
Well, you don't bowl. You do bowl.
Barely.
Okay. You see it coming at you
Yeah.
rather than having it in your hand.
That's what we'll go with.
That's excusable.
Yeah, I think it is mainly Kookaburra. I don't know.
Maybe
Definitely use one though.
the Dukes or something like that, perhaps.
A hand in Dalby. In short of length, that's pulled away down towards a fine leg.
Yes, he picked that up beautifully there
Yeah.
and whipped it down, but straight down to Michael Booth, who's down on the boundary edge and did the fielding. So, end of another over. And 30, no, it's not, they're changing around for the left right-hander, aren't they? I was going to say that
Almost
seemed a
got you.
short over. Yeah, that seemed a short over. Wholesale change here for left and right-handed. Our umpires for this game, Alex Wolf and Peter Hartley, just casually wandered across the square leg.
Hand in Dalby on a length for the final ball of the over, and Kent are 36 for 2. It's bothering me now, because I know it's not Dukes, because they don't make women's size ball.
Oh, don't they?
They don't know, so we don't use Dukes balls.
Oh, right. Readers were the other ones, but after that I'm beginning to run out of makes. I know what it was because I've got some. I don't think a lot of people realise that you actually play with a smaller ball, don't you? A lighter ball, and it's lighter weight. Yeah,
Yeah.
women's cricket.
Yeah, it's because we've got smaller hands.
Some of you have, yes. Yes, it is, and it's quite noticeably different, isn't it, when you put the two together?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I have some in the museum from women's cricket and for men's cricket, and there's quite a noticeable difference between the two. Chris Rushworth starting a new over from his fifth over of the morning from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Compton is up on his toes. We're just forcing this one away into the onside. Alex Davis does the fielding. Alex Davis will be later on. We'll be looking to see if he can reach 1,000 runs. Going into this round of games, he was the top scorer in the country with 929 runs, just ahead of Bedingham from Durham. So not much in it, but he'll be looking to see if he can push on to get the 71 he needs. This one is pulled away nicely by Compton down to the fine leg boundary. It was drifted onto leg stump and helped on its way for 4. So Kent move on to 40 for 2. They've moved along quite nicely. They lost the 2 wickets, but they've scored quickly. Compton goes to 14 with that shot.
Yeah, they have ticked along quite nicely, actually, so far.
So it's been a positive start from them. Warwickshire still employing the 4 slips for Rushworth. Compton, who had a life earlier on, when I think it was Will Rhodes who put him down. As this one is turned off his hip, just past short leg. Goes for a single. So 1 more to Compton, 14 to him, 41 for 2. Beautiful morning here in Birmingham, but they're all beautiful mornings in Birmingham, but this is a particularly beautiful morning in Birmingham with beautiful blue sky overhead, little bit of cloud over the city, bit of cloud over to our right as we look down, but principally it's a lovely sunny bright day, but a bit breezy as Rushworth in bowls and leaning is playing that solidly and defensively out into the upside. There's no run.
I've managed to find out what ball we use.
What do you use?
We do use a Kookaburra.
Oh, you
ball.
do?
Yeah, we do
Oh,
use a
right.
Kookaburra
Oh,
ball.
well done.
We did a trial game. Not sure what ball we used. It was a second team game. We used something different, and I can't remember what that was. But all first team games are Kookaburra.
Oh, okay. Here's Rushworth in bowls. All that goes past the outside edge, leaning quickly, looking behind him. He played it and missed it, and it goes through to the keeper. Good delivery from. There wasn't a lot of foot movement there at all from leaning. He jabbed at it from the crease, and His foot didn't go across at all. He survives it. 41 for 2 it remains. What do you think about the idea of having, and you know, we talked about this at some length during the first 2 rounds of the season. I don't know whether you were with us, about bowlers getting the opportunity to use a kookaburra in competitive cricket. This one is not where Leaning was looking to play it. It squirts away off the outside edge and runs away down through the vacant gully position down towards the boundary. They come back for a couple of runs. 44 for 2 it goes to, but 3 runs in fact. Leaning there, looking to play it away through the sort of mid-on area. Went through with the shot, but the ball actually ended up completely in the opposite way to where he was looking to play it. But survives it. He goes to 8. 44 for 2. Compton 14, and going along at pretty much run a minute this morning.
Yeah, no, they're taking it along nicely. I think it's interesting using the kookaburra ball. I guess it's good to see how it behaves differently, because obviously there was that issue a few years ago. Was it 2 years ago? I'll come back after this ball. Hannon Dalby, then for first ball of the over, and that's caught slip. 3rd wicket of the day, and that'll be Hannon Dalby's 2nd.
Yeah, 2nd, yeah. Good catch by Sam Hain in at slip. Flew straight to a nice comfortable catching height. Straight into the stomach, but even so, it was flying. Catches the outside edge. Kent lose their 3rd wicket. And that is Jack Leaning gone for 8. And the 3rd Kent batsman trudges back to the pavilion, and not a good start for Kent here this morning on a wicket which Warwickshire played 4 seamers, plus they've got Ed Barnard, plus they've got Will Rhodes, so effectively got 6 seamers in this game.
Yeah, best. Well, by the looks of that delivery, that's quite a good decision. That's just seamed away and caught the outside edge. I'm assuming they're just not expecting much.
Well, Danny Briggs was in the squad, as was Jake Linton. They've not, both of those are being left out, so kind of tells you what they think this wicket's going to be like. And so far, there's something there for the seam bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks so far to me like they've made the right decision bringing in those seamers.
So Oliver Hannon Dalby continues. He's Warwickshire's top wicket taker. He has, well, he had going into this game 34 wickets. He's now moved up to 36, so he's far and away the top wicket taker for Warwickshire. The last couple of seasons he's reached 50 in the championship. He's got this and 3 more matches, so might be there again this year. All very close to it. But the first bonus point as well, and we talk about bonus points, but it's really with how tight it is at the bottom of the table. I think Ben went through it earlier on, but just takes Warwickshire up to 110 points now, just 4 behind Worcestershire.
Hannon Dalby, 2nd ball, that's splayed down the leg side. Take there.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think we've said the new batsman is Joey Everson coming to the match. So he's come in to replace Jack Leaning.
Yeah, I think this is quite a crucial time for Kent. They really need a partnership. They haven't really had one this morning, so from their perspective, a bit of a partnership going is needed. Hannon Dalby in just back length work to mid wicket there. That's sent back to the keeper.
Well, it was a huge blow, wasn't it, getting hold of Muweye early on in the first over.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after his double ton last week. Cricket's got a funny way of keeping you honest, doesn't it?
It so often happens, you know, you say you make all the plaudits for somebody for a wonderful innings, and then changes straight away.
On a length, and that's just been worked behind point. It's been chased down towards the Holly stand, and that's a good piece of fielding there. We've taken 2 from it, Everton off the mark.
There are very few cricketers who can and have been able to produce it game after game after game. You know, most of those you can name, but it has this habit. You have a wonderful game, and well, you must know this playing as well. That one day you go out there and you can see it like a football, and the next day it's like you never played the game before.
Yeah. And then Derby on a length defended a 2-point there. And it's sent back around. Yeah, he's got a feeling of being on top of the world one week, and the next week it's
highest mountain, deepest valley, isn't it?
Yeah, that's that describes cricket pretty well.
Yeah. The problem is if you stay in that valley too long, it starts to then begin to creep in to undermine your confidence and what is everybody's clearly got the ability. It just needs a bit of luck, I think.
Hannon Derby outside off left alone, and that brings the end of the over. 46 for 3 are Kent after a very exciting morning.
Yeah, good round of applause for Ollie Hannon-Dalby, the big favourite with the home crowd. Ollie, he's been a terrific servant for Warwickshire since moving here from Yorkshire, and has quite rightly been given a testimonial this year, which has been very well supported, and yeah, he's well liked and respected. We've got our first bowling change of the morning. Chris Rushworth has come out of the attack. He's got that 1 wicket, and he's been replaced by Michael Ray, the New Zealander, who is so far has got 9 wickets in the championship this season. They got 3 late in the match, which against Somerset, which finished on Sunday. In a hopeless cause, which the rain really ruined any possibility of Somerset getting a chase, but Ray picked up 3 wickets in that second innings, so he will start his first over from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and this is helped round the corner down to deep fine leg for a single, just a loose opening ball down the leg side, and Compton got inside it and just helped swing it away down to Hannon-Dalby, who's down there. I heard you saying that, and Ben saying about Hannon-Dalby in the sun. Was it you or Alex talking about it? I can't remember which one of you it was. Hannon-Dalby last year actually had down, because he feels regularly, obviously, down at fine leg if he's bowling, so he tends to have that spot. But they actually put a sunshade up for him on the boundary edge. And he would go down, have his drink, and the sunshade, and there was I can't remember whether they put a table there, but it was almost like on the beach.
He's definitely done something.
The only thing he wasn't doing was having a sort of lie down on a towel. Here's Ray, comes in and bowls, and this tucks up Everson.
Yeah, I feel like I'm definitely doing something wrong now.
Yeah, so if you get sent down to final leg, order a sun brolly and a table and a chair as well. He got all his towels and stuff, and there was somebody there giving him drinks and things. He got his own waiter down there virtually.
Personal bar staff.
Yeah. Well, he drops his sweater down. Oh, but in fact, he's done it as we speak. He's done it now. Here's Ray, comes in and bowls, and this is played solidly back to the bowler, who fields off his own bowling. There's no run. 47 for 3. Yeah, so they and it really was hot. There was a couple of games in the middle of the summer. Well, it couldn't have been the middle of the summer. We don't play cricket, championship cricket in the middle of the summer, do we? Silly me. It must have been a warm April day or a warm September day. There's Ray on his way in and bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. Warwickshire brought down to 3 slips now, so that 4th slip has gone for Ray. And this, well, I'm just talking with Ben about the Kookaburra ball. You've got to get your wickets early with it, because it softens very quickly, this ball they've found, and then it becomes really, really difficult to get wickets with once it's sort of 20 overs old. And it's a long time then till 80 overs so you can change it. Ray in, and this is driven into the offside. Again, not quite where he was looking for it, but they'll get back for 2. So Emerson on his way. He moves to, no, he was 4, sorry, he'd already got the 2. The scoreboard, I was ahead of it for once. Usually that scoreboard, you look at it and it's done before you actually talk about it. But this time, for one of the rare occasions, I was actually ahead of the scoreboard. Emerson actually moves to 4. 49 for 3. Ray runs through the shadow of one of the floodlights, which is thrown across just behind the stumps, and beats the forward push of Emerson through to the keeper. Right, nice way to finish off his opening over. It's 49 for 3, and we've had 12 overs this morning.
Yeah, that wasn't far away from the outside edge there for sure. 1 away for the 50 for Kent here, 3 down this morning. What's been a very eventful opening morning of this county championship game. And Hannon Dalby is to continue taking 2 of those wickets so far. He's just getting a little bit of nibble off the surface this morning.
I think this may be his last in his spell, with Michael Booth there as well, so itching to get into the attack. Warwickshire will use their seam attack, and then Ed Barnard, who's been in terrific form. He had a 5 for against Somerset in the first innings last week.
Hannon Dalby in on a length worked to square leg, and that'll be 4. That's that short boundary there.
You just got to tucked it away nicely, didn't they? And it, as you say, there's virtually nothing at all. We're right virtually on the edge of the square. Certainly about as far over as I think you could play on this square. The rest of them, there's 3 other wickets, one of which is a practice wicket, so 2 other wickets, but I wouldn't think that those would be used really for championship games. I think you're getting right to the limit.
Yeah, Hannon Dalby in once again. That's on a length defended back to him there. He's got 4 slips in and a short leg, so
it doesn't help really either, because part of the boundary now, you can't go right up to the fence at the Holly stand, because in front of it is now AstroTurf, which they put AstroTurf around the outside of the ground, which is fine, good, because that was always extremely damp and muddy, particularly in front of the pavilion. But it does mean your boundary is going to be 6 yards in from the edge.
Hannon Dalby again left alone outside off there.
So yeah, it's a really short boundary on the from the wicket to the Holly stand. Those of you who know the ground, we're looking down from the pavilion right over on the edge of the right-hand edge of the square. So most of the spectators are in front of the main scoreboard, the Thwaite scoreboard, and in the press box and the Stanley Barnes stand.
Hannon Dalby running in from City, and that's on a left. It looks like he's done something there. He's got head and hands in a slip cordon. It's just beating the outside edge. That was a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, Ben Compton there comes down the wicket. He's having a little bit of a torrid time this morning, Ben Compton. He's been beaten a few times outside, and of course had that one life where he was dropped. But Worcestershire have lost a 5th wicket against Essex, 46 for 5. Plenty of wickets around.
Hannon Dalby in, that's driven, and that's a great bit of fielding from point there. He's dived almost like a salmon to stop that from going for 4, because that would have raced away.
Terrific fielder, Ed Barnard, at point, just slightly backward point, and the number of runs he saves there, he really is athletic.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an excellent bit of fielding there.
He'll be looking to make. He had a pair in the last game. He got 5 wickets, but then got a pair. So it was give with one hand and take away with the other. But that was unusual because he's been in really good form with the bat. Alex Davis is making a move to come into short leg here.
And that'll be final ball of the over on a length defended back to him. And that brings the end of the over, 53 for 3 on Kent.
Good over from Hannon Dolby. Could easily have had a wicket there. Just Ben Compton just getting inside that one. Michael Booth is warming up. Sorry, Ed Barnard's warming up actually, not Michael Booth. It's Ed Barnard who's swinging the arms. So whether Hannon Dolby is going to come out of the attack, we will see. In the meantime, Michael Ray will continue from this pavilion end to bowl to the right-handed Joey Everson. Is in to bowl, and this one again beats him outside the off stump and through to the keeper. And Everson got squared up on that one as the ball went past, and Ray walks back with hands to his head as if to say, how on earth did that not get the outside edge?
Yeah, there's a lot beating that outside edge this morning, obviously. Dismissals being caught behind. Not sure what's going on. There's a lot more than normal beating the edge, and that might be due to the Kookaburra board.
Maybe. Who knows? This one he's played quickly and tucked him up, and there's no run, just pushed in to the onside. 53 for 3 it remains. Alex is going to have to come on and do his at the end of the over, come on and do his update. It's 4 for Everson and 19 for Ben Compton. It's Everson waiting as Ray comes in and bowls, and this is going to be runs turned away down to long leg for single. Hannon Dolby does some acrobatics as he goes to pick the ball up. His feet go from under him. He's a big man to that for feet to slide. So he is anyway. Get ball back in. 54 for 3. So Everson moves to 5. It brings Compton, and there is just waiting while the field changes round for the left-hander. There's Ray on his in bowls, and this is turns but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 54 for 3 in the 20th over. Surrey have lost their first wicket against Nottinghamshire. They're 44 for 1. Both Notts and Lancashire have got Hampshire 34 for 1. They, in the same way as both of these sides, desperately looking for points down the bottom of the table. His Ray comes in and bowls, and this is Compton goes back and pushes out into the offside. There's no run. So 1 ball to go to the end of the over, and then Alex will be coming in. Just wait. Here's Ray. Flicks the ball from hand to hand. Tall man with New Zealand on his way. In he comes and bowls, and Compton runs this one away out into the offside to cover point. End of the over. That is 54 for 3. And Alex Winter will rejoin us.
Thank you very much.
I'll stay until Ben comes back. So Hannon Dolby is out the attack, and it is Ed Barnard, not Michael Booth, who's going to get the Barnard had got 5 wickets against Somerset in the last match here in the first innings, so
So a very exciting first hour here at Edgbaston. 54 for 3. And Kent, not without damage, have seen the back of Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Joey Everson, the right-hander, has 5. And now facing up to Ed Barnard from the far end, who goes past the outside edge. Now an update for West Midlands listeners. I'm Alex Winter here at Edgbaston, where we've seen an exciting first hour of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Kent. Both sides fighting for survival in Division 1. The Bears winning the toss, choosing to field first, and they made a great start. Kent 54 for 3 after 14 overs. Ollie Hannon-Dolby with a couple of wickets, getting to Enda Muyeye for 4, then Jack Lean for 8, and between that Chris Rushworth picked up a wicket, getting Daniel Bell-Drummond for 9. So the Bears on top here at a sunny Edgbaston, and Kent 54 for 3. And Joey Everson blocking one back there to begin this 15th over. Compton still there on 19, was dropped on 1. Can he make the most of it? The spill from Will Rhodes early on in Rushworth's spell. 3 slips in place. In goes Barnard. Forward comes Everson. Good stride in. Pushes back up towards the bowler's right boot. And there is no run. Just continues to be a very impressive cricketer, doesn't he, Ed Barnard? Did well in the One Day Cup again.
yes, he did. He again, he was got a lot of wickets, got runs again. I think he was 6th highest run scorer in the competition, top wicket taker, and probably he may get overtaken by Douthwaite, I think, in the final.
Bowls again now. This is flicked away between mid-wicket and mid-on. They'll get a couple of runs here. They're going to come back for a second as the fieldsman goes back just across the square to retrieve. 56 for 3. Everson goes to 7.
But he also led the side very well, because he captained the side in Alex Davis's absence, and did a really good job with quite a lot of. He had a reasonable selection of experienced players, but obviously 1 or 2 coming in who were getting opportunities.
Comes in again now, does Barnard. Right arm over. Again pushed leg side by Everson coming forward. But this time fielder at mid-wicket able to go across to collect, and there's no run.
Yeah, but a bit unfortunate really. Again, Warwickshire got to the sort of quarter-final or to the last stages, and then failed in the last stages and lost to Glamorgan in the semi-final. They'll do it one day.
Yeah, keep knocking at the door. Eventually it may open. 56 for 3. Barnard wide on the crease, wide of the off stump, just wide enough of the off stump for Everson to let it go, but not without a few oohs and ahs as Burgess takes it at waist height. End of the over. 15 gone here at Edgbaston. 56 for 3. Kent.
They're going to hope they don't do the same next week. They've got the quarterfinals of the Blast next Friday here at Edgbaston against Gloucestershire. So it's a local derby type game, and people have got fingers crossed and everything else crossed to make sure that they try and get through and reach a final this time.
They've done their level best, haven't they, of dominating the group stage, and they're not quite getting over the line.
Exactly, just flopping. I'm going to make way. Ben Watts is back, so from his updates, I'll leave you with it, Alex.
Phil Britt also with us here at Edgbaston, as Michael Ray comes round the wicket, bowls just outside the off stump. Ben Compton, who's leaning forward and letting one go through to Burgess, goes down to his left hand side to take it. Still got 3 slips for company, and this man on it forward short leg has gone in for quite a while actually. Had the extra catch there in front of the bat. There has been a little bit of bounce we've seen with this new ball, which is now into its 16th over, so it remains to be seen for how long it stays fairly hard for. Deep square leg has dropped back as Ray comes in again. Edge short of 3rd slip. Wasn't a chance. It was a good save in the end by a combination of 2nd and 3rd slips. It was Bethel coming across to his right who perhaps had the better chance to take the catch, but it was always dying on him. It certainly didn't carry to 2nd slip, and he just hoped that no one's got a finger problem in there. In fact, there is just a suggestion that a bit of tape may be needed.
Yeah, awkward one for the slip cordon, wasn't it? in that instance.
Ray again, round the wicket, bowls 4. This is driven away off a thickish outside edge, out towards backward point, and there's no run.
Nuggety sort of stuff from Compton so far, having had that life. He was dropped at 4th slip. He's faced 36 balls so far for his 19, batting for the first hour of this match.
Ray once more with his headband on, moves in and bowls a good length outside the off stump. Compton covers up and allows it to go through. Was it last season or the season before he had that wonderful campaign, didn't he? Ben Compton. There was talks about higher honours and impressed a lot of people with a big haul of runs. Hasn't quite been able to back it up.
Yeah, last season, I think.
He's got 19 here, facing Ray again and pushing off an edge past 3rd slip for 4. He was just playing away from his body. It was a thick outside edge. There was no chance for Bethel, who watched the ball whistle away down towards the barn stand for a boundary. Compton goes to 23, 60 for 3. Just felt for 1 outside his off stump. It's a thick edge. Yeah, would have been a chance to 4th slip had one still been in place. But Compton survives and picks up another boundary. Ray in to complete the over. Running away from us, bowls fuller, fraction wider, and this time Compton shouldering arms once more. Applause for Ray, who completes his 3rd over. 0 for 8 so far. 16 gone. Kent sent in 60 for 3. Couple of wickets for Ollie Hannon-Dolby to add to his excellent tally so far this season. And Chris Rushworth also picking up a wicket, and did have Compton dropped on 1, but he's there on 23. Joey Everson is with him on 7. And Kent is 60 for 3. Here at sunny Edgbaston. It's looking very nice indeed. Plenty of empty seats, as you would expect with this vast capacity. But a decent number in for a Thursday morning.
So Joey Everson on strike. And beats him on the outside edge from Ed Barnard through to the wicketkeeper. Sorry, it was actually 2022 that Compton had the big year when he first joined Kent. Made 300s in the opening couple of matches. And got a 140 against Northants in the first part of the season, as well as a bunch of half-centuries. That season he scored almost 1,200 runs at an average of 54. As Everson lets this one go from Barnard. Last season he only averaged 30, but still made 700 runs and 450s with 100. Compare that to the year prior, where he made 400s and 650s. And then this season Compton, by way of comparison, did get a new first-class best, I believe, second game of the season against Essex, as this one's turned away by Everson into the onside. Made 165 at Chelmsford in a Kookaburra ball game, Ben Compton, interestingly. Of course, we're using the Kookaburra again this week. So, yeah, his stats, though, for this season, Compton. He's got 650 plus runs and counting, including this innings of 23 not out, averaging 32 with that 100, that one against Essex that I mentioned, as well as 3 half-centuries. So I guess perhaps that first season was Ben Compton at his absolute best, and the 2 seasons since, similar sort of average. Maybe teams have worked out a little bit more ways to get him out, possibly. How to stop him scoring, and he does have areas where he likes to score. There's an appeal for LBW, which looks rather high. It didn't look that well, straightish, but
bowler wasn't too keen. There was more excitement from behind the bat.
So he remains there on 23 now, having faced 40 balls. Compton, 61 for 3, yeah. As I mentioned, he's a nuggety sort of opener, and similar way to, if you look at an Alistair Cook, plays certain shots, doesn't bother to play others. Quite happy to just nudge the ball away into the leg side for his runs, as he just defends away out into the covers. You won't really see him, you know, playing straight drives or cover drives. If he starts playing those, then the bowling side need to get worried. Some more the little cuts and nudges into the leg side and occupying the crease.
Yeah, he's got his method and it generally works, so good on him.
Didn't play for Kent in the One-Day Cup this year, much to the members' disappointment, as this one's defended away by Compton. Very full delivery from Barnard that time. There was a little bit of a shuffle in the crease. He was a little bit worried about that one for a moment, but kept it out. It was a slightly peculiar shuffle across his stumps there from Compton before he defended away. So yeah, 61 for 3. So yeah, some talk about where he might be playing his cricket next season if Kent do go down. Does he look to try and get a move to a Division 1 county, with this obviously being his primary format?
What's his contract situation?
Yeah, I believe it is up for renewal, so it hasn't been confirmed either way. There's been some rumours for a while now actually about he might be off somewhere or he might be staying. He's been offered an extension, etc.
As Joey Everson plays perhaps the shot of the morning here, Michael Ray going a bit too straight, and Everson has whipped him away out towards the Holly stand for 4. Beautifully timed, short boundary over there this week, and that's one of the sweetest piece of timing that we've seen so far today. A very pleasant clip indeed. Everson goes to 12, 65 for 3. Michael Ray just losing his line at the start of his 4th over. Still got 3 slips and a short leg in. As he comes in again to the right-hander, and he's driven down the ground this time. There'll be 4 more. Just keeps upgrading these strokes of the morning here, Joey Everson. In fact, I prefer the leg side flick.
Yeah, I think you're right. The leg side flick was the one, but
very handsome.
Still,
it was effective enough, that off drive through a vacant mid-off area.
Yeah, that was the key, wasn't it? The fact that there wasn't a mid-off. If there had been a man there, it would have been one at most. But
timed well enough down to the pavilion in front of us for back-to-back 4s.
I must say that boundary away to the offside is rather imposing. It's a long old way. The shorter side looks a bit more inviting.
69 for 3. Ray in past the umpire, just outside the off stump, and goes past the bat.
Ooh. There was a lot more carry and bounce on that delivery.
Did Everson just plain so? No, he didn't. He was beaten there. Did well to keep his hands just about inside the line.
Yeah, a bit of nip away as well.
Seen players so far this morning just feeling for balls in the channel and nicking off.
Yeah, Everson 3 half centuries this season. Started off actually down at number 7 as the all-rounder spot, if you will, but has been moved up the order in the last few games.
Ray in once more, much fuller, and Everson gets a good stride in, plays back up towards the bowler's right hand for no run.
You got 50s in both of the innings. In fact, sorry, second innings at the Oval, 1 at Old Trafford, and then also first game of the season against Somerset. So yeah, all of those would have been from number 7, so he's yet to get a score since being bumped up the order.
Ray in again, 69 for 3, driving his Everson off a thickish under edge, and the ball just bounces its way back up towards the bowler for no run. Yeah, through the magic of Google you can find Ben Compton signs contract until the end of 2024.
There you go. So yeah, it's still to be decided.
And quite often red ball specialist openers are in high demand as Ray comes in again, and forward comes Everson playing back up towards the bowler's left hand, and the over comes to an end. 18 gone here at Edgbaston. Really good watch so far this morning. We've had just over an hour and a quarter's cricket. Kent sent in 69 for 3. The man out, Moyeye for 4, leading for 8, and Bell Drummond for 9. But a little partnership here between Compton, dropped on 1, now has 23, and Joey Everson on 16, just trying to get Kent into the morning session. It's been just about all bears so far. Runs have been coming at a decent rate because of the short boundary towards the Holly stand. But Kent remain under some pressure here, 3 down.
So Compton with 4 slips, facing up to Barnard here and defending away into the covers. Runs coming at a decent rate in the test match, of course, which is underway today at Lord's. England just casually going along at 4.5. That's, you know, moderate for them these days, isn't it?
Sent in the first morning at Lord's, doing a bit now. Let's just give it a whack, lads.
Duckett certainly doing that. 37 not out for him. This one is just pushed back towards the bowler by Compton. Barnard fields off his own bowling. Yeah, Pope and Lawrence, the men out there. The 2 Surrey players.
Yeah, another low one for Ollie Pope. Standing captain with Ben Stokes injured. It was a good test match last week. Very enjoyable watch. It's just about in the balance until
Sri Lanka gave
the
it a
last couple of hours, really.
Here's Barnard. Compton plays defensively. Of course, Lawrence deputising at the top of the order with Zach Crawley out with a finger injury or a broken finger hand. Also in the county championship, Worcestershire 63 for 5 against Essex. At Chelmsford. Hampshire 48 for 1 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Compton here turns Barnard away through square leg for a single. 70 for 3 Kent. Surrey 58 for 1. Rory Burns, of course, got a double ton as well last week, didn't he? Sibley the man out there. Somerset 79 for 3 against Durham at Taunton. And in the same way that these 2 teams will only play each other once this season, Notts and Durham, Kent's last 2 fixtures in the county championship, the only times that they will play those 2 teams all season. Strange, really, that it's coming at the back end of August, September, 3 teams that you haven't seen at all.
And I think Warwickshire played Somerset back-to-back matches, separated by a few weeks because of the T20s, but they were back-to-back fixtures.
So Barnard to Everson, keeper up to the stumps. Michael Burgess, as this one's driven up towards mid-on. Yeah, it's a funny old thing, the county championship schedule, isn't it? They, of course, in Division 2, just play each other twice. Simple.
It's always how it used to be, wasn't it? And it was very simple. After years of all sorts of fixtures going on.
In and bowls, driven away out towards extra cover or wide mid-off rather from Everson. Dot ball, yeah, two divisions of 9. Play every team twice, 16 games. But of course these days, this Division 1 has 10 teams, Division 2 has 8. And then we only play 14 matches rather than the 16, so it's a bit of a lottery as to which grounds you go to and don't.
Yeah, it's all a bit dissatisfying, isn't it? But
yeah,
it's a very delicate balance. Talk of 3 divisions and 10 games. A lot of resistance to only 10 first-class matches. There's some logic in suggesting that they could be better scheduled and not shunted towards the extremes of the season, but also there's no room in the middle of the season to put any more games in. Here's Ray, pavilion end, bowls a bumper, turned away to that man at deep square. I say deep square, he's by no means on the boundary. There's a loose throw here actually, and this is running away towards the pavilion and will go for 4 overthrows. It was a very poor return in from the deep. Wherever he stood, that fielder out at deep square, as I say, nowhere near the boundary. Big old leg side boundary out towards the Wyatt stand. Came around and delivered a wildish throw back towards the bowler's end, but really there was no one there to collect it. I think the bowler or the fielder, Alex Davis at mid-on, has to take a little bit of responsibility there, because there was simply no one behind the stumps to collect that throw, and he went whistling away past Rushworth at mid-off and down towards the pavilion for extras. So how many's that gone down as?
Well, it'll go to 5.
I think it may be 5, yeah. I don't think they crossed for the second. Driven away nicely through extra cover by Everson. That's a crisp strike. Not perfectly timed, but will run for 4 to our left-hand side.
The bowler's going to be fuming. His first ball's gone for 5, courtesy of overthrows, and now he's been hit for 4, so he's gone for 9 in 2 deliveries.
Yeah, it has gone down as 5, so they completed the first run, and they didn't cross for the second by the time the throw was returned. They went for 4 overthrows, and a boundary there to Compton, to Everson, I beg your pardon, through extra cover. Sees the score quickly up to 79 for 3.
Yeah, so Compton, the lucky man that gets 4 extra runs, gets the 5 to move to 29, and now Everson up to 20.
No short leg now, 3 slips still there as Ray goes in and angles one away down through a vacant gully area. This is running out down on the far side of the ground for, yeah, they get a couple here actually. There was a little slip from the fielder chasing out towards third man. I think it was Bethel with the slip as he slid there to make the return. And they came trotting back for the second run, so runs continue to flow here for Kent.
I think they came back for the third one.
They did indeed, well noticed, yeah, you're right. They did get 3.
So yeah, so far this over, 5-4-3.
And a couple of fielding errors. There's lots of comparisons between cricket and baseball. The one thing that baseball does really well is attributes errors to the person who specifically made the error.
Ooh.
So whoever makes the error on the field,
Sure.
if it's a fumble or well, you don't get many drop catches, but certainly the fumble, they will be charged with an error. As Compton faces up to Ray, who drives nicely out through mid-off for 4 runs. More runs coming off Michael Ray's over here. Overpitched, little lean forward by Compton, and he times it away towards the junction of Holly, Stan and Pavilion for another boundary. 86 for 3.
That's it, that 5 has got Ben Compton into his groove now, and he's now playing punchy drive shots.
Sparked him off, yeah, just overpitched outside the off stump by Michael Ray. And he's eased away for 4 and has been expensive here. He's into his 5th over, has now gone for 32 runs.
Well, I was reeling off some stats a moment ago about Ben Compton's averages over the last 3 years in county championship cricket, but baseball's almost to the next extreme, isn't it, in terms of statistics and Moneyball, etc.
Yeah, T20's gone a little bit that way in terms of getting those matchups. You see a lot of stats that come out now, how specific batsmen fare against left-handed bowlers, for example, and different types of bowling. That's very, very baseball because they have all those numbers. 86 for 3, Ray in again, bowls a bumper, an angry bumper you fancy after an expensive over. Compton pays no attention.
That's one way not to go for any runs. So 5-4-3-4 dot, thanks to the bumper for Ray. I know how he feels though. It's a tough life sometimes as a seam bowler.
It's been an hour and 25 minutes worth of cricket that has been very watchable. There's been plenty happening. Scoring rate has nudged along very healthily, and 3 wickets have fallen as well. Ray in again, bowls a little bit too straight and gets pulled away for 4 more. What a productive over this is for Kent. And Compton takes another boundary, just turns on one there. Bit of a half tracker from Ray, too straight. And Compton got it away from the man at deep backward square and runs it out towards the groundsman's facilities to our left-hand side for 4 more. So maybe Michael Ray's last over of his spell, because he's sent down 5 overs and has gone for 36 runs. And suddenly Kent in 90 for 3 and in a relatively healthy position again.
Yeah, and 20 off that over. So 5-4-3-4.4. So 3 legitimate 4s, the overthrows from the single that went all the way for 4, and then the 3 from Joey Everson that he just pushed out to a third man position. There was the slip from the fielder and they came back for the extra run. So yeah, not often you would see a Kent side boasting a Ben Compton at the crease who take 20 off and over. But there we go. Here comes Barnard. Field a lot more spread now as it's off the thigh guard of Joey Everson and drops away behind square on the onside for a single. So 91 for 3. So Compton has now moved on to 37, having been on 20-ish for a while. now Joey Everson 23. So yeah, it was more Ben Compton. Compton has hit those 2 legitimate boundaries plus the overthrows, and then the 3 for Everson off the previous over. So luckily for Warwickshire, they've got plenty of seamers to pick from and rotate. So 2 slips now for Barnard as he's into bowl to Compton. Lets this one go outside the off stump. As you were describing, Alex, it's a glorious day. It's almost perfect weather, I would say, for spectating.
It's perfect for everything, I think, today.
Yeah, it's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's sunny, there's a bit of cloud cover.
Yep.
Just,
Like everything you would want to do, you'd want to do it today.
yeah.
Because it's ideal.
Here comes Barnard again. Turned away into the onside.
Game of golf, yep. Long walk, yep. Pub lunch, yep.
Yeah, tick, tick, tick. Little bit of a breeze as well to
Hang your washing out, yep.
help the draw and the fade. Yeah, nice.
Mow the lawn, yep. Not too hot for weeding. Oh, I did some of that yesterday, goodness me. Horrendous weeds in our front garden. We had work done, so the front lawn was taken over by a couple of skips for a while. Destroyed the grass.
Here comes Barnard, defended away by Compton. Yeah, ours is a bit patchy, but that's mainly because the dog likes to go to the loo in different places, and then it kills the grass.
Our builders, who were very good, can't criticise our builders, but they said, oh yeah, at the end we'll put some topsoil down, chuck a bit of seed down, and it'll come back. The seeding they did, patchy.
Yeah.
Patchy seed. So yeah, I've had to try and do a bit of a repair job, but it's going to be an ongoing exercise.
Here comes Barnard. Compton looking for the drive, but ends up screwing it into the onside.
So plenty of mild weather that's good to get outside is most welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're pretty much set for similar weather over the next 4 days, according to the forecast. So should be a nice weekend for it. Last Saturday was quite peculiar because down in the southeast, it was the latter tail of that storm we had. So the weather was miserable last week back in Kent, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. And then for any Gillingham fans and I who went up to the northwest for the weekend, who's cracking the flags, I had sunglasses on at Fleetwood, commentating on the second half.
Yes, I remember doing a game at Fleetwood. You're looking right into the sun, aren't you, as it comes round the top of the stand. So 91 for 3. Here at Edgbaston, Everson is 23, Compton is 37. Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent has just nipped away to update listeners in the southeast. And here with myself, Alex Winter. And we also have Phil Britt, the honorary archivist here at Edgbaston. And Chloe Brewer is also with us as well, who plays for the Central Sparks. So change of bowling. And Ed Barnard here is going to change ends and replace Michael Ray, as I anticipated, at the pavilion end. Ray 5 overs for 36. Barnard from the top end, 3 overs for just 4 runs. So his accuracy called upon now at the pavilion end. He's got 3 slips in place, 2 out on the leg side. Goes into Joey Everson, the right-hander, and immediately gets driven away for 4. Lovely piece of timing. And that may be the stroke of the morning. Everson's had a few goes at impressing us. And that probably the pick of his stroke so far. Just leaned into a drive and timed it really pleasantly. Picked the gap as well between extra cover is in quite tight and mid-off. Sends it away down towards the dressing rooms beneath us. Everson goes to 27, 95 for 3. And that brings up the 50 partnership as well. So a really smart effort between this pair here. As Barnard goes in again and bowls a good length just outside the off stump, and Everson leans forward and lets it go through to the keeper. 44 for 3 the score was in the 11th over. There's burst of wickets, couple of for Ollie Hannon Dolby. getting rid of Mouyeye for 4 and leaning for 8. Chris Rushworth in between times had Bell Drummond caught for 9 as Barnard goes in again and goes past the outside edge. A little bit of gentle swing away from the right-hander. Everson leaning a long way forward, just feeling for one. Maybe could have been a bit more disciplined to let it go through. But 95 for 3. It's been a good comeback here from Everson and Compton. Barnard kicks up his heels and bowls a tighter line, brings Everson out to play on the front foot. Back up the wicket for no run. A Kookaburra ball this week if you are just joining us. Back for the next couple of rounds of championship matches. Used for the first couple of rounds this season and was not universally popular by any stretch of the imagination. Barnard again. Everson having a little walk at him. Lets one go outside off stump. 95 for 3. And the thinking was in the first couple of rounds was that a softer ball goes softer than the Dukes, combined with softer early season pitches, made for a pretty hideous combination that was no good for anybody. But we'll see how it fares in these later season pitches that should be a bit harder. As Barnard bowls full again and goes past the outside edge once more. Everson leaning forward and gets done by a bit of away movement for the second time in the over. So again, this cricket keeps us keenly watching. Boundary to start, and then Ed Barnard quickly back at his work, beating the bat a couple of times. 95 for 3. Everson 27, Compton 37.
Thanks to everyone who's been getting in touch so far today via email. Fans of both teams are very welcome to use it. It's kentcricket@gmail.com. Richard, who got in touch earlier on, was suggesting that the exciting start we had was less exciting if you were a Kent fan, although the 20 runs off the over certainly was exciting if you were of a Kent persuasion. James saying, I don't like to keep repeating myself, but here we go again, as Kent were 3 wickets down early on. As Booth is in and defended away here by Compton. And then Mike Taylor, the latest person to get in charge. He says, I am hoping against hope Kent can stay up, but they do look certs for the drop. And we've had injuries and not the best luck in truth, but we don't look capable of taking 20 wickets in a match, and the batting is generally hasn't been getting 400. It certainly hasn't been in first innings. Runs have been hard to come by. Generally Kent bat better second time around in games. As Booth was defended away here by Compton. He says, if we're honest, Kent's highlights reel for the 2024 season will be a short film on the Horror Channel. Is there a thing? A Horror Channel? He says, I don't relish second division cricket. That's Mike in Soho Square. I'd be interested to know the thoughts of some Kent fans, because, I mean, personally, having seen Kent struggle in Division 1 over the last couple of seasons, obviously last year they stayed up, courtesy of another result on the final day, Middlesex and Nottinghamshire, that dramatic game, as this one's defended away by Compton. I think there's a part of me that would actually almost rather see Kent go down to Division 2, have a bit of a reset, start picking guys like Jaden Denley, giving them the exposure, almost go again and win a few more games of cricket, because they, you know, they've won at Old Trafford this year, but other than that they haven't been winning matches, and it's pretty tough for the team. It's not much fun, you know, not winning games, and maybe that's what they need. So I'll be interested to know what fans think, as Booth is turned away behind square on the onside. I think that was thigh pad. Looks like leg buys. Is about to be signalled. Kent then move on to 96 for 3.
Yeah, it's the old football argument, isn't it? Would you rather be a struggling Premier League team or a successful Championship side? I suppose you do always want to play in the higher division.
Yeah, and certainly players themselves want to.
Yeah, definitely, and it is difficult to come back up. You saw when Kent went down in 2011, I think it was 8 seasons till they came back.
Boo the game. Bowls to Everson, that's low to the right of second slip, was never catchable, but good fielding, preventing 4 runs, because short boundary down towards third man, that would have flown if the fielder hadn't got to it.
Teams like Middlesex, they came down and were huge favourites to win Division 2 a couple of seasons, or was it this season after they won the championship actually?
It wasn't long after, was it?
Yeah, and you thought, oh, they'll be absolutely fine, and then it took them a long while to come back up, so it is tricky.
Yeah, and that second division battle to come back up as Booth bowls here to Compton. He clips it away for 4, short boundary on the leg side, so as soon as he made good contact and beat mid-wicket, that was going for 4. He moves to 41, the 100 comes up for Kent. These two have taken the score from 44 for 3 onto 101 for 3. So a little partnership which has helped Kent battle back in this game. Yeah, you look at Division 2 and it's Sussex who are top at the moment with 5 wins from their 10 games on 153 points. Middlesex are second with 4 wins from 10 matches on 147 points. And then Yorkshire, who of course beat Sussex at Scarborough, was it last week? 3 wins from 10 on 144. And then nobody else has won more than a single game. Leicestershire are 4th with 8 draws, 1 win, 1 loss. Glos have won 1, Glamorgan, Derbyshire, Northants haven't won a game but have had 7 draws. So it's a peculiar looking table.
Barnard to Everson, presses forward, presses down towards Rushworth at mid-on, and there's no run.
It looks like a 3-horse race for 2 spots to come up between Sussex, Middlesex and Yorkshire, but we shall see how it plays out with those final 4 rounds of matches.
Yeah, a couple of wins from those sides in the chasing pack.
You never know.
And it could be very exciting indeed. Yeah, Derbyshire with their first win of the season last week. The Bears still to get off the mark. 101 for 3 here. Barnard goes in, edge, but short of second slip. And is that perhaps the first sign of the ball going just a fraction softer? Early on, those Knicks carrying comfortably to the slips cordon. But Everson with a push forward, a healthy edge. But that was always dying on second slip. And bounced a good half a yard in front of him. 3 catches still in place. Plenty of support for the bowlers all morning. As Barnard goes in again, past the umpire. Ball's a good length, and Everson, having a little feel, gets beaten. Just dangling the bat outside the off stump. Feeling for one that, again, just chaped away a fraction from Barnard. He's been getting some good movement, gentleish movement, but enough movement to trouble the right-hander. Everson survives on 28. Even as this partnership's been building, there have been moments for Warwickshire. As Barnard goes in again, and as he nicked him off this time, there's an appeal, and he's gone. Umpire's finger goes up, and Ed Barnard does get his man. He breaks the partnership. Everson's gone for 28, and the Bears have their 4th of the morning. He probed away outside the off stump, had beaten Everson on 3 occasions, and finally finds a feather edge through to Michael Burgess. Everson had played well, but he's gone for 28, and Kent now 101 for 4 with 20 minutes to go until lunch. So a bit of a comeback, just been nipped in the bud there by Ed Barnard, who picks up his first wicket of the day. It's been very economical from Barnard as ever, probing away on a good channel around that off stump. And Joey Everson must go. Walks off down beneath us, shaking his head. He's gone for 28. 101 for 4, Chloe Brewer.
Yeah, I've just come back at quite an exciting time. I left and it was like probably about 60 for 3, and I've come back and we've taken another wicket. What an exciting morning we've had from a Warwickshire perspective.
So a partnership of 57 between Everson and Compton. Compton's still there on 41, has added 40 since he was dropped off the bowling of Chris Rushworth in just the 4th over of the morning. 4th wicket going down. And now work to do for the Kent middle order to try and get back in the day. 3 down, it was an even morning, but 4 down, you'd say it was the Bears' session.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a first real partnership Kent have had today as well, and it's just been broken. It'll be down to Finch and Compton now. Can they build another partnership here as Warwickshire bowlers are really getting through the order here?
Finch 452 runs at 26 so far this season is the new man. Right-hander, 3 slips in place. Drives at his first ball, squirts it away through gully. It's running down towards the third man boundary. It may just be hauled in, but they should be able to turn and come back for 3. And they do indeed. Finch off the mark, first ball. It's pushing at one outside the off stump from Barnard. And getting a low edge, well past third slip for 3. 104 for 3. Continues the theme of the morning. It's been very watchable.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a prime county championship, I'd say. A battle between bat and ball.
So a big responsibility now on Compton. Still are on 41. Faces Barnard's last ball of the over and presses well forward out towards extra cover. And there is no one as far as Michael Ray. So success for Ed Barnard. His first wicket of the day. Getting rid of Joey Everson for 28. And Kent sent in 104 for 4, having earlier lost Moyeye for 4, Leaning for 8, and Bill Drummond for 9.
Yeah, Booth to continue in the attack from the City end. And we've got 3 slips in. So far, Warwickshire have really made use of a new ball, using a Kookaburra ball in this county champ game. As Booth steams in for the first ball, and that's gone as well. What a morning the Bears are having. And that will see Rebecca Finch. He's gone for 3, and that's caught behind. 104 for 5.
Yeah, Bears nip off another one. Finch slow to come forward, rather threw his hands at it, little edge behind. And after a nice comeback with that 4th wicket stand, lost a couple of quick ones here, and now it's a pretty poor morning for Kent. 5 down, 104 on the board. And both just offering him a ball in that channel. It just moved away a fraction. And Finch was slow to come forward, just pushed at it. A little thin edge behind. And Kent lose another. And the mood in their dressing room has changed significantly in the last couple of overs. Yeah, just straightened on him a touch. Nice delivery actually, but Finch early on didn't quite get his weight forward. And he's nicked off.
Yeah, what a start Bears are having this morning, hey?
And this Kookaburra ball, talk of it being no friend of the bowlers, but yeah, it's done plenty. seen a bit of swing and seam movement all morning really. And the pitch certainly from this distance looks a fair one. Just a little sign of a bit of live grass perhaps. They've just done that to encourage this Kookaburra ball. But Warwickshire have been very disciplined with the ball so far. They have gone for a few runs, but a lot of that can be attributed to the short Holly stand boundary away to our right. But they've plugged away with great success, this Bears attack so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a very, very good morning, to say the least. Booth is it to continue his second ball. Stewart's first delivery short of length, and he's just dropped his hands out of the way. Let that one fly by. As Booth just heading back towards the top of his mark on what's been a sunny day so far, I'm sure. Mix of attire in the crowd. I think there's a couple of jackets out. Move it in, third ball of it over, back of length, and it's punched 2-point there. Am I right in thinking the guy that's dead opposite me is...
I mean, there's a few blokes over there. See, you may have to narrow it down. We are a good 120 yards away.
Catching the rays above the sight screen, but it's the left of the sheets, right on the far end. Second seat in, second row back. Yes.
Oh, is that the point you're getting at?
Yes.
He's whipped his top off.
Booth full of length, and that is a handsome drive to get off a mark, and on drive, and it doesn't get better than that to get off a mark. Do you see him? I hope he's got sun cream on.
You are correct, indeed. Indeed, he's feeling the sun over there. I must say, he's not going to adorn too many magazine covers. But enjoying the sunshine nonetheless.
Absolutely. Main character kind of thing, that is. Booth outside off, left alone, gone through to keeper, dot ball to follow up. And just giving the pitch a little bit of pat down, a bit of gardening on a length there. It's obviously been a bit of napping about off the seam this morning. Warwickshire coming in with a very seam-heavy attack. Spoo comes in, final ball over on a length, flicked into the leg side, and we'll come back comfortably for 2, bringing it end of the over. 108 for 5. Kent and a little bit of bother here.
Yeah, successful over for Michael Booth. He's got through 3 overs for 11. Picks up the wicket of the Kent keeper Harry Finch. 110 for 5. Still got 11 minutes to go until lunch here on day 1. And a couple of quick wickets has tilted the session firmly in the Bears' favour, having won the toss first thing. But Ben Compton remains 41 not out. Can he deliver a score that could rescue this innings for the visitors? Facing Ed Barnard, right arm round from the pavilion end and pressing forward, runs one out towards backward point for no run to begin the 26th over of the morning. So the over 8 turn, not the briskest, but not a disaster, and perhaps understandable with 5 wickets going down. Still these 3 catches remain, 3 orthodox slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Shadow of the floodlight pylon on the edge of the pavilion is just shifted around, away from the bowler's run-up now as Barnard comes in again past umpire Hartley, and back and across goes Compton, pressing out towards extra cover for no run. Gentle breeze coming across the ground, but in the sunshine, very, very pleasant indeed. In the shade, actually very pleasant. Also, I managed to watch a few overs from down beneath us on the television gantry in the fresh air. And very nice indeed it is. Here at Edgbaston, as Barnard comes in, bowls very full, brings Compton forward again, pushing out towards extra cover. Fielder goes gently across to his left-hand side to collect, and there's no run again. A few have filed in as the morning has gone on. There's a few in the Holly stand now, away to our right-hand side. Looks like somebody has cycled in. They're still wearing their high-vis jacket. Either that or they're doing the cleaning. 110 for 5. Barnard past the umpire once more. Good length, but a bit too wide, and Compton allowing one to go through to Burgess behind the stumps. Saw a couple of Kent fans very early on this morning who had perhaps made the trip up. Or exiled men of Kent they could be. Would have been buoyed by that 4th wicket stand, but concerned again now. 5 down. Barnard in again. trying to work one in towards the left-hander, but starting it a bit too wide, and Compton allowing it to pass through once again. Been more encouragement for the bowlers than I think many were expecting here. You look round the scores around the grounds, and there's been a few wickets going down. Notably at Chelmsford, Worcestershire 71 for 5 there. As this is a bit too straight and turned too square-leg. Good save. Good piece of fielding. Prevents what would have been a single to end the over. But Ed Barnard continues to be very economical. 6 overs for just 11, sending down his latest main. 110 for 5. Elsewhere, Surrey 61 for 1, choosing to bat first at Trent Bridge against Notts. Hampshire 48 for 1 against Lancs at Old Trafford. Lancashire picked a very, very green side last week against Surrey and were comfortably beaten. Looking down the card quickly to see if Rocky Flintoff is playing again. Indeed he is. 16 years of age, making his first class debut last week at the Oval.
Booth to continue, and has a big flash. He's given him a little bit of whip there, and he's thrown a kitchen sink at it, but it's gone through to Burgess. It's eyeing up that shorter boundary towards the Hollies.
Somerset chose to bat at Taunton, 112 for 3 against Durham. And in Division 2, Leicestershire 86 for 3 against Glamorgan in Cardiff. Gloucestershire 103 for 5 against Northants at Bristol.
Outside off, left alone by Stewart there.
Sussex 150 without loss at Hove against Derbyshire. They've rocketed along there, Sussex. Going along at upwards of 5.5 and over. Daniel Hughes is 88 not out from just 84 deliveries, has struck 14 boundaries. It's worth getting out of bed in the morning for. And Yorkshire at Headingley 116 for 2 against Middlesex. That is a big, big game in the Division 2 promotion race.
Booth again, and it's caught another wicket. He's just got a leading edge and squatted that up to extra cover. 110 for 6, and the Bears are really getting through Kent batting order this morning.
Yeah, Stewart looking to turn leg side. Big leading edge, and it's just carried to extra cover diving forward. It's a good catch. Never easy having to come forward like that and judge it. He's got down well, just above the turf to take that catch. As this just straightened from Michael Booth. He got one to go fractionally away to Harry Frinch to catch the edge, and he's again just got one to go away a fraction. Stewart looking to play a bit too square, really. Should have been looking to play back up towards the bowler, really. He may review there. But a thick leading edge and a good catch. 6 wicket for the Bears, and now it is a really, really dominant morning session with the ball here for the home side, winning the toss and taking 6 wickets in the opening session. They will be absolutely delighted with their morning's work so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really ask for a better morning session after winning the toss, can you? It's 6 down already.
Alex Davis with the catch there, leaning forward. Nicely taken by the Bears skipper.
Batter in to replace Grant Stewart is... I'm not reading that properly. Charlie Stubb. If I'm correct.
Yeah, back on the side here, Charlie Stobbo had a finger injury that kept him out of last week's game.
Boofing again, for length, and it's just punched up to mid on there.
And they've got to find something here, Kent. Only 2 double-figure scores on the card so far. It was going quite nicely for them until about 15 minutes ago. And they've suddenly lost 3 quick ones. 44 for 3, became 101 for 3. They were back in decent shape, but lost 3 for 9 in 3 overs.
Outside off and has snicked off a stunning catch there from Burgess behind the stumps, and he's headed back to the pavilion as quick as he came out.
Not the best from Charlie Stobbo on his return. Having a waft way outside the off stump, thick edge, good catch from Burgess going to his right hand side. It's getting a little desperate here for Kent. Just a length ball, throwing his hands at it, no feet movement from the Australian. Thick edge, well taken. Another wicket for Booth, who's now got 3. And the Bears utterly dominant, but you have to say in the last 15 minutes there has not been too much resistance. It's a bit of a cheap one there, and Kent now 7 down.
Yeah, Kent in a serious pickle now, for sure. Bears are heavily on top, and from our perspective, they definitely need to keep foot on the gas and continue to not give Kent anything. Kent really need a bit of a gritty innings here. That's that's for sure.
Well, Compton showing the way, isn't he? Still there, 41 not out. He was spilt on 1 earlier on, but given the way that events have gone in the last 15 minutes, it's not looking too big a spill really. At 110 for 7. Needs some support here, Ben Compton. Needs some resistance from the lower order. If Kent are fighting for their survival, they need to show they've got a stomach for the fight here.
Yeah, absolutely. Parkinson new into a crease. Final ball of the over. That's on a length flicked into a leg side. And they've taken a comfortable 2, bringing the end of a pretty eventful over. 112 for 7. And the wickets keep tumbling here at Edgbaston.
And Michael Booth now has 3 for 13. A superb morning for the Bears. 112 for 7. As we tick towards lunchtime, there will be time for another one before the break. As Michael Booth takes the applause of the spectators on the far side of the ground. It's been a very disciplined morning for the Bears attack, bar Michael Ray really, the exception to the rule. 5 overs for 36 for Ray, but everybody else has generally been there or thereabouts. Rushworth went for 24 in his 5 overs, but doesn't quite reflect how he bowled. Here's Ed Barnard, he's certainly given nothing away. Bumps Compton, who goes to pull, plays and misses. Has got 2 men outside on the leg side here as Barnard, deep square and long leg. Still got 3 slips in place, they've been there all morning. And now a deep point has gone back for Compton. Just to give him the single perhaps. Extra cover mid-off and mid-on also in place. Barnard runs away from us. Bowls outside the off stump, and Compton shuffles across and shoulders arms through to Michael Burgess. But they will lunch very, very pleasantly here, Warwickshire, after a superb morning. They are being made to work a little hard, but that 4th wicket stand of 57 between Everson and Compton. They've come roaring back into the session the last 20 minutes or so as Barnard bowls very full and gets turned away by Compton. Out to deep square, who hits the stumps, and this is going away for another 4-over throws. Goodness! Well, how many times does that happen? Twice in the same morning we've had a 5. The first time was unlucky. The first time was a bit of sloppy cricket, but this time it's unlucky because the throw has come in from the deep. It's hit the non-striker's stumps and has diverted the ball past the poor Michael Ray trying to back up. It's dived away to his right-hand side, can't get there, and because the boundary out towards the Holly stand is so small, it is whistled away for 4. So Ben Compton picks up another 5. And he goes to 46, 117 for 7. But it brings Parkinson on to strike, which Warwickshire won't mind too much as we approach lunch. Barnard goes into him, and this is edged away, but down through gully. And it's running away towards the third man fence. It should be hauled in, but they will turn and come back for a third run. So runs continuing to flow as they have done all morning, but just far too many wickets as far as Kent are concerned. 120 for 7. Parkinson goes to 5. And now we have an update for West Midlands listeners. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are enjoying a superb first morning here against Kent. Kent are 120 for 7. There were 3 early wickets, a couple for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and then 1 for Chris Rushworth. And then there was a stubborn partnership of 57 between Joey Everson and Ben Compton. Ben Compton is still there on 48 not out, but when the wicket went down, Kent have gone tumbling away, and Michael Booth has picked up 3 in very quick succession to leave Kent on the stroke of lunch, 122 for 7. Compton tucking a couple there away wide of mid-on. And is on the verge of a half-century here, a battling half-century, which is much, much needed for his side, just to take some encouragement into the break and give them some hope that they can forge another partnership this afternoon to just stay in the game, really. They're in danger of being totally blown out of the water. If you don't get yourselves past 150, by and large, unless you're in some pretty extreme conditions, it's game over. Barnard goes in, right arm round. Ball's a bit too straight, takes the thigh guard. There was a brief cry for an appeal from the bowler only as the ball runs away back at a square for a leg by. And that will end the morning session. That's been very entertaining indeed. We've had runs, we've had plenty of wickets, and the sum of it all is Kent go to the break 123 for 7. They lost the toss this morning. Warwickshire sending them in, and the Bears quickly among the wickets. First man to go was Tuenda Muyeye for 4, and then Daniel Bell-Drummond falling for 9 to Chris Rushworth. Oliver Hannon-Dolby picked up his second wicket when Jack Leading fell for 8. That made it 44 for 3. Welcome back to Edgbaston. You're with myself, Alex Winter, here on the opening day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Kent. And it's been a very busy morning. Bears winning the toss this morning and reducing Kent at the interval to 123 for 7. It was all going rather well for Kent at one stage. 101 for 4 they were. Joey Everson and Ben Compton had a stand of over 50 going. But the wickets went tumbling away at the back end of the morning, and Kent are coming back now under real pressure. They need to find some fight. They need at least one meaty partnership now to keep themselves in the game, because they are in grave danger of being totally blown away. And if you're bombed out without 150 on the board, your chances of winning are very, very slim indeed. And the man to lead them into slightly safer waters could be Ben Compton. He was dropped on 1 this morning off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. Will Rhodes spinning the chance at 4th slip, but since then he's played nicely. He's got himself to 48 not out, and the lower order have got to find some fight to stick with him to try and allow Kent to go a bit further into this afternoon's session. It's going to be Oliver Hannon-Dalby to get us back and away from the city end. Bowled nicely this morning with the new ball. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. Picked at the wickets of Muyeye for 4 and leading for 8. And we'll now try to remove Ben Compton, left-hander with 2 slips in place. 3 went out the boundaries. Hannon-Dalby comes round the wicket, and Compton is underway immediately with a flick to deep square. Score ticks over to 1, 2, 4 for 7. And it's a very good afternoon to Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent.
Good afternoon, Alex. Yeah, tough morning for Kent. Ben Compton's 48 runs that he scored this morning, batting sensibly enough, showing what can be done on this wicket. There was a little bit of seam movement, I think, off the pitch, but it's not a terror track by any means, and some of the Kent shots, particularly towards the back end of the session, Finch and Stobo both getting out, caught behind, going for big shots. Second ball shows the scrambled thinking, really.
Matt Parkinson coming out here with Compton, pushes forward just in front of point. Ed Barnard comes across to collect, and there is no run. Barnard picked up the wicket of Joey Everson, breaking that partnership when Everson fell for 28. Because until that point, Kent were right back in the morning's cricket. Stand of 57 for the 4th wicket. 101 for 4. 101 for 3, I beg your pardon. Things were on an even keel. A run of 4 wickets before the break in no time at all sees the Bears firmly on top as Hannon-Dalby is in again, and forward comes Parkinson, playing back to the bowler's right hand for no run.
Yeah, that partnership between Everson and Compton was kind of stereotypical of what you think is possible when the Kookaburra ball goes a bit soft. And actually at that point Warwickshire were talking to the umpire and were clearly a little bit unhappy about the ball. I don't think I saw them change it, to be honest, but what they did was change the bowling. Barnard swapped ends, Booth came on, and they got their breakthroughs late on in the session.
Hannon-Dalby again past the umpire. Forward comes Parkinson, blowing out to Captain Alex Davis at extra cover, and there's no run.
I think it was a decent delivery from Barnard that got rid of Everson, but at that point he was batting quite aggressively. We were seeing him try and play some quite big drives, and there was a part of me that just felt that maybe he needed to just cool it down a little bit, maybe pick his bowler. Barnard is a very canny operator. Maybe just see through some overs and try and get to that point where the ball is a bit older.
3 slips in place. Hannon-Dalby again. Parkinson is back and across and playing out towards extra cover again for no run.
And it's at that point when you really can cash in. Instead, he's got himself in again, and I say that because Joey Everson, I think he's averaging around about 30 this season, but often we see him get teens or 20s and he looks good and then gets out without going on and making a big score, and then you expose the guys behind you, and it's not his fault. A couple of them have played some very poor shots, but you know, that was a moment where Kent were right back in the game.
Deep point, deep square, drop back, last ball of the over. Hannon-Dalby in, and Parkinson will take the single here out towards deep point. Little nudge and go away towards the Holly stand to our right. And the first over of the afternoon session is complete. 125 for 7 Kent. Parkinson to 6, Compton there on 49. Yeah, a couple of loose ones followed the wicket of Everson. And Kent need to try and have a, well, at least an hour's batting here this afternoon to try and get themselves staying in this game on first innings.
Yeah,
I mean, whatever happens, and unless it's a huge partnership, Bears are going to be big favourites to take a first innings lead. But if they can scrap their way up past 200, they'll have at least something to work with.
Yeah, and the pattern's been pretty similar, to be honest, for Kent in most of their games in the county championship this season. I think perhaps there's only been one occasion where a team hasn't scored 400 in the first innings against Kent, as Rushworth is in and bowling to Parkinson. And generally Kent get more runs second time around, which doesn't help in terms of batting bonus points. One of my correspondents, Nick, has been in touch saying he did the maths, and on average Kent's first innings deficit is 190, and that doesn't even take into account that a fair number of times teams have declared. So that tells you that not only Kent short of first innings runs, but then the opposition are showing that it's not down to the pitch and are getting decent scores, as Rushworth bowls a full delivery, which Parkinson defends into the covers.
Yeah, only 9 batting points this season for Kent, come to be the lowest in the division.
And I think they've, as a result of that, they then find themselves in a position where you're chasing the game all the time, or you're trying to dig in to get to a draw. You know, you're showing some character and you're using all those kind of words about a second innings. But nobody's taking responsibility and sort of doing it first time round. And in the exception of Ben Compton, perhaps so far in this innings, as Parkinson gets an inside edge down towards long leg and gets a single. So he moves on to 7. Compton 1 away from a half century, and Kent 126 for 7.
Yeah, it's very difficult to play when you're having to chase the game the whole time. On the back foot, trying to scrap away for points, which to their credit they did in the early part of the season.
Yes.
Only 1 defeat in that opening 5 matches. That was against Surrey, which is no disgrace.
Yeah, it's been the trot that they've got on since then, and the run of defeats that's left them stranded at the bottom, as this one's clipped away into the onside by Ben Compton to move to his half century. 74 deliveries, 7 fours for Compton. And gets a handshake as well from his batting partner. Up the other end, a 4th half century of the season for Compton, as I mentioned earlier on. 165 in the Kookaburra Ball game at Chelmsford, second game of the season, when Kent did get a draw in that one. His top score of the season, as Rushworth bowls a short ball to Parkinson, and he's driving square off the back foot. Slight misfield at point, and they come through for a single. .128 for 7 then. Yeah, and in terms of, you mentioned somebody needs to put a partnership together, and we already saw earlier Everson and Compton put together 57, but other than that, I think the next best partnership graphic flashing up on the live stream that you can watch the game on just before we came back on air, saying the next best partnership was 21, as Compton tries to hook this away but ends up towing the ball, Q-ending it out towards mid-wicket. It's a dot ball to end the over. So yeah, if there's going to be any kind of extension to the Kent innings, and already, if we're just seeing that graphic flash up on the screen once again, this partnership's worth 18, so you feel like this needs to be the partnership really that potentially helps get Kent some kind of a first innings score, because the 2 men to come, you've got former Warwickshire bowler George Garrett, and then Alfie Ogborn, who's on loan from Somerset, asking a lot of those 2 to sort of dig in with someone else.
Alan Dolby from the city end goes into Parkinson, and one comes back. There's an appeal for catch behind, and nothing comes of it. The casualness of the reaction suggested that he'd clearly nicked it to start with. There was no appeal from behind the wicket, but it was more of a casual jog away in celebration that Burgess had taken an inside edge there from Parkinson. It jagged back from Alan Dolby, beat the inside edge, may have flicked trousers on the way through.
I think that's probably what it did, flick some clothing on the way through. It was too good, it cut him in half.
Alan Dolby in again. Parkinson gets a firm bat to this one, and the bowler parries it away with his left hand. 1-8 for 7.
Yeah, sometimes I'd probably use this phrase more on a Saturday afternoon playing club cricket, but you get deliveries that are almost too good for batters to nick. I don't think Parkinson was kind of good enough to get bat on that. Albeit he is a much improved batter. He's worked really hard in the winter, and I think he's got his new first-class best about 3 times this season.
Alan Dolby once more, quite wide on the crease, brings Parkinson forward, pushing back at the pitch.
Or possibly 2 first-class bests and a List A best, I think.
But when you play
Parkinson this season,
as much cricket as he's done, he's into his 64th first-class match here, Parkinson. He would think that experience during that time, he would build up a certain amount of ability.
I think possibly he would have been pretty low down on the pecking order for a net while he was at Old Trafford.
Not too many keen to give him a few throwdowns. 3 slips in place. Alan Dolby is in again past Alex Wharf. Bowls down the leg side. Parkinson flicks it and misses, and Burgess takes it away to his left.
Yeah, whereas I think working with Toby Radford, the Kent batting coach / consultant, he's put in some hard yards in the winter, and at times he's batted as high as 8 for Kent in the county championship this season, which is probably still slightly too high, but yeah, certainly as a 9 or 10, and he's a pretty determined character. He's a gutsy sort of cricketer.
Well, he's faced more balls than a few so far here as he pushes one out towards backward point. And Barnard watches it carefully come towards him before going down to collect. And there's no run. And then Barnard to our right and deep square to our left will retreat to the fences for the last ball of the over. They're happy to let Parkinson have the strike in the previous over was Ben Compton. And one suggests he'll be happy to do so again. You could say Kent need every run they can get at 1-8 for 7. Alan Dolby to complete his second over after lunch. Bowls one that strikes the pad. Well, there was a leg by there, just runs away on the leg side, and they could have gone through for the extra. But this time Compton turns Parkinson down and the over comes to an end. 3 gone since lunch, 1-8 for 7.
Parkinson's decided if it's coming off his bat, he'll take the run, but extras he's not bothered by. We'll let Ben Compton take the strike the next over. So yeah, so far today, Tawanda Mayeye hitting the first ball of the match for 4, but was out 4th ball to Hannon Dolby. Daniel Bell Drummond hit a couple of boundaries before he was caught well at 3rd slip by Bethel off Rushworth. Jack leaning the next man to go before that partnership between Everson and Compton. But the departure of Everson leading to some quick wickets for Warwickshire. Prior to the lunch break, here comes Rushworth bowling to Ben Compton, who's forward and pressing the ball up towards mid-off.
Yeah, 4 batsmen here for Kent. Between them, only faced 16 deliveries. So you can get low scores, you can get some good deliveries early on, but it's a bit too much of a coincidence
for
that to ring true today.
That's a good point. Mayeye faced 4 balls. Mentioned Finch and Stobo both playing poor shots, facing a couple of deliveries. Stewart got that leading edge, but he was pushing quite hard at the ball, wasn't he? He already got a boundary quite early on in his innings, as this one's flicked away by Compton into the leg side, and they'll only take 1. So yeah, and Parkinson showing here, if you show a bit of application and don't sort of chase the situation, you can bat for some deliveries, you know. There's no point being in a hurry to score runs if you're going to end up back in the changing room, as they say. can't score any runs there. So, yeah, I do think it's a case of scrambled thinking a little bit for some of the Kent players. It's been a tough season for them, not just in this format, but in all formats, really. As Rushworth is in again, bowling to Parkinson. Full delivery, which he defends away up towards mid-off. And I think there is a part of them which will be slightly resigned to their fate. I asked before lunch, actually, about, you know, the thoughts of Kent fans. Would you rather see Kent stay up or actually go back to Division 2 and have a bit of a reset? And a couple of Kent fans have got in touch. Robbo on Twitter saying, I'd rather see them play in Division 2 and be competitive. As Rushworth bowls here to Parkinson. Play the likes of, left alone outside the off stump, see the likes of Jaden Denley, Ben Dawkins and Ekansh Singh, 2 young batters who have had a little bit of first team cricket so far this season. It says we need a reset and have been, well, punching above their weight perhaps, but he says new ideas from the top needed too. I guess that's in terms of the coaching structure. Obviously Matt Walker's currently the head coach and Simon Cook the director of cricket. As Rushworth is in. Bowling to Parkinson. Oh, that's a good delivery, beats him on the outside edge. Through it goes. In fact, he might have even taken the outside edge, yes. Yeah, super delivery from Rushworth. It was a pretty understated response. But Parkinson on his way. So the first breakthrough for Warwickshire after lunch. And it's Rushworth with his second wicket. Parkinson's mini resistance, 20 balls for his 8, has been ended. And Kent are 129 for 8. And with Ben Compton there on 51, but just 2 tail enders to come. It may not be the too long before we see Warwickshire having a bat.
Yeah, just got to bounce a little bit there, Rushworth. Parkinson just feeling for one. Thin edge behind. And Rushworth collects his second wicket of the day, having got rid of Daniel Bell-Drummond earlier on.
All very low key, that actually.
It was, wasn't it?
For the reaction of everyone.
It was very casual. It was similar to the caught behind appeal in the previous over from Hannon Dolby, which just convinced you that he'd obviously nicked it, but not to be.
Yes, Andrew on Twitter as well saying, was also thinking it would be nice if Kent were to win a few in Division 2. Always look on the bright side. So that was a couple of tweets I'd had. KentCricket@gmail.com if anyone wants to get in touch on there. But very shortly I'll be making way. Alex Winter will have an update to do at 2 o'clock, and I'll be updating BBC Radio Kent as well. There's a Rushworth to complete the over then. Alfie Ogborn, the Somerset loanee. Right-handed batter, left-handed bowler. He gets a single first ball into the onside and says to Ben Compton, are we taking it? Yes. They come through for the single. So Kent 130 for 8. Rushworth with that. We could have Parkinson in the over.
So applause to Chris Rushworth. Second wicket of the day for him. A little edge to the keeper of Parkinson, but at least there Parkinson hung around for 20 balls and did force a little bit of work out of the bowlers, and it was a good one to get him. Couldn't be said of the 3 batsmen who preceded him. So 130 for 8. Compton's still there on 51, but it's Ogborn here, facing up to Hannon Dolby outside the off stump. Good length left alone. Ben Watts has left us momentarily, and Chloe Brewer is back alongside. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, we're already back in action, aren't we? Hasn't been long.
It was a busy morning, and it hasn't taken long for the Bears to strike again this afternoon. Couple to take to try and finish the Kent innings off here. What more have the visitors got to keep Warwickshire out there? Hannon Dolby bounds in again. Ball's on a good length away outside the off stump, and Ogborn able to go across and shoulder arms through to Burgess. Still these 3 slips in place. 2 men on the square fences, 3rd man and long leg. Trying to protect that short boundary out towards the Holly stand to our right. And Dolby turns at the far end. Tall figure, in he comes. Past umpire Alex Wharf. Forward is Ogborn, pushing a little tentatively but successfully out towards Alex Davis at extra cover. Just got to try and find something here to stick around with Ben Compton. Does he change his game? Can he change his game? Played nicely for his half century at the far end. Was dropped on 1. But has made the most of his opportunity. But has got little support, or no support really, since Joey Everson fell after that stand of 57. Alan Dolby's in once more. Dabbing out into the covers is Ogborn. Compton was keen for a single, but Ogborn quickly sent him back as Davis came to his left-hand side from extra cover. 2 balls to go on the over, and deep point and deep square retreat. So we have an update coming for listeners in the West Midlands. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have struck again here after lunch. They have Kent 130 for 8. Chris Rushworth has taken his 2nd wicket of the afternoon since the lunch break. Matt Parkinson caught behind for 8. There was a flurry of wickets just before the break, 3 of them for Michael Booth to reduce Kent to 1, 2, 3 for 7 at lunchtime. An 8th wicket has since gone down, and the Bears here on the verge of rolling Kent over very cheaply, having won the toss this morning. But Ben Compton is still in their way. He's 51 not out, but Kent are 130 for 8. Back with you online. And Hannon Dolby coming in to complete the over from the city end. In towards as he comes. And a drive and a miss outside the off stump from Malfi Ogborn. Tempting delivery offered up by Hannon Dolby to finish the over. Ogborn was keen for a little drive there. It just gently moved away. Nicely bowled from Hannon Dolby. And the over comes to an end. 130 for 8. Ogborn is there on 1. And Compton at 51 at the other end. Does he now try and have a little dip, Chloe?
Yeah, that's a real question here. I feel like these last 20 runs to get to 150 are going to be some challenging ones. They're going to have to work really hard to get them to get some sort of a total up. The Warwickshire bowlers just aren't really given anything. Hannon Dalby Bear just really nicely shaping the ball away. And Chris Rushworth is to continue. Slightly short of the length there. Compton almost looked a little bit surprised by that one. Having a look on the replay, it's just straightened up a little bit. He's coming in with that angle to the left-hander. And it's just a little bit spicy off the seam, I'm going to say this morning, that's for sure. Rushworth just turned at the top of his mark, running in from a pavilion end, and that's on a length, and that's flicked down to where his fine leg would be, and that was 4. And Compton's adding to a total. He's really held the Kent batting order together. But real contribution out so far. Batter's just tapping a wicket down a little bit, just look a little bit green. Good for the seamers. Warwickshire having a very heavy seam attack, and with good reason, that's for sure. Rushworth once again on length defended up to mid wicket there. He's just looking after the ball a little bit. This It's turning out to be a very good decision this morning to have a bowl first. Rushworth just turning in for his 4th delivery of the over. And that's just on a length and work towards a deep point. Then just rotate to strike over to Ogborn here. And yeah, it will be interesting to see how Compton bats, obviously batting with now number 9. Will he change how he goes about his innings? Will he go a little bit harder and maybe taking a bit more of a strike?
Well, there's certainly no intent in those 4 deliveries.
No.
Flick for 4 and then a push for 1 and allowed Ogborn to face 2 more here.
Rushworth back over a wicket, and they've taken another single from it.
And again, they're prepared to take the run, so maybe just thinking, take anything we can get at this stage. Try and tick the board over and hope we can squeeze out a few more.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't done bad this over. 6 from it so far with 1 delivery remaining. Rushworth just at the top of his mark for the final ball of the over. Only 2 slips in. Now the 3rd one's been taken out. As Rushworth's coming in, and that's defended. 2 mid on there, bring the end of the over. 136 for 8.
A little bit more cloud around this afternoon, away to our left-hand side. Breeze coming in gently from the west. Just building a fraction over there, but it remains a very pleasant afternoon here at Edgbaston. Sun has just left us for the moment, but it's nice and warm. Nice day for cricket.
Yeah, that gentleman I pointed out earlier has vacated his seat, but I think there's 2 gentlemen just in front of the officers over there.
Still keeping the faith down there. Hannon Dolby is in, and Ogborn pushing up out towards extra cover. Alex Davis comes across, and there is no run. Well, I'm not out there, so I don't know, but I would suggest it's not quite tops off weather quite now, with the sun having gone in. But if you're settled in, you've got used to the conditions.
They're fully committed.
They could be booked in for an afternoon down there now. Trying to get as close to behind the arm as possible. 136 for 8. Hannon Dolby is in. Ogborn forward again. Again playing gently down towards Al Davis at extra cover for no run. But yeah, your particular friend just above the physical side screen down there has indeed disappeared. Perhaps for a spot of late lunch.
Yeah, it's gone for a wander around the ground. I'm sure he's put his top back on to do that though.
3 slips go down. Hannon Dolby runs in from the city end once again. And again bowls a tight line around the off stump. Brings Ogborn forward. And he's pushing gently back towards the bowler's left hand for no run. This is the 2nd game of Alfie Ogborn's loan spell from Somerset. Playing just his 3rd first-class game here. Trying to squeeze out a few more here for Kent, just to see if they can go a little bit longer into the afternoon. He's 21 years of age, lad from Yeovil. A bit of left arm for us later on, as he defends the next from the crease. Down towards Alex Davis again, who gently wanders in from extra cover, bends down to collect. Jacob Bethel going through some gentle stretching exercises at 3rd slip, but it's been all seen today. The attack has been by and large very disciplined. Michael Ray had a few problems. Chris Rushworth's first spell was a fraction expensive, a fraction unlucky at times, as Hannon Dolby goes outside the off stump and Ogborn lets it go through. But they'll be absolutely delighted. There would have been fears coming into this week about whether they could do the business with this Kookaburra ball. But there have been no problems so far, and it's only taken 35 overs to pick up 8 wickets here. fully justified to field first this morning. And barring some stubborn resistance, it won't be too long before they can get out and have a bat themselves. Hannah Dolby to complete the over. Deep point, deep square back once again, and he goes past the edge, does Hannah Dolby. Seen that quite a few times today, the ball going past the outside edge of the bat. There's been just enough movement there, and just goes away from the right-hander. Nice delivery to end the over, but Compton survives. He's 2. Ogbourne survives, I beg your pardon. He's 2. Compton is 56, and Kent are 1, 3-6 for 8.
Yeah, what great areas the Warwickshire bowlers have been bowling today. Not really given too much, as you were just saying, a couple of loose deliveries here and there. But all in all, very consistent and not giving the Kent batters too much to play with. Rushworth to continue, and that's on a length. Defended up to mid on there. Just giving it a little bit of a shine. Just the 2 slips in for Compton here. He's the only batter who's managed to settle himself today. The only other batter is Everson, their partnership of 57. Rushworth coming in once again, and that's a massive flash at a ball. He's just chucked it slightly wider, and that smaller boundary towards the Hollies is ever so enticing, but it's ended up going straight through to Burgess there.
Yeah, there was a change of intent. Haven't seen that at all so far today from Compton. Offered a bit of width, and he threw the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely threw everything at that. First looser delivery, but Rushworth in once again, and that's pulled away. And they'll only take 1 from it. It's pulled into a bigger boundary, and square legs just come around to collect it.
Yeah, nice bit of work from Will Rhodes going to his right-hand side, quickly on the scene, and they quickly decided that they were not going to take a second on the arm to get Compton back on strike. So 3 to face here for Ogbourne.
Yeah, I think Beth was just asking a question if a third slip's wanted, but no third slip. He's gone into mid-wicket as Rushworth turns. 3 balls remaining in the over. Ogbourne to face, and that's on a length played with quite soft hands. It's just bounced in front of second slip there. He's got a hand on it, so we've just taken a single from it. And back over to Compton. Just patting down the pitch a little bit as Rushworth just heads towards the top of his mark and returning right arm round to the left-hander, slightly back of a length, defended there back to him. I think the umpire's just having a little bit of a word. Not sure what about, but nothing too interesting. That's not a long conversation. Rushworth for final ball of the over, just turning at the top of his mark. And that's full of oh, that's just beaten second slip. He's snicked that for 4. That was a great effort from second slip. Proper outstretched dive to try and get a hand on it, but to no avail. 4 added to the total. Kent now 142 for 8.
Yeah, real slice of luck for Compton. Went hard at the ball. Would have been a cosy catch for third slip. Only 2 catches in place. So Compton goes to 61. Kent desperately trying to extend this first innings. They've only got through 36 overs so far. Haven't been sent in this morning. Hannah Dolby continuing from the city end. Coming into Ogbourne, who drives without much timing and Alex Davis comes shuffling across to his right-hand side from extra cover, tumbles down to his right, and there is no run. There's a few wickets going down elsewhere around the country as well. Worcestershire 129 for 6 at Chelmsford, and Gloucestershire all done for 125 at Bristol.
Oh, wow.
Bowled out by Northamptonshire. Justin Broad with 7 wickets there.
That's not a bad day in the office, is it?
Incredible start there for Northants. As Hannon Dolby comes in again and bowls just outside the off stump, and Ogbourne watches it carefully, covers up, gets hands and arms out of the way, and allows it to pass through to Burgess. Hampshire 101 for 1 at Old Trafford. Surrey 118 for 1 at Trent Bridge. Somerset 166 for 3 against Durham at Taunton. Chose to bat first there, did Somerset, going nicely now. Leicestershire at Cardiff was sent in, 131 for 4 now. As Hannon Dolby comes in towards us again, bowls a bumper, a big one, balloons up over the batsman's head, but the umpires are satisfied it was just about okay. The bouncers signal for the over. Sussex made that rollicking start at home against Derbyshire, and they still go very pleasantly indeed. 196 for 1. Daniel Hughes has 100. 114 off just 109 balls down there. And Yorkshire, the big game at Headingley against Middlesex in the battle for promotion. Yorkshire 155 for 2, having chosen to bat. Hannon Dolby is in again, and this time Ogbourne is driving really nicely out towards the old press box, and that will run away for 4. Very nice indeed. Little lean forward. Hannon Dolby just a fraction too full. Has erred very, very sparingly so far today as Hannon Dolby. Very, very accurate. Just searching for a bit of movement perhaps. Just gets one wrong, and Ogbourne puts it away. Goes to 7, 146 for 8. Alex Davis has retrieved the ball from the far side of the ground. Hannon Dolby just wants his man at square leg in front of square now, so he's more of a square mid-wicket. As Hannon Dolby is in once more and just squares the right-hander up a little, and Ogbourne plays out towards Barnard at backward point for no run. Barnard will now retreat to the Holly stand at deep point. Deep square goes out as well, as we've seen for the last few overs here. And Alex Davis is going to come into third slip. Sorry, extra cover is going into third slip. Alex Davis is still out there at mid-off. Bethel has come in to booster the cordon for the last ball of the over. Hannon Dolby's 12th of the day. Moves in to complete it, squares the batsman up, gets a nick and taken at second slip. It's a really good catch down low. And Hannon Dolby strikes for his 3rd wicket of the day. Ogbourne has gone for 7, and Kent now 146 for 9. Squared Ogbourne up, got a thick edge, and it just carried a second slip. It's a really, really good catch diving forward. Very well taken indeed. And some kind of milestone has been reached here. I've missed the announcement. I'm looking to Phil to enlighten us. Career wickets? No. Season wickets? No. He had, yeah, certainly not towards 50 wickets yet, is Hannon Dolby. 37 wickets indeed he's flicked over to. Either way, there was excitement for some reason out there, and not just because of the scoreline. 146 for 9. I'm going to make way for Phil, and he can try and enlighten you with that announcement.
Well, Kent 146 for 9 as we're just shuffling around in the commentary box.
Good catch, wasn't it?
Yes.
So well done to Rob Yates and to Oliver Hannon Dolby. So who we got? Chris Rushworth continuing from the pavilion end. I'm just having a look because I wasn't. I didn't listen here. We can't hear the announcer in our commentary box, so it doesn't help. Rushworth in, and now Compton has got really, I suppose, to try and make whatever he can from this last wicket. 3 bowling points, by the way, for Warwickshire now, so that will help them in their quest for survival.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 5 out on the boundary now, just protecting that to stop Compton here. I'm guessing just get as many runs as they can whilst they go in.
There's Rushworth running in, and the bowl to Compton, who lifts this one away nicely. It was short and played out into the deep backward square leg, but they don't take the single. George Garrett, ex of this parish, is the man at the other end. So not a great deal of faith in his batting ability, I suppose. In fairness, his batsman number 11, batsman number 2 isn't going to take a lot of confidence in him. Rushworth in, and this one is looking to drive it away through the offside. It goes through in the end harmlessly through to Michael Burgess, and there's no run.
Have you managed to find? Yeah.
I will. To be fair, I haven't really looked too much, and I don't know what it was for, so I'll have to find out whether it was something like Rob Yates's 100th catch or something like that. It does take a phenomenal number of catches. Rushworth in, and that one hurries Compton. It just got up a little bit, and Compton was hurried into playing the shot out into the offside, and there's no run. It certainly isn't a number of wickets, because Hannon Dolby's first-class wickets is 366, I think it is. So it may be for the catch for Rob Yates. Rushworth is in and bowls, and this is looking to try and hit this one somewhere up to Moseley High Street from Compton, but again, just ball evades the outside edge of the bat. Oh, it's 500 wickets for Warwickshire in all forms. Thank you very much. Yes, because we now take one day and add them all together with blast and first class wickets, so it's total number of wickets. Well, yeah, sorry, we were playing championship, so it's slightly different. This one is driven nicely into the offside, but brilliantly fielded, and a try at the stumps. Well, Compton hit that really hard into the offside, and it was well stopped there by, I think that's Bethelder who did the fielding, who got down, made a great stop, and then picked it up and shied underarm at the non-striker's end, which Compton was running to, but Bethel missed. Compton got home, so, and it was the last ball of the over, of Hannon Dolby's over.
Yeah, so that was a neat bit of fielding to finish the over, wasn't it? Compton keeping a strike, left-hander staying on. Garrett still yet to face the ball, being 147 for 9. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on the fence. Now, Hannon Darby just looking to starve Compton of any boundaries as he's coming in right arm round, and that's giving a little bit of width, and it would be a dot ball.
Well, he played. It's not going to take the singles. He played that out to Barnard, who was way out on the edge. They could have comfortably got a single and got halfway back for a second, but in the end chose not to.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Compton will either want 2s or 4s.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
he's going to try and occupy it. He's going to take try and take at least 5 out of 6 balls,
Yeah.
isn't he?
Hannon Dalby once again, and it was Stumps driven back to him. We've just seen a shift in gear here from Compton as he's trying to stick as many as he can on the board.
He's dropped on 1, so he's good job from Kent's point of view that he's survived and put his 62 on the board, because out of 147, that's a sizable contribution.
Yeah, absolutely. Hannon Dalby running in from that city end round a wicket, and that's a short of a length, and he's just left that alone. Good head height has been called, 1 for the over. Having a little change of field. Actually, now for Compton, a offside to come up off the boundary. We've got somebody in backwards square and deep cover's gone out. Hannon Dalby in once again on a length, and that's just beating the outside edge.
Here's one for you then, because this is talk which I'm afraid is not aimed at the more senior members of the community.
Okay.
And with that, OHD has taken 500 wickets for the Bears. GOAT status confirmed. Now, that I know what it means, and I'm ashamed to say I do know what it means. But that really, a lot of people will not know what GOAT status means.
Hannon Dalby in once again, and that's driven handsomely through the offside, and that's trickling away for 4. We had to start running it in case it just slowed up on that longer boundary. That's a brilliant tweet.
Well, I don't know whether it is. I would, when you consider that, you know, one of our players took nearly 2,500 wickets for Warwickshire. I would have called that GOAT status. This is more kid status, KID, not GOAT. Keep it down, I think. Not the greatest of all time. However, I think there's an age thing here, do you? 151 for 9.
Oh, that's tickled me. Hannon Dalby for the final ball of his over. Remaining round, and that's wide of a length. And that's raced away across the square, but it'll be 4, so Garrett will have to face his first ball.
Yep, so it's not quite. Warwickshire won't be too upset that one's gone through. Although it went for 4, it keeps George Garrett on strike. That's 155 for 9.
Yeah, that's kind of what you want. Have a little bit of a go at number 11 here and
Yep.
see.
Yep. I want to get this wrapped up now. That's taken Compton onto 70 with that shot. He's batted very well for his side. So we've got 2 left-handers in. And got 2 slips, which I'm surprised Chris Rushworth hasn't put a 3rd slip in there, but for the last man. However, we'll see what happens as the first ball round, and this is squirted away off the outside edge, away through the vacant slip gully area down to 3rd man, and gets Garrett off strike. First ball. That wasn't quite what was in the plan.
No.
156 for 9, Kent. Good crowd in today. We were busy at lunchtime in the museum. Very busy, yeah. Here's Rushworth into Compton and down the leg side. Compton looking to turn it away down to fine leg. Got lent into the ball and tried to almost shovel it away down the leg side, but didn't get bat onto it. And goes through to Michael Burgess, who's had a good day behind the stumps. 5 catches. Keeps him up as one of the top wicket keepers in the championship. This one is outside the off stump and comes forward to it, just pulls the bat inside the line, and there's no shot, there's no run. England finding it a little bit tough going in the test match. 144 for 4. Latest wicket to go is Harry Brook. He went for 44, so struggling a bit there. Rushworth looking to try and wrap this innings up. He's in and bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. 156 for 9. As Chloe leaves us, and Ben comes back onto commentary. Good afternoon, Ben.
Afternoon.
Compton doing his best here to try and eke out a few more runs, and doing well so far as Rushworth in and bowls, and Compton lifts this one straight to mid-wicket. Having said he's doing well, got him sawn off, and a wicket for Chris Rushworth. He finishes off with 3 for 43, and Kent are dismissed for 156. And that one was just fired in to mid-wicket, and I thought for a minute he'd got enough on it to clear, but taken above his head by Will Rhodes. So Carrot remains 1 not out. Compton goes for 70, a really good innings from him. And I think Warwickshire will be pleased with their work with the infamous kookaburra ball, which everybody said you can't get wickets with, but seems to be plenty around the country today, Ben.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's more to blame for that wicket. Phil, you saying that Compton was batting well, me for jumping on the commentary in anticipation of seeing a bit of the Ben Compton action, or Ben Compton for not hitting it high enough over the fielder, which is what he should have done, to be honest, because it was a short ball and he's got into a good position to pull it, and the way he was batting, he probably should have cleared the man there. But yeah, as you say, I think the fact that Warwickshire left a little bit more grass against the kookaburra ball, that if you do bat in a certain way and bat sensibly and play within yourself and your own game, you can get runs on this pitch. He's got 70 off 103 balls. Joey Everson got 28 or 44, and they had that one partnership of 57, didn't they, Kent? And I thought Everson maybe, got out with a point that you thought he was really going to kick on. But just as we're seeing up on the live stream now, the third top scorer for Kent got 9.
Yes.
Nobody else got out of double figures, which is quite frankly appalling. And I was chatting briefly with Brian Halford, who's here doing the write-up for the ECB Reporters Network, and he was asking me, well, is this a new low for Kent? And I said, well, to be honest, it's probably a continuation of the same sort of poor cricket that they've been producing in recent weeks, and this season in general across the formats at times. But for not more than 2 batters to get more than 10 when your openers batted through the innings for 70, I think that's a really poor effort from Kent today. And particularly we look at some of the dismissals. Harry Finch playing a very loose shot, second ball going for a big drive, hit his first ball for 3 and then has tried to smack the cover off the next one and got out. Stobo's chased a wide one and got out, second ball as well. Mayeye, 4th ball of the game. Then you look at the Warwickshire side, 3 wickets apiece for Hannon, Dalby, Rushworth, Booth. Barnard got the key one really of Joey Everson and broke that partnership. Ray, of course, 5 overs, none for 36, had that one bizarre over that went for 20, and we saw Ben Compton twice score a 5 off an individual delivery. So overall it's been a, well, at times bizarre, but quite dramatic and fast-paced game of cricket that we've seen in this match. But
well, it's well on, isn't it? From Here we are approaching halfway through the middle session of the first day, and 10 wickets have fallen. I think it was a bit of a giveaway when Warwickshire's team was announced, and there were 5 seamers in that team. You know, we thought he put in the 15 which he announced. Robinson, when Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire coach, put Jake Lintott in, and Danny Briggs were in as the orthodox spinners. Neither of those were in that side.
Yeah.
That kind of indicated there'd been a little bit of grass, I would imagine, left on the pitch, and perhaps that's one of the reasons, because we were talking and talked about it a couple of times during the morning and sessions, that the Kookaburra ball does go softer quite quickly, and once it's gone soft, the bowlers have said it does become extremely difficult to get anything with. So I can't imagine that during the course of the season, Ben, that they would have practiced that much with the Kookaburra. They wouldn't have had much opportunity, you wouldn't have
No, I
thought.
guess not. I guess not. And yeah, I think the key seems to be with the Kookaburra ball that you need to get your wickets early on. And yeah, obviously the innings has only not even lasted 40 overs, so we perhaps didn't get a chance to see the ball go a bit softer.
No, it's just come up to 40 overs, so yeah, perhaps it's just getting to that point where it starts to get a bit spongy, but most of those wickets fell whilst the ball was still relatively
and
hard.
I think maybe it was a bit softer earlier on. Obviously, since lunch, Warwickshire have been bowling at 9-10 Jack along with Ben Compton, so
yeah,
Alfie Ogborn and Matt Parkinson did dig in to an extent as well. So yeah, I think those late wickets before lunch, or at least those quick wickets before lunch, were probably the key, really. You know, sometimes you're going to lose some early wickets and whatnot in a game of red ball cricket, but it was the flurry of wickets after the loss of Everson. If I just double check the scores, Kent were at one stage then, when Compton and Everson were going well, they were 101 for 3.
correct, yeah.
Which soon after became 110 for 7.
And that was where Michael Booth got those wickets in an absolute cluster, didn't he? It was like in between the 24th over and the 27th over. That's when they fell, and the 2 wickets falling, Stewart and Stobo going 2 wickets in 3 balls, in 3 deliveries. So just wiped out the sort of middle order completely from Kent.
Absolutely, and I think that's ultimately where, you know, that pivotal wicket of Everson and then the quick ones afterwards, massive for Warwickshire. And so yeah, I think I seem to remember, was it one of the Division 2 games that was an absolute blinder early on in the season, where both teams got bowled out first innings for under 200, and then they both got at least like 400 plus second innings, and there was a crazy finish. I can't remember exactly who the 2 teams were. Was it Glamorgan? Yeah. Yes, it was. Alex is reminding me from the back of the box. Gloucestershire Glamorgan at Cheltenham ended up being a tie after both teams were under par first innings.
Right. Oh yes, they changed. They got 500 and something, didn't they? Batting.
Yeah, was it 2? I think both. Yeah, both teams were bowled out first innings for under 200, and then it was 500 plus the second time around. So
yeah.
And yeah, unless Kent can do exactly what Warwickshire have just done, and sort of lead us to that kind of scenario, I'd be very surprised. But obviously we're talking about, you know, Kookaburra balls and there being a bit more grass on the wicket, so Warwickshire are going to have to certainly try and bat better than Kent have done here. But
don't think that match with Cheltenham though was with the Kookaburra, was it?
No, it wasn't. So it was 179 and 197 all out first innings. Gloucester then made 610 for 5 declared, and Glamorgan were 592 all out second time around, and the match was tied. So unless we get something bizarre like that,
what we're going to get is a wonderful flying catch off the last ball on Sunday night.
I think what's more likely in the scenario is that Warwickshire become yet another team to get 400 plus against Kent in a first innings, and they will have a very nice healthy first innings lead, which is generally what has happened for teams against Kent, and they found themselves under the pump and they've had to scrap for draws or, you know, battling defeats. And ultimately that's been the story of Kent's season, and unfortunately no sign of that changing.
Oh, listeners are going to get really annoyed with me, because we've got another team here who put white sweaters on with no numbers over their number on the back of their shirts. I'm getting more and more frustrated and can't understand why cricketers have numbers anymore if you put a sweater on which then hides it, so the
But
spectators...
the sweaters are nice, Phil.
Yes, but
they're
don't-
proper sweaters.
Well,
You can't be bemoaning fashion.
I like football shirts with no numbers on, but you're not allowed to play in them. Cricketers have numbers so that the spectators, those people who pay to come in and watch,
Yes.
can actually see.
I could totally agree with you on the player identification front. Grant Stewart then, to get us started, bowls to the left-handed Yates, who is in behind this one and defending the ball.
The one good thing is we do have a couple of guys, wicket keeper there.
I'll do my best to tell you who's who, shall I? So
Yeah,
it's,
but when they move, it does become a problem.
that is when we'll have to guess.
Anyway, we'll get there. Harry Finch, very kindly, has got no sweater on, so he's number 72. If you're in the ground listening, that's one of those that can help.
Yeah, he's the one behind the stumps, as this one's defended away by Yates. So at first slip it's Tawanda Mayeye, second slip it's Jack Leaning, third slip is Daniel Bell Drummond, fourth slip I think is Joey Everson under the white floppy hat, George Garrett down at long leg, stretching off as in comes Stewart, turned away into the onside. Matt Parkinson doing the fielding at mid-on. Charlie Stobo at mid-off. And then who have I left out? Who have I missed? I think it's Ogborn at point. Might even be Garrett at mid-wicket, to be honest. As in comes Stewart, left alone outside the off stump. Sorry, I've left Ben Compton off, but is Ben Compton actually out there? Is he the one at fourth slip, possibly? And then it's Joey Everson down at long leg. I think that might be the case, that it's Compton under the... See, this is what you're saying,
So
Phil.
wouldn't it be easier if they
Even
got
I
the
don't
number?
know who's in the slip corded.
Yeah.
Because I can't see
I've
the
just
numbers.
let you carry on here because
I take it all back. You were totally right, Phil. Here comes Grant Stewart in and bowling. And Yates will come through for a single, or will he? Or won't he? No. Harry Finch moves away to his right to do the fielding. So Warwickshire will remain on none for none.
Alex Davis at the other end, who's the other opening batsman, came into this match with 929 runs.
Pushed away through the gully area by Yates to get off the mark. As Ogborn chases it from point. So end of the first over then. Warwickshire up and running. And if you sort of look at the two teams' averages for the season, just in terms of the total runs that players have scored. So on the Kent front,
I think Daniel Bell Drummond's 684 he came into this game with.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah,
way above the rest, isn't
so yeah, Compton's got 700 after this innings. Bell Drummond is just shy of 700 after this innings. Joe Denley, who's been injured for a while, over 500. Jack Leaning is one run away from that. Everson and Mayeye, courtesy of that double turn last week. Harry Finch are in the 400s. But then you go on to the Warwickshire side of things, as Charlie Stobo is about to open the bowling for Kent. From the other end, you got Alex Davis with 900. You got a bunch of guys in the 600s.
Yeah. This first ball is run away down into the gully, and is Nick Compton jumping down with his white sun hat on.
I think it's Ben Compton.
Ben Compton as well. Do you know, having had years of having talked about Nick Compton, it is really difficult.
We were joking before we even came on air today, weren't we, Phil?
I was going to say I'm going to call him
that you were going to call him Nick and Dennis and the rest of the Compton gang at some point in this game.
Dennis, I'll call him. But, he's in fourth slip. Stebo in bowls, and Davis is edging that one away, and he's going to get off the mark with what will be a couple of runs down to third man. Wasn't an altogether convincing shot from the Warwickshire captain, but he scampers back for his second, and so he's on his way. Warwickshire moved to 4 without loss.
Yeah, so you got Davis, who's not far off 1,000 runs for the season, and then Burgess, Yates, Barnard, Rhodes, all in the 600 runs for the season. Sam Haynes only played half the matches.
Yeah, he's missed quite a few games, Sam, this year. Early in the season he wasn't available, and then had this hamstring. This next one down the leg side, a bit of a lofty shot from Alex Davis, which he then throws his head up to look at the skies, because that's the sort of shot which regularly Alex Davis, who looks in terrific form, will suddenly get out playing a really loose shot, and it has been one thing which, despite the fact he's got nearly 1,000 runs, he probably left quite a few on the field in some games.
Yeah, then you've got Bethel and Mosley, the two all-rounders, who of course just been called up to England white ball squads, have got 400 plus red ball runs.
Mosley not in this team today. This one is lifted and put away by Davis. Lovely shot, hitting it over the top of mid-on rather, down to the fence, down to that little white hut which is used down there for the blast, for the on-pitch commentator and the people who play all the music and stuff.
Yeah, confident looking shot from Alex Davis, who's averaging just shy of 60 this season. And then even if you go back to Sam Hayne, as you say, who's had his injury troubles this season, still averaging 35.
Yeah. This next one. See, Davis trapped in front, a big shot, and that was a good shot, but just outside the off stump. He ended up hopping across on one leg across his wickets.
Ooh, I thought that was back leg possibly, but there was more than one noise.
Do you think he might have got I didn't think his bat was near it.
I wasn't sure if there was possible bat or if it hit him in the box. Maybe it might have even been a bit high. I mean, Alex Davis is not particularly tall.
No, he's not a towering figure at the wicket.
But even if it hit him in the box, it's not going to hit the bails. So that looked close. It's a good shout. Kent were very keen.
Stobo in again to bowl to him, and this one Davis actually gets bat onto it and runs it away to extra cover, and there's no run. Gone a bit grey overhead in the last
got a bit cloudy,
half hour. Yeah, certainly from that lovely skies this morning, it's changed quite a bit, but it's dry. The sun has gone in. Warwickshire 8 with no wicket.
Don't forget you can get in touch as well. Fans of both teams more than welcome to email kentcricket@gmail.com. Nick has got in touch saying, listening to your commentary whilst working from home, to answer the question and the topic that I was discussing with Brian, Halford is going to be joining us on commentary on Saturday. He says, yes, it is a new low in a season of consistent awfulness for Kent, as described there as Grant Stewart is bowling this delivery which Yates drives back to the bowler, picks it up in his follow through. He says, we are laughably bad. And then I was saying earlier on about, would Kent fans, prefer to be in Division 2? Are they going to win more matches? Would it be a bit more enjoyable? It's been a tough grind the last couple of seasons. They only just stayed up last year. They're destined to go down seemingly this year as Stewart bowls. This one's defended away by Yates out towards Ogbourne. And a couple of Kent fans saying, and I think it probably reflects the mood of perhaps the dressing room, but also the fan base at the moment, they're just not confident that the way Kent have been playing, they're actually going to win games in Division 2 next year because of how poor they have been. I would suggest that Division 2 is of a step down to Division 1 cricket, and that Kent will reset and readjust and come back next year and win some games if they are relegated. But certainly no guarantees, as this one's defended away back up the pitch, that they'd bounce straight back. That's for sure. It would potentially be a long-term reset that Kent are looking at if they were to go down and trying to get back up to the place where they would much rather be, Division 1, but they'd also much rather be competitive at this level, and at times this season they just haven't been. As Stewart bowls, Yates with a quick tip and run into the offside, and they come through for a single, so he moves to 3. Warwickshire on 9 without loss after bowling Kent out already on day 1 here at Edgbaston for just 156, and Ben Compton scored 70 of those runs before he was the last man out after facing 103 balls and hitting 11 boundaries. Joey Everson with 28, and then nobody else scored in double figures for Kent here. You're listening to the BBC Sport app and website, maybe even via your smart speaker, but also on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club live stream. As Stuart bowls, defended away by Alex Davis. I'm Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. Frill Britt is alongside me. Chloe Brewer of Central Sparks is with us today. Alex Winter as well. We've got a nice crew of us in the commentary box today, enjoying the company and the cricket. As Stuart back to the top of his mark. Alex will be reappearing for a BBC local radio update in a few moments' time. As Stuart bowls, this is left alone by Harry Finch outside the off stump. 3 overs gone then of the Warwickshire reply, and they're 9 without loss, Phil.
Yeah, we seem to be getting a little bit of buzz. I hope that's not interfering with anybody who's listening, but it's just coming through our headphones perhaps. But if it is, apologies. I think one of the phones must be picking up something on it. 9 for no wicket. It's steady start from Warwickshire, just the one boundary so far, that one from Alex Davis. It's going to be Charlie Stobo to continue from the pavilion end. He's on his way in and bowls, and this is wrapping Yates on the pad. That one always looked to be going at leg side, pitching outside leg stump, and there was a shout from the slip cordon, but nothing from the bowler. And it goes through 9, so it stays on 9 without loss. So you've had Kent have suffered badly with injuries this season, haven't they? It's been...
Yeah, I mean, it would be fair to say, as much as they've performed badly at times, the injuries have been terrible.
That one from Stobo goes past Yates. He pulls the bat just inside the line and lets it go through outside the off stump.
I mean, if you'll indulge me for a second to go through the list. Matt Quinn hasn't played all season, former Essex seamer, due to a back issue. Michael Cohen as well, who they signed, former Derbyshire left arm quick, hasn't played all season due to another back issue. I think it was a stress fracture. And then Wes Agar, their overseas at the start of the campaign, went home early with a shoulder injury after falling awkwardly in the field.
Stobo in, bowls, Yates digs that one out and mid-wicket, there's no run.
No Nathan Gilchrist this week due to illness. He's had some niggles at times as well. And then you've got the batters. Jack Leaning had a broken hand and was out for a portion of the season. Didn't play the first chunk of the T20 blast. Joe Denley currently out with a knee injury, which I believe he is recovered from, and then got a bit of a calf niggle on his way back from it, basically. Akeem Jordan, the new overseas who got 5 for last week, is now out with a side strain.
This one goes through and butts the outside edge of Yates' push forward.
Yeah, of course, Charlie Stobo, who's bowling here, is just back in the team, having broken a finger in the One Day Cup. So that's just a little snippet of some of the injuries that Kent had to deal with.
Again, Crawley is injured with Test duty.
Yes,
you
indeed.
Wouldn't have seen a great deal of him, in fairness, but still another injury on the Kent staff.
And Fred Klaassen didn't play in the T20 blast either, the Netherlands international bowler, due to injury.
Yes. This one is left, no shot offered by Yates, and it goes through to the keeper. Important from Warwickshire point of view that they don't now waste the good work done in the field by making hard work of it, so they need to take it watchful, and time is in no way any sort of a problem, but they just need to be solid and make a solid start.
Yeah, having bowled Kent out in super quick time, they can pretty much bat for as long as they want.
Yeah, just the same way Kent need to get wickets, don't they? And this one is turned back down into the onside, and Stobo fielding through, follows through, tidies it up, end of an over, 9 for no wicket. Yes, it's a problem, and we sympathise with the fast bowler problems. We've had string of injuries over the last 2 or 3 years with our fast bowlers. Liam Norwell, who has now left the club, but hasn't played for the last 2 years with injury. Our overseas player Hassan Ali went back with injury, and Chris Rushworth has missed virtually all season. Played in the first couple of games, but came back last week.
Grant Stewart then continuing.
But it just seems to be a trait that a lot of these quick bowlers seem to get, that they get these stress fractures and side strains, and do miss a huge amount of time.
Yeah, Norwell in particular, as you say, has spent more time injured than he has on the park in recent seasons, hasn't he? Which is such a shame, because when he was on the park, he was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stewart bowls, and it's flicked away by Davis down towards fine leg. And they come through for a single.
The batting side, Sam Hain has had, has missed quite a bit of the season, particularly at the beginning. He's back in the side today. But generally, it's been fairly solid. They've been fortunate from that point of view that, you know, Rhodes, who's leaving us at the end of the season, unfortunately, and the rest of them have been pretty much in every game.
Defended away here by Yates off the stumps. Stewart once more. 10 without loss, Warwickshire.
But Oliver Hannon-Dolby has had to pretty much throughout the season, you know, keep the whole bowling attack together, you know, and a wonderful job he's done with it again. Just getting a bit more help like today by having Michael Booth and Chris Rushworth back does make a huge difference to him.
Stewart bowls, it's turned away into the onside, no run. Yeah, 35 years of age now, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, but still the main man.
Yep. Yep.
Keeps himself in great nick, though. He's, you know, fit as a fiddle, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And, you know, you'd think looking at him with the size, you know, such a big man, tall man, that you'd think he would be fairly fragile. But
yeah,
he
you'd
really
think he'd pick up niggly injuries.
Yeah, but no, it's remarkable how well he keeps together. It's great.
Stewart bowls. Pulled away, but without timing, although it's nutmegged the fielder at mid-wicket. And then we'll come back for 2. I thought it might possibly get 4 with it being the short boundary, but Parkinson goes round to help out after the misfield. So 12 without loss, with a single delivery remaining in the over.
Alex will be back in any second, so I'll make way for him. You've got to go and do an update for you.
I will be popping off to do an update as well, yeah. So you can stay put if you like, and I'll let Alex come in.
I'll stay put and then let Alex come in, and you come back then, Ben, okay, when you're done.
Here comes Stewart. In and bowls. Defended away by Yates. End of the over. 12 without loss.
Thanks, Ben. He'll be back with us in a few minutes' time. And Alex moves in. So, steady start here. A watchful start from the 2 Warwickshire openers. 12 for no wicket. Remember, in reply to Kent's 156 made earlier in the day. So Warwickshire got loads of time ahead of them. That's in no way an issue. They just want to make a good solid start. So Alex Windsor is back with us. Good afternoon, Alex.
Good afternoon. Here is Stobbo from the pavilion end, going in right arm over bowling full and being pressed down the ground nicely by Alex Davis. That's well timed. Running down towards the players' dressing rooms, should be hauled in, and indeed is. But the players can turn and come back for a sharp third run. Just a gentle push from Davis, and he goes up into double figures, goes to 10. 15 without loss here, the Bears, in reply to 156. So a big fight back nearly with the ball here for Kent.
They need wickets and get them quickly, don't they? Need to get if Warwickshire get a really solid start, it's going to be very difficult.
Stobbo around the wicket, strikes the pad of Yates pushing forward. A brief inquiry from behind the bat, but nothing from the bowler as the ball runs away towards point for no run. There was that huge shout against Davis, wasn't there, a few overs ago?
Yes, there was. Yeah, and he ended up in a really awkward position, but he was given the benefit of the doubt.
Stubbo down beneath us turns and runs away from the members. Past umpire Hartley he goes and brings Yates forward, pushing off a thickish inside edge out towards square leg for no run. It's clouded over a bit this afternoon.
Yeah, we were
after
saying,
lunch,
yeah, there's been a big change since this morning.
which may encourage the bowlers. Plume of dark smoke away to our right hand side over the nursery ground. Hope everyone's okay.
Haven't got tea on early, have they?
Update coming for West Midlands listeners. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are out batting. They've bowled Kent out very cheaply earlier today, having won the toss. Kent all done for just 156. 3 wickets each for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, Chris Rushworth and Michael Booth. They had a run of 4 wickets for just 9 runs just before lunch, and the total Kent collapse was 7 for 55 in 16 overs. It's put the Bears in firm charge of this game if they can bat well here, and they've got Rob Yates on 5 and Alex Davis on 10, and they're 15 without loss. As Yates comes forward and presses out to the bowler's right hand for no run. But they've got the luxury here, this Warwickshire pair, of knowing that if they can just get a few overs, just work themselves out towards tea,
Yep.
then Kent, with so few to defend, will be firmly up against it.
Well, that forecast didn't quite equate to what's going on overhead, did it?
Stubbo in, Yates driving without much timing, finds mid-on, and the over comes to an end. 15 without loss, the Bears, replying to 156.
Local forecast, which they've just given us, sunny periods with a few clouds. Well, it's a thick cloud over Birmingham, so in fact, looking over to our left, it's quite dark, thick cloud. So let's hope we're not going to get any rain. That definitely wasn't mentioned. Stewart will continue from the Birmingham end, and he'll be bowling to the Warwickshire captain, Alex Davis. Grant Stewart has 3 overs. Just the 8 runs coming up. Sorry, the 6 runs coming from him. Yes, he starts his run up to bowl, and Davis waits, bat held high, and then lets this one go through outside the off stump and through to the keeper. 15 for no wicket. And good crowd in today. It's mostly gathered, as we said during the morning, on the scorebox side of the ground. There's actually, although having said that, there's quite a few which have moved in across to the left as we look at them. Stewart in. This is turned away nicely through square. This might just have the legs to get down to the ropes, and it does. There's a man from long leg running round after it. Mid-wicket had to run a long way back and wasn't able to get to it, and Davis gets his second boundary of the innings. He goes to 14, and Warwickshire moved to 19 for no wicket.
Each to their own, of course, but why on earth are you sat there in the wide stand? You're miles away from the action.
What about the guy who's out
Oh,
here?
goodness, yeah. I mean, how is that stand even open? It's so far away from the cricket.
Stewart in, and Davis plays this time gently into the onside. There's no run.
And it's not as if you're short of a chair over here, are you, in the barn stand, when you've got a really good view from over there.
We were talking about this during the Somerset game. There are 1 or 2 individuals who, over the years, have actually asked people to move out of their chair when they arrive. That's my seat. Would you mind moving? There's only, 20,000, 21,000 spare seats here. It's Stewart in. Davis turns, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I got asked at some years ago. We were commentating down at Hove, and I'd finished my stint with I forgot the Sussex
Adrian?
Adrian, and I went upstairs onto the roof of the stand above the commentary box, and I'm sat there, not a soul in the stand, and this guy comes along and he said, "You're in my seat." And I said, "You are joking." He said, "No, I've got that reserved for me." Stewart in bowls, and it's played out to cover point.
Was
and
his,
you know,
was
he
his
got
name
his
on the
ticket.
chair?
He got his ticket out, and it said whatever his name was, and the seat I happened to have sat in was.
Oh, it was his chair. Oh, goodness. Well,
And
if
I
it
actually
says on his
had
ticket,
to
then
get up and move, and I got all my camera equipment with me taking photos, and I thought, right, blow you, and I stood there with all my equipment, and he was squeezed up.
he
in
sat,
there, and
sat
I
right
thought,
next to him.
Yeah, I thought, well, if you can sit there, I'll sit next to you. Here's Stewart in and bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. But at the end of the over, so it just does show you that what people are like.
I'm not quite sure who's been the pettier of the two there, really, but
I'm quite happy to admit I can be a bit petty.
Phil Britt with us here at Edgbaston, with myself, Alex Winter. Chloe Brewer is alongside us as well, and Ben Watts from Radio Kent has made the trip up from the southeast, and he's been reporting the news back to listeners in the southeast that isn't too pleasant at all, with their side bowled out for 156 and the Bears now 19 without loss. Here is Stobbo, the Western Australian, going in, being driven without much timing by Yates, the left-hander, out towards mid-off for no run to open up the 8th over of the innings, and so far not too much encouragement for the Kent bowlers, Ben.
No, they had that one big LBW shout against Alex Davis that we thought there were maybe two noises, or I'm not sure if it hit him in the box, but Kent were pretty keen. Not given. Yeah, Kent listeners back home, it's a shared programme now on the Drive show, so I have to do the Surrey and Sussex scores, and those two teams are at least going along well from a southeastern point of view.
Stopper in again, down the leg side. This has been flicked away, down towards the white stand for 4 runs. Little flick around the corner from Yates, and it whistles away towards the sight screen on the far side of the ground for a boundary. Yates first, he goes to 9, 23 without loss. Yeah, Surrey striding towards another championship title, it seems. Big win over Lancashire last week, 172 for 1 at Notts this week. But the nearest challenge is Essex going well, because they have Worcestershire 188 for 7 at Chelmsford. But that does represent a little comeback from Worcestershire.
Actually, yeah.
Stobbo is in once more. Yates forward, pressing out into the cover, steals a single, good batting. Little nudge and go. And Yates goes into double figures, goes to 10.
Yeah,
24 without loss.
D'Oliveira batted really well against Kent last week. But was
133 for 7 Worcestershire were there, but they've recovered. A recovery that was beyond Kent earlier on. And now they are well behind in this game. Hampshire still clinging on to some remote hope that they could get into a title race. They're 162 for 2 at Old Trafford. As Stobbo bowls to the right-handed Davis, flicked pleasantly out to the Holly stand for 4. Failed to adjust to the right-handed did Charlie Stobbo, and has been very pleasantly, very easily clipped for 4 by Alex Davis. That was nice to watch. 28 without loss.
he's hit him for a couple of leg side boundaries on both occasions. He's got himself in a position nice and early to play the shot and has stayed very still. Looked like he had all the time in the world to play the 2 shots. And yeah, they're going to send a man out seemingly to go and defend that shorter leg side boundary. And cover comes across to field at mid-wicket as well. So Stobbo is going to try and bowl quite straight here to Davis, seemingly from the field, leaving extra cover vacant.
So 3 slips backward point, mid-off is in very tight, and then 4 men on the leg side as Stobbo comes in again, and is pushed away through extra cover by Davis this time. Not perfectly timed, but he'll may pick up 3 as the ball runs out towards the double-decker stand. They turn and come back in the end for a very comfortable 3rd run. So Davis, the leading scorer in Division 1 of the County Championship, going well again here. He's up to 21 now, a bright start. And the Bears have been untroubled so far in the best part of 8 overs, 31 without loss.
Yeah, that was inevitable, wasn't it?
I was going to say,
Made that fielding change.
sod's law when things are going against you indeed. Stubbo to finish the over, round the wicket. And Yates tucks it down to forward square leg. And a no ball. Stubbo's now overstepped. So far, he's not having a great day, is he, Charlie Stubbo?
No,
unfortunately.
Yeah, he played a rubbish shot second ball and nicked off, and he's a much better bat than that, from what we've seen of him so far at Kent. Generally, he's been pretty consistent with the ball as well, but hasn't really found a spot just yet, which is bizarre considering he's using a Kookaburra ball, which should be familiar to him.
Tries again to complete the over. This time keeps his foot behind the popping crease, and Yates, I beg your pardon, the left-hander, pushes back towards him to end the over. 33 without loss, and Stubbo has gone for 23 runs in 4 overs.
Yeah, so 5.75 runs an over, as you can see up on the live stream right now, which, yeah, for Charlie Stubbo, who generally is quite a consistent bowler in terms of his areas. He's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but he's a tall, medium pace bowler who consistently can land it on a spot, maybe get some seam movement as well. So the fact that we've got these, cloudy conditions at the moment, Kent not really finding the areas to get these Kookaburra ball, get this Kookaburra ball to do something in these early stages.
Yeah, he's got a good first-class record, hasn't he, Stubbo? 21 matches, 58 wickets at 27, decent return.
Grant Stewart in and bowling. Again, a Kookaburra ball shouldn't be that foreign to him, having, of course, played a lot of cricket down under before he came to Kent as an overseas player for a club side and ended up playing for the Kent second 11, and due to his Italian passport, thanks to Mum, he's ended up becoming a county cricketer. And he's in and bowling. Pulled away aggressively by Davis. He's absolutely walloped that into the leg side for 4. And the home side move on to 37 without loss.
Just a fraction short, and he was onto it in a flash. Stroke of real confidence from Davis.
Yeah, I think similar to perhaps the way that Twanda Mayeye was batting last week at New Road. If a bad ball is there to hit, why not? Alex Davis, that's the sort of mentality that, seen him score so many runs this season. The fact that maybe up the other end you've got a Robbie Yates or a Kent, you've got a Ben Compton who's going to play their own game and just dig in and nudge ones and twos, but guys like obviously Mayeye last week, but Davis all season long, players that want to be positive and look to score boundaries. And he's defending this next one away into the covers, and I guess that's very much the mentality that Brendan McCullum's England team have these days against the red ball, with the fact that Dan Lawrence is subbing in as the opener at the moment, albeit without success again. I don't mind if the ball's nipping around and it's brand new, we're still going to try and score runs against it. Alex Davis cashing in on anything too short or too full, defending this one away. That was a decent delivery from Stewart, kind of top of the stumps, but played defensively. Three slips in position. And Stewart bowls to Alex Davis, who's just turned around by that one slightly, but played it with soft hands into the offside. Yeah, we were talking earlier on, weren't we, Alex, about how the weather conditions were sunny and a little bit of cloud, but early 20s, perfect weather for doing just about everything. But in this afternoon session, the skies over Birmingham have clouded over, so perhaps not quite as warm for the spectators out there, as Davis will get a run for his team at least. Yeah, leg buys. So end of the over. And the home side 38 without loss, and quickly catching up on Kent's all-out score, 118 behind.
Yeah, looks like our chaps on the far side of the ground have seen enough of topless weather.
Yeah, I think so.
Shirts back on over there now.
Well, the gentleman who was first pointed out by Chloe Brewer has certainly moved seats. He's not even in the same spot he was, but yeah,
he may be done for the day.
Well,
he may have nipped him for a couple of hours cricket and said, right, regardless, I'm tops off today. I'm going to enjoy myself.
He could be tops off somewhere else.
Here is Stobbo bowling to Davis, driving down a bit on for no run. 38 without loss here.
Well, we would assume that he's either not here or he has put some clothes back on. That spectator.
Well, he had a plumb view, didn't he? The road just above the side screen.
Yeah, I must admit, for the folks who are sat on the far side of the ground, about a million miles away from the cricket,
I was saying this to Phil. Why on earth have people sat there?
I've no
bizarre,
idea.
Isn't it?
I honestly have no idea.
There's no accounting for taste. As Stubbo is in again. This is driven off an edge by Davis, but it finds the gap at gully and whistles down to the third man fence for 4.
Yeah, no, the fielding team may well see that as a full shot, but for Alex Davis, he'll say, well, it was outside the off stump. There was enough width on it. If I throw my hands hard enough at it, I'm going to probably see it over the slip cordon or wide of the slip cordon and get 4 runs for it. So for him, he perhaps won't feel like such a risky shot, as the sun is threatening to just come back out.
Yeah, the sky's a bit lighter to our left. Davis to 29, 42 without loss. And the sun is back now with us. Wonderful to see as Stobbo runs away. And this is a dab into the covers by Davis, considered a single, but quickly sent his partner back.
Yeah, I guess county cricket fans are creatures of habit, aren't they? So if you normally sit over that side of the ground, that's where you're sitting. But honestly, your eyesight from there must be pretty special to be able to see what on earth is going on.
The one thing in its favour, you would be well out of the wind, because the prevailing wind comes from that direction. That's where the weather comes from, generally the southwest, over our left shoulders. As Stobbo is in again, bowling very straight, and Davis again working one down towards mid-on for no run, where Matt Parkinson does the fielding. So if that is your regular spot over there, at the back of the family stand, you are nicely tucked away, and you're certainly not going to feel the breeze over there. But I mean, I think I'd rather feel a bit of breeze, put an extra layer on,
and get as close to the action as you can.
And get, yeah,
or at least close enough that you can see.
In a position to see the cricket, exactly. Stobbo, short sleeve shirt untucked, goes in past the umpire, and Davis covering up, back and across, plays gently back up towards the bowler. And there's no run, 42 without loss.
So I sometimes, on a Saturday after I've got out, cheaply usually, don't mind going out and doing some umpiring. You get the sort of box seat view of the game.
And you're in the game.
Yeah.
At least you're in the game,
Yeah,
if you're doing a bit of umpiring, doing a bit of scoring at least.
Yeah, I think I've probably got our team a few points this season from some suspect umpiring calls from square leg.
Another wide there, lads. Stobbo comes in. And forward is Davis.
Run out? What do you mean I wasn't looking?
Finishing the over with a push back to the bowler. 42 without loss. The Bears here in reply to 156. If you are just joining us, Warwickshire won the toss this morning, chose to field first and had it all their own way in the early stages. They took 3 early wickets. Kent were reduced to 44 for 3. 2 wickets for Hannon Dolby, 1 for Chris Rushworth, but then a stand of 57 between Joey Everson and Ben Compton brought Kent back into the morning, and it was even Stevens at 101 for 3, but then a burst of 4 wickets for just 9 runs in 19 balls before lunch sent the morning session lurching in the way of Warwickshire, and it didn't take too much more to finish Kent off after the break. Bowled out in just 39.5 overs for 156. The total collapse 7 for 55 in 16 overs. So a paltry score on the board, and now the Bears going very well in reply. 42 without loss, and Chloe Brewer is back with us.
Yeah, Garrett in for his first over, and that's driven handsomely by Yates there. That's not how you want to start your spellers up. With a wide half volley, it's been punished, that's for sure. Garrett. Just getting that loosener out, that's what I'm going to say.
You're a generous girl.
Right, Garrett for his second ball of the over better line, tighter line that's punched to extra cover, sent back in to a keeper. He's just angling it into the left-handed Yates here. As he's headed back.
Grant Stewart's opening spell there, 5 overs, no made, 0 for 14. So tidy enough, but without success. And Kent desperately need to try and struggle to strike, I beg your pardon, before the hardness wears off this Kookaburra ball. Otherwise it could be a long afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Garrett, third ball, and it's driven back up the ground. Mid-on cuts it off. It's a lovely, well-balanced shot there from Yates. So Garrett's just tidied his line up a little bit after that first loose delivery. Just turning for that fourth delivery up under what's now quite an overcast sky. Full of length, and that's driven again. That'll be 4 more added to the total. That's a glorious shot, and that's raced away along a square. Just hear the ripple of applause from the spectators here. And that's 50 as well.
Yeah, only 65 balls, so they've gone along at a good clip here, the Bears. Just what they would have been after, having fired Kent out earlier. An absolute scenario Z for Kent. No runs on the board, and now conceding them at a good clip.
Deep cover's just been sent out, I guess, to just cover that offside boundary. Garrett once again, and that's just beating the outside edge. Well, we've seen a lot of that so far today. But much better line there from Garrett, just challenging that outside edge. We've only got 2 slips in. Now it just becomes slightly less. Attacking, going onto the back foot just a little bit. And the final ball of the over from the City end. That's short of length, and that's pulled away, and that'll be 4 more for the over. Big over for Warwickshire batters. It's gone for, is it 12? My maths. Math is mathing.
You play cricket, you're supposed to be good at maths.
I play cricket, I'm going to put a full stop after that. Not my strong point, more of a biology kid at school.
Oh, okay.
So less numbers. Less numbers, but and we over 54 for no loss. Warwickshire are off to a pretty good start.
All things considered, that was not a good start for George Garrett. Two half volleys and a half tracker. So a really good start here for the Bears, and Kent under serious pressure. Daniel Bell-Drummond trying to find his side a breakthrough, desperately trying to find something from this afternoon session. Still got 11 overs to go until tea. And Alfie Ogborn is now taking over at the pavilion end. Charlie Stobbo, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0/27, his opening burst. But here's Ogborn, the man on loan from Somerset. Left arm round, he's coming in. And Davis is tapping him out towards mid-wicket. He's got 3 slips in place, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. That man in there at mid-wicket. And a long leg down towards the barn stand, across from us. So having sent down a maiden, Stobbo's gone 4 overs for 27. Not what his captain was looking for. What can Ogborn do here? Mountain Yeovil moves in and bowls short and gets swung away out towards the holly stand for 4. Now we've seen a few times there has been no joy from the middle of this pitch. There were seldom few short deliveries bowled by Warwickshire. There was one that caused a little problem to Joey Everson, I recall, that hit him on the shoulder. But apart from that, it was very easy to play from the middle of this pitch. And both Davis and Yates here have tucked into anything short. And Davis there finds his 6th boundary already. He's up to 33, and the Bears now 58 without loss. Ogborn goes and bowls another short delivery and gets pulled away for 4 more. Well, he didn't learn, did he?
Not quick enough, at least.
Easy as you like for Alex Davis to rock back and pull that away. And boundaries are raining down here at Edgbaston. And Kent have got to try and find a response, because already Warwickshire trail by under 100. Change the field, deep square goes out, and Bell Drummond is out from 3rd slip to mid-wicket. As Ogborn tries again, and does bowl fuller appeal for LBW, given! So Alfie Ogborn does make the breakthrough, and goodness did Kent need that. He's just slipped one through Davis, who's caught on the crease, and he's gone for an entertaining 37. Kent desperately looking to strike, have done so, and it's Alfie Ogborn on loan from Somerset. He's just scuttled one through there. A fuller length brings his reward, and Warwickshire 62 for 1. Yeah, looks dead on the replay. Davis just caught in the crease, just got his angles wrong really. Shuffled across, trying to play across his front pad, pinned in the crease, and it looks a pretty good decision by umpire Peter Hartley. So Alex Davis has played well, but he's gone for 37, and he won't be reaching 1,000 runs for the season today. 62 for 1, and finally some succor for Kent, Chloe.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they've been after for a while, isn't it? Just that first breakthrough, because that was starting to look like quite a deadly opening partnership there, but what a start they've got off to.
Yeah, only just the 12th over of this Bears reply, 62 on the board, so runs have come very swiftly, and the way Ogborn started there, 2 half-trackers pulled for 4. You thought, where is this going to end up for Kent? But Ogborn, to his credit, has come up with the breakthrough. And some kind of life for Kent in this afternoon session. So a new man in with Will Rhodes, who's been a little bit short of form so far this season, the former skipper. Oh, I take that back actually, 619 runs at 38, better than I imagined. .62 for 1, and now a couple of southpaws out there with Rhodes joining Yates. 3rd slip goes back in. Point extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Ogborn over the wicket, moves him past the umpire, bowls outside, Rhodes off stump, and he lets it go through. Yeah, compared to the likes of Davis, Burgess and Yates, averaging either side of 50, Rhodes' record looks a touch modest, but it's still a decent return. Can he build on that here this afternoon? Having given up the captaincy at the end of last season to focus on his batting. Facing up here to Alfie Ogborn from the pavilion end. And gets turned away through square leg very handsomely by Rhodes, and he gets off the mark with a boundary. Sweet piece of timing away towards the family stand to our left. So 3 boundaries in the over, but Ogborn does strike for Kent. Got rid of Alex Davis for 37, but Yates still there on 22, and Rhodes off the mark there with a boundary is on 4, 66 for 1, replying to 156.
Yeah, that's a pretty handsome way of getting off the mark, isn't it? Just a very elegant flick into the leg side, and it's raced away across the square. .66 for 1, and Garrett is to continue. Yates on 22 or 36. So runs are trickling along. He's coming in for a first ball of it over on a length defended to extra cover there. He's played that late underneath his eyes. Free slips in. Fine leg out. Point extra, mid on, mid off, the mid wicket. So a fairly pretty bog standard field for a county champ game. He's turned in, coming in for the second delivery of the over. Short of 11, that's pulled away dismissively there by Yates, and as we were saying earlier, short of length's really not giving the Kent bowlers anything.
I mean, they just kind of been watching. It's just back of a length and easy as you like. So much time for Yates. Rock back, pulls it away, short boundary, 4 more.
Yeah, for definitely not missing out on them short length balls away.
In his defence, it wasn't all that short. It's not a complete half tracker, but when you know that anything in that region is so easy to play, you've got to be a bit fuller.
Full of length, and that's a driven. Free of a gap there, will be chased. I think we'll push it. They've come back for 3. Over towards that long boundary, is raced away.
And he overcompensates, of course, but it's always a fine line, isn't it? But you can bowl back of the length if you like, with 2 men out on the leg side. Yeah. Try and find a plan and stick to it. So what the Bears did so well earlier on, they hammered away on a very good length. They're generally just full of a good length. Found a bit of movement. That's why they got a lot of nicks. And that's why they all carried.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Bears batters are doing really well is just making that margin for error so small. They're latching on to anything just slightly short. So Kent bowler's going to have to work very hard here, and that's left alone by Rhodes. Just taking his card again. I think that's the sun making a little bit of appearance now. See, oh no, I thought everyone's tops had gone back on, but I'm wrong. Garrett just heading towards the top of his mark, remaining round to the left-handed Rhodes. As he comes in from a city end for his 5th delivery, full of a length, driven up to extra there. He picks it up. He's rocking the floppy hat. I haven't seen too many of them being rocked around the country.
Do you not own one of those?
No, I don't think I do.
Hot day, got to get the floppy on, surely.
No, we don't. I don't think we have them. We've got a bucket hat.
I'm
definitely not putting a bucket hat.
No,
No.
you don't want that. Yeah.
I've got a nod from the back of a commentary box.
Trying to play sport, you're not at a music festival.
Yeah. Final ball of the over, and that's driven through a vacant cover towards that family stand, and they've taken a comfortable 2 to finish it over. 75 for 1. Here's the score. Actually, I don't even know if it's hot enough for a floppy.
No, probably not today, actually. Probably not today. You can get away with a cap, but yeah, when the sun's beating down, get the floppy on, settle in. Good to see. So we've had 8 boundaries in the innings so far, and I would like to know how many of those have come from short deliveries. There's been a few nicely driven off the front foot, but I fancy far more have been pulled balls from back of the length. Hopefully, Kent are learning on the hoof here to try and get back into the day. With a few wickets before tea, they need at least one, you fancy, to make their Vicky sponge taste a little sweeter. 75 for 1, Warwickshire replying to 156. It's Ogborn in and getting clipped away through mid-wicket by Rob Yates. Fieldsman going back towards the groundsman's shed, and they get a couple of runs. Yates goes up to 31, 77 for 1 here. In just the 14th over of the Bears' reply. So rattling along. And Alfie Ogborn here playing his 3rd first-class game, his 2nd for Kent. Trying to find a 2nd breakthrough. Moves away from us. Goes into Yates, but again bowls too straight. This time gets tucked away down to long leg. Fielder coming away from the wide stand. Returns the throw to Harry Finch behind the stumps, and they get a single. 78 for 1. A conversation between Rhodes and Yates mid-pitch. Rhodes has come out with his slip over on. Perhaps he's just feeling the breeze a touch. Ogborn is into him. And Rhodes is cutting. Oh, it's a good save at extra cover. Well, that was a terrible delivery, really. Banged in halfway and deserved to be thrashed out towards the nursery ground. It was a good connection from Rhodes, but a jolly good piece of fielding at extra cover. Sliding down to his left-hand side. Saved 4. It was a terrible delivery.
Yeah, he's absolutely nailed that as well.
Goodness. Dragged down halfway, way outside off stump. The young lad will bowl better balls, that's for sure. In he comes again, and bowls down the leg side this time. And Rhodes hangs his head in frustration, having missed out with a leg side flick. 78 for 1. Now Parkinson there at mid-on with the ball in his hands. Maybe he'll get a little turn before tea. Haven't seen any spin in the day so far. Hasn't needed anything but seam up, certainly in that first innings. Ogborn once more, past umpire Hartley he goes, and bowls full outside the off stump, and Rhodes leans forward, withdraws the hands. A turn of the shoulder to get well inside the line. And allows it to pass through to Finch. The ball just dies in him a fraction. Not express pace here, Ogborn, but just signs that we're not playing on the quickest pitch. But the ball did go through off the edge in that first innings. The Knicks did carry. Just what you want from a surface. Nothing worse than finding an edge and the ball can't carry to the cordon. Last ball of Ogborn's 2nd over. And Rhodes well forward, playing up towards mid-on. And the over comes to an end. So 78 for 1 Warwickshire. Davis the man out for 37. And earlier on, Kent bowled out for just 156 in 39.5 overs. Hannon Dolby picking up 3 for 31. Rushworth 3 for 43. And Michael Booth 3 for 13. His wickets coming in a dramatic burst just before lunch. It totally turned the morning from a competitive session that certainly for the second half was very hard fought to a session of cricket completely dominated by the home side, and from which there was no recovery for Kent. And now they've seen Warwickshire halve the deficit.
Yeah, they've got off to a bit of a fly here. Garrett to continue, and that's outside off, left alone there. By Yates. Didn't want anything to do with that. Just quite wide, happy to let it go through. Free slips in, Garrett turning for the second ball off the over, coming in from the City end. Right arm round to the left-hander, defended by Yates there, up to mid-on. Second dot ball of the over, and I think that's with the Kent bowlers today, they've just let the pressure off at certain times, bowling that slightly loose to delivery, so the maintenance of pressure just really isn't building too much. I'm not sure what you think, but...
Well, there's been no maintenance of pressure, as that there's been no pressure. They just haven't been consistent enough at all. Stewart accepted to a degree.
Full of oomph, and that's driven through the offside, and it will be chased down to that boundary. I think they've taken free from it, and that's what we're talking about, that alleviation of pressure following those two initial dot balls. It's just enough in each over to not put a massive load of pressure onto the Warwickshire batters, and you can see that from the 81 for 1 after 14 overs. And I've been rejoined by Phil.
Good afternoon, Chloe.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again.
Fourth delivery of the over. Short of length, it's just wrapped him on the pads. There, just quite high, no LBW in play.
I've been upstairs, actually, and I missed George Garrett's opening 2 overs, but they must have been a bit expensive, weren't they?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Just looking at 0 for 24 in his 3rd over.
Yeah, just a couple of half trackers, short deliveries just been put away.
Okay.
So I think he's just settling in into his lengths a little bit. Full of a length, and that's driven up to mid-on. They've stolen a single there as the throw comes in.
It was could have been quite close, that had that been picked up cleanly and thrown in.
Yeah, it was. It really scampered through. I think a clean pick up and throw, and that would have been quite a close call for the umpire to make. Final ball of it over, and this is just full of length checked to extra cover, and that brings the end of the over 82 for 1. Yates 35 and Rhodes on 7.
Well, Warwickshire have taken a big chunk of the 156 out, haven't they, in this first 15 overs. So they made a big step towards just the 1 wicket for Kent so far. They really do need, while this ball is still hard, they need to get try and get a couple of others. Still overcast here. That prediction that we were going to get sunny periods in Birmingham from the local weather station doesn't seem to be happening at the moment. Ogborn to continue from the pavilion end. He's in, and this one is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yates on 35, Rhodes on 7. And at the moment, Warwickshire trailing by 74 runs.
Yep, over halfway there now, aren't they?
Yep. England, when I last looked, were 5 down in the Test match as well, so not finding it all easy going. This one is played nicely back down past the bowler. It's running away and will cross the ropes. A lovely straight drive played through mid-off by Rhodes down to the boundary. So 4 more runs to Warwickshire. He goes on to 11 Rhodes and the total goes 86 for 1. So a little bit behind here, 38 overs after this one remaining. So got another 5 or 6 overs before tea. As this one is from Osborne is left by Rhodes. The ball goes through outside the off stump, goes through to wicket-keeper Finch, who just tidies that up. Still 3 slips in place for the seamer. That's Kent. Just got that 1 wicket so far. The Warwickshire captain, who was LBW, sprawling across his stumps and ending up almost on both knees as in front of the wickets. An awkward looking shot to be dismissed. Ogborn in and bowls, and that's full and hit back down over his head. They're going to get back for a quick single. The ball bounced rather awkwardly and in the end was just collected and shy at as Rhodes was running to the non-striker's end, but he gets home. He goes to 12 and the total moves on to 87 for 1. It's a bit quiet around at the moment. This is one of those periods where we're waiting for something to happen for the Kent as in. And this is cut into the ground by Yates, but 1 bounce straight to backward point and there's no run.
Yeah, that's it. Warwickshire just ticking along quite nicely. The Kent bowlers aren't really posing much threat at the moment. I'll have to just tidy up their lines a little bit to create some sort of pressure.
England bring up the 200 for 5 in the match against Sri Lanka. Here, Warwickshire 87 for 1. This one is driven down, a full toss driven down to mid-on. Yates Rhodes might just feel he missed out on that one. He didn't make rather more of it, but in the end, it's another dot ball. He's on 12 and Yates on 35, 87 for 1.
Yeah, trading by just 69 now. It's well over the halfway mark. They chase at 156.
It's that day 2 elsewhere. Somerset against Durham at tea there. Somerset 260 for 5. So they've recovered quite well. Essex are playing Worcestershire at Chelmsford, and Worcestershire recovered they're 231 for 9.
First ball left alone outside. Off, left and alone there by Rhodes. He's got 3 slips in. Don't need to play with those ones. It's not a threatening line if you just leave it alone.
Hampshire have lost a couple of wickets. They're playing Lancashire, 194 for 3. Lancashire, who are just below Warwickshire in the table. And Surrey in the match against Nottinghamshire, who are also just below Warwickshire, 203 for 2 Surrey. So Surrey going really well there at tea.
In once again, flick to mid-wicket there, slightly straighter line this time.
And in that game, Rory Burns has scored another century, so he's in a bit of purple form at the moment, purple patch.
He's in some serious form, isn't he?
Yeah. Dom Sibley had a really good run, and when his form has dipped a little, Burns has taken over.
Tag team.
In Division 2, Leicester are 199 for 8 against Glamorgan. Yorkshire at tea 240 for 4 against Middlesex. And Sussex have lost a couple of wickets, 296 for 3 against Derbyshire.
Third delivery of the over, short of length, and that's cut away to point. It's a lovely looking shot for none, unfortunately.
$87 for 1, Warwickshire. That's going along here. Having bowled Kent out for 156.
Garrett for his fourth delivery of it over, just left alone outside off by Rhodes there. That's a good channel for Garrett. I think it's when you have to think about playing, but it's still wide enough to not play at it.
The 1 wicket to fall for in this Warwickshire innings, that of Alex Davis, LBW to Alfie Ogborn, who's on loan here from Somerset. He's 37 he made.
Garrett once again on the length, defended to mid-wicket there. There's a fifth delivery of it over, just one remaining, and all the t-shirts have gone back on the ground. If you were wondering what the weather's like, it must be a little bit chillier now. It's got quite overcast with patches of blue. Garrett just heading back to the top of his mark from the city end. Final delivery of the over underway. And so full of length and driven through extra cover. He's dived over the top of it, and they've taken 2 from it. Score moves to 89 for 1, and that brings the end of the over.
We were still trying to work out who that actually was under that sun hat. Ben thought it might be Ben Compton, but if it isn't Ben, apologies to him, as he dived over that one. Alfie Ogborn will continue from this pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to Rob Yates, the opener, on 35. Yates, who played for the England Lions against Sri Lanka a couple of weeks ago. He's forward to this one and plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Scored a half century in the second innings, and followed that with a half century in the first innings against Somerset in the last round of championship matches. So he's pushing his aggregate for the season now over 700 runs, first class runs, as Ogborn is in and bowls, and Davis is this is going to be a single down to backward square leg off the pad. I know he got bat onto it. I thought it might be signalled as a leg by, but nothing coming, and one more goes to the total. So Warwickshire move to 90 for 1. Yates remains on 36. Rhodes on 14. Rhodes on strike as Ogborn turns, running away in. Yates, Rhodes waits, and this one he drops the bat and just angles it down into the ground, and it's comes in from slip and does the fielding, and there's no run. 90 for 1. So it's been a good day so far for the home side. They've got first task, having won the toss this morning and choosing to field. They dismissed Kent in fairly rapid time. This full delivery wraps Rhodes on the pad as he looks to force it away through mid-wicket. But there's, again, only half-hearted appeal and not out. He comes down, has a chat with Rob Yates. So we're getting towards tea. There'll be 4 more overs before tea after this one. As board again comes in, and Rhodes is watching this through outside the off stump. He swivels off the final ball. No, the slip cord and think it's the final ball of the over, but there's still one to go. And so I thought there was another ball to go. But they all started charging down as if to say end of the over, but all have to go back and resume their places. Just one or two of the more senior players in the Kent side just doing a bit of encouraging, just getting the, because it's just a danger of going a little flat for them as Ogborn in, and Rhodes this time plays what is the final ball of the over out to Compton at extra cover. There's no run. It's 90 for 1. We've had 18 overs. Got 4 more to go till tea, and Yates has 36 and 14 to Rhodes.
Yep, score of 90 for 1. That opening partnership of 62 really set the Warwickshire batting innings up very well. And that's the danger that Kent are in now. It's just a danger of going a little bit flat before tea and almost going through the motions to get through. Garrett continuing for his 5th over. He's coming right on round, and that's driven up to mid off there. Very handsome looking shot up the ground, but just a dot ball to start the over.
The scoring rate just dropped a little in the last few overs. But, after that flurry we had of runs, it's just resumes back to steady.
Full of length, and that's driven so well up the ground. That's 4 runs. He's timed that incredibly, hasn't he? Looked effortless.
Yeah, lovely shot going up through mid-on, and in the gap between mid-on and the stumps. And it was always a controlled shot along the floor the whole time, and fielder set off after it, but he was always just following it in. He was never going to pull that one back. It was always 10 or 15 yards ahead of him, and lovely timing.
Yeah.
Yates moves on to 40.
Yeah, absolutely. What great timing for that second, 3rd ball of the over. Just called a no ball, and that's short of a length. Tight line, so it wasn't got away, but that's not where you want to be.
2 more go to the total, 96 for 1. Just overstepping there, George Garrett.
Yeah, we can hear the encouragement from the field as he turns and steams in once again. That's
And he's gone.
what? Yeah, if he's just got a little tickle on that, it's back of a length, and he's
Didn't move his feet, Chloe. He played it away from the body. Ball just moving away from him. Garrett gets his first wicket as he fended at it. Got a little outside edge. No great shout. Rob Yates just turns and walks away. It was all done very quietly and very, but it was a thick outside edge and taken behind by Finch, moving across to in front of slip. So the 2nd wicket for Kent, and that's sort of come from nothing very much at all. He's he fended at a ball, a rising ball, and Yates again gets to 40. He'll be disappointed because that was a promising innings, which has in the end not come to full fruition, as we're rejoined by Alex Winter.
Hello again, Phil. Yeah, like you say, out of nothing, wicket for Kent.
Yep.
And oh goodness, do they need that?
Rob Yates trudged off, but just disappointed there that having done all the hard work, he wasn't able to go on and turn it into a significant score.
Yeah, both openers will have some regret down there because, yeah, they had Kent over a bit of a barrel, didn't they? At 62 without loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the new batsman coming in is Sam Hain. Sam's just recovering from the hamstring injury. He did have to have a fitness test before play, I think, this morning to see whether he was ready to go into a 4-day game. Obviously passed, or at least I hope he's passed. He's out there and he's batting, so...
yeah, they didn't want to risk his health the rest of the season if he wasn't ready, so I'm sure he's been put through his paces and
yeah,
all is now okay.
So Hamza Sheikh losing out, I think, with Sam coming back in, or Dan Mosley as well, one of those two. You've got a news update coming, haven't you?
Indeed, we may just have time for Sam Hain's first delivery before I update listeners around the West Midlands. 3 slips in place for Garrett from the far end. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are enjoying an excellent first day here against Kent. They bowled the visitors out for just 156 earlier on today. Oliver Hannon-Dolby with 3 wickets, Chris Rush with likewise, and Michael Booth, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 for 13. Kent all done in just 39.5 overs with a burst of wickets either side of lunch. And in reply, it's been smooth sailing, really. They have lost a couple of wickets. Both openers have gone. Alex Davis made 37 and Rob Yates 40. But as we approach tea here at Edgbaston, it's all the Bears. They're 98 for 2. Back with you online, and Hain flicking his first ball out through square leg for a couple and blocking the next to mid-wicket. And a ball to go in Garrett's first over on return.
Good test of the hamstring injury, that first ball Hain received. A couple of quick runs. I noticed he went for a little circle round the back of the stumps and round, and just tested the leg after he'd finished. So he survived it.
Garrett in again from the city end. This is flicked down the leg side for 4. Just lost his line, George Garrett. And runs continue to flow for the Bears. And the 100 is now up. 102 for 2 in just 19 overs. And they only trail here by 54. Oof.
Well, we've had plenty of wickets today, haven't we? A dozen wickets fallen here at Edgbaston. And this is with the ball, which nobody could get a wicket with in April. So, Sam Hain come out with a purpose. He's hit 6 off just the 3 balls he's faced. And Will Rhodes at the other end, who is rapidly approaching the end of what has been a very successful career here at Edgbaston. I remember he was the championship winning skipper, 21, and the Bob Willis Trophy's captain. Alfie Ogborn in to start a new over to the aforesaid Rhodes, and the first ball is played from just outside the off stump and just played out into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, he's had a steady campaign, hasn't he? I suggested earlier he was struggling a little bit, but he's actually put up some steady numbers.
Yeah, he's had started the season well. There were he, Davis and Yates all got big scores in the championship very early on, which gave them a really good start. This one is full on the leg stump and is played away nicely through mid-wicket, running all the way across the Moan cricket square. So kept the pace going on it, and 4 runs to Rhodes. Just it was a freebie, really. Help yourself. Ogborn really cannot bowl full tosses on leg stump to a left-hander, or even to a right-hander. But it was put away beautifully through mid-wicket.
Yeah, I thought he'd settled it in a bit, Alfie Ogborn, but just strayed a couple in the last couple of overs. He's gone at 5 and over.
In he comes again and bowls, and this is driven beautifully by Rhodes away past the diving mid-wicket, and will this time cross the ropes a little slower, but the net result is just the same, 4 more runners, and the runs continue to flow, 110 for 2. So we had 120 odd, I think, before, 123 in the morning session, and we've had 144 so far in the afternoon session.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 in 28 overs before lunch.
So runs have been plenty, and so have the wickets. We've had a dozen wickets to put in amongst them as well. So certainly the spectators are getting their money's worth here today. Ogbourne is in again, a little expensive, 1 for 29. He's in his 5th over. Waits and lets this one go outside the off stump. Offers no shot to it, and it goes through to the keeper. At the end of this over, I'll let Ben come back in to take you up to tea. There's a couple of overs till tea, but bring him back in. So Hayne on 6. Rhodes with those 2 boundaries has moved on to 22 from just 29 deliveries. And as we approach the end of 20 overs, Warwickshire 110, so 5.5 and over they're going up. So Ogbourne comes in and bowls, and this is driven well, but beautifully fielded down by Stovo down to our left at mid-on, and keeps just a single, so Rhodes there gets 1 more. He goes to 23, 111 for 2.
An important bit of work, because that was timed well again, wasn't it? And
yeah, it looked
heading away for a 3rd boundary in the over.
He played it, got it really clean as well, didn't he, on the drive? Actually, that wasn't Stobo who did the fielding at all. Stobo's just moving across now from switching over, so
Matt Parkinson in there.
Parkinson, I think it was. Yes, I think you're right. Last ball, yes. Oh, it was a no ball as well, that last ball. This one is turned down to fine leg. Yeah, that last ball which was stopped, they got the single off, was a no ball, so 1 ball left in the over. 114 for 2. The runs keep flowing.
Yeah, to be not far off level at tee is, yeah, a little desperate for Kent. You know, a brief window really to try and get back in the game if they could bowl well with a new ball, but hasn't happened at all.
Yeah. This is the last ball for Ogbourne's 5th over. He's in and bowls, and this is turned by Rhodes to mid-wicket. There won't be a run this time. End of the over, 114 for 2.
Thanks, Phil. See him after tea, coming up in a couple of overs' time, so we are a long way behind schedule. It's already half an hour past the advertised tea time. Been no delays here. It's been a nice day. Plenty of wickets have fallen, which always eats up a bit of time. But that's just what happens in a game of cricket. Wickets fall and batsmen come and go, and fielding side should just be able to make up the time. Can Kent take 1 more with them to the tea interval, just to give them a little pep in the dressing room, because it's been a real day of struggle, and they've had 20 overs here, conceding almost a run a ball. It's George Garrett at the city end, coming into Sam Hayne, the right-hander, bowls back of a length. Hayne's up on his toes and pushing out towards mid-off for no run. Still got 3 slips in place. Just calling for a helmet to be brought out, actually. Close catcher, perhaps. I did wonder if Parkinson will be given a little go here before tea. Ogborne has bowled 5 overs at the pavilion end, so maybe given a spell. Maybe one from Parkinson to take us to the break, perhaps. As Garrett comes in again, bowls 2 straight, gets clipped away, but straight to forward square leg, and there's no run. Long leg the only fielder out. There's a tight catching mid-wicket in place. Forward square leg, mid-on, mid-off and point, and here comes the helmet. And Harry Finch is going to stand up. So that's the reason for the helmet. Just something to perhaps disturb Sam Hain as we move towards tea. We have seen a lot of batsmen batting out of their ground today, actually, I've noticed. This is going to get Hain right back behind the popping creases. Garrett comes in and goes back and across as Hain plays up towards mid-off again for no run. At Charlie Stobbo, whose overs were expensive a short while ago, 5 overs for 27, and Maiden there as well, so he's sent down 4 overs that have gone for 27. Grant Stewart has done well, 5 overs for just 14. But Garrett here is into his 6th over and has disappeared for 39. On target here though, and Hain pushing back towards his right hand for no run. And then Ogborne 5 overs, 1 for 33 at the pavilion end. So there's just been no control for Kent.
Yeah, both have been expensive, haven't they? The 2 change bowlers. Alfie Ogborne has, when he's got it in the right spot, I think he's, you know, it looks like there's a bowler in there. He's just been a bit erratic with his length.
I agree. Yeah, there's been encouragement there for Ogborne.
Garrett, though, at his pace, you can't afford not to be consistent.
Moves in again from the city end. And Hain covering up, playing down towards straight mid-wicket for no run. Probably been Garrett's best over.
Yeah, I was going to say, in fairness to Garrett, he had his first couple of overs, I think, went for 20. So he's obviously reined it back in. Good wicket of Yates in the previous over, and then this one's been a bit more tidy. So he's warming back into his work on his old ground.
Just move the mid-on fielder, the mid-off fielder a little tighter and wider as he comes in again to complete the over. Ball's very full, and Hain leans a long way forward, pressing down towards Parkinson at mid-on. And the over comes to an end. So 114 for 2, and we've got 1 over to go before tea.
Yeah, without doubt been Warwickshire's day so far. A couple of good partnerships to kick things off, with both the openers now dismissed by Kent, and they are going to chuck Matt Parkinson into the attack very briefly before the break. Kent's top wicket taker in the county championship so far this season, albeit he has at times been pretty expensive. But as we were discussing earlier on, the fact that Kent have always kind of been behind the 8 ball in matches, you can never sort of utilise Parkinson's full potential. You want him on a 4th day pitch when you're trying to bowl a side out to win a game, and never has he been in that situation this season.
Yeah, all bowlers need runs behind them to operate at their best, really.
Particularly Parkinson, who gives the ball a bit of flight, likes to toss it up, likes to invite batsmen towards the ball, and that's when he thinks them out and takes his wickets, as this one's defended away by Rhodes. When the pressure's off a batter, or are they not trying to chase a score or whatever on a slightly more used pitch, different scenario when they're trying to build a big lead, or they're going well as this one's pushed away out towards the covers. Had a fantastic game at his old team Lancashire, obviously part of that win at Old Trafford, and he helped Kent beat Lancashire at Blackpool as well in the One Day Cup, bowling the last over, taking the last wicket. This one's defended away. But Parkinson here being watchfully played by Will Rhodes so far, the left-hander, who is again propping forward on that front foot to defend. As the sun attempting to return, currently bathing the ground here at Edgbaston. Lots of darker cloud away towards the city as Parkinson bowls once more. A little tickle around the corner, and this will be a couple of runs, maybe just the one actually. They're going to stick to a single. So Will Rhodes says to Sam Hain, over to you for the final one of the session. Of course, this time next week we'll be starting half an hour earlier, won't we? Of course, in September, which will bring a change to the tea times, etc. As Parkinson in and bowling. That one's defended away by Sam Hain, and that will be then tea. So 32 overs remaining on day one. Kent 156 all out in this session. Compton the last man to go for 70, and then in reply 115 for 2 Warwickshire, only trailing by 41 runs. Yates making 40 from 53 balls, 37 from 35 for Alex Davis. Ogborn getting him out LBW, and then Garrett against his former club removing the other opener caught behind. So Rhodes goes into tea, 24 not out, 7 for Sam Hain. Warwickshire set up nicely for a final push in the third session of day one.
We'll take 20 minutes. See you soon. Welcome back to Edgbaston with myself, Alex Winter. The evening session about to get underway here. And Warwickshire resuming 115 for 2, trailing Kent by just 41. Won the toss this morning, did Warwickshire. Asked Kent to bat first and enjoyed a tremendous session and a little bit with the ball. Kent all done for 156 inside 40 overs, and the response has been just as emphatic with the bat. Have lost a couple of wickets. They lost Alex Davis for 37, Rob Yates for 40, but Will Rhodes has gone smoothly to 24 not out, and he resumes here with Sam Hain, who's got 7. So Warwickshire holding all the cards, and at the moment looking set for a big first innings lead. What response do Kent have in this final session? It's Charlie Stobbo to get us back and away from the city end. He's got 2 slips bowling to Will Rhodes, and immediately Rhodes trying to let one go outside the off stump. It takes a deflection down to first slip. First real error from Rhodes. Just bounced a fraction on him as he tried to let it go, but a little deflection was safe enough in the end. Welcome back, Ben Watts.
Thank you very much. Yeah, change of ends for Charlie Stobbo, and yeah, perhaps from this end maybe he might get a little bit more bounce. Mentioned earlier on that he's not necessarily the quickest right-arm seam bowler, but he is a tall figure, the Australian, used to using a kookaburra. What can he do from this change of ends?
Moves in round the wicket. Bowls full, strikes the pad appeal for LBW. Alex Wolf says not out. Squared up there, Will Rhodes. Height, I think, has saved him. It just straightened on him a fraction.
I wasn't sure if there were 2 noises at the time as well, but yeah, like you say, height probably the thing.
In fact, he signalled, actually, I think, Alex Wolf, that there was bat. It's
Okay,
a good
there you
shout. Just gave the signal out to Daniel Bell-Drum, and there was a little bat involved. Struck him on the back pad, I think, and he was in his crease. Stubbo again, outside the off stump, and Rhodes eases into a little push out wide of mid-off and gets a single to get the tally underway for the evening session.
I'm not sure we've necessarily touched on it too much, but we've got 2 very experienced umpires standing for the game this week, haven't we, in Alex Wolf and Peter Hartley, which is nice. Sometimes you don't get quite such experienced umpires in county cricket, and sometimes there's a few clips doing the rounds on social media of some slightly questionable decisions.
That's a harsh world. But yeah, these 2 would be among the pick on the county circuit. 116 for 2. Stobbo to Hain, the right-hander, also with 2 slips. And he lets it go just outside the off stump.
No room to hide these days with the live streams for us commentators and umpires alike if we get something wrong.
No place to hide for batsmen either, which allows opposition to work out their opposite numbers a bit easier.
Absolutely. Behind the scenes, so much more video footage and whatnot of matches for teams to analyse.
Here is Stobbo again, bowling full, and Hain is driving pleasantly, but only as far as mid-on, and there's no run. Scoreboard is stuck temporarily on the far side of the ground, still having its tea over there. Sure someone will press the reset button in a bit, give it a kick. Hazy cloud has come back over the ground since tea. No sunshine for the moment. Still bright as Stobbo moves in again and brings Hain well forward to play down towards mid-on for no run to end the first over after tea. Single from it. Scoreboard is back in working order at 116 for 2. Rhodes 25. Hain 7. The Bears trail by only 40. So Parkinson is going to continue here after the tea break. He was given the 1 over before the interval, And we'll now continue at this pavilion end and try and wheel away at something to get Kent back into the game.
Yeah, maybe a bit of control is what Captain Daniel Bell-Drummond is looking for here from Matt Parkinson. Arguably, after tea, has gone to his two best bowlers, certainly his overseas and then his top wicket taker in the county championship this season, in order to try and get a bit of joy. Back goes Rhodes and comfortably plays this out towards cover. No real turn there for Parkinson. Not necessarily a surprise, considering the match situation being so early on day one, as this one's cut away, and then this ball only 24 overs old. Warwickshire left out two possible spinners from their lineup. Kent will always pick Parkinson as an option. Tosses this one up. It's turned away into the onside. There's a tightish mid-wicket. Likewise, cover on the offside. Mid-on, mid-off, one slip. Backward point, and then two men on the boundary. One out at deep square leg and one at deep cover. So backward square leg as well, as this one's very full. And just jammed up the pitch by Rhodes. Quickly through his over so far, Parkinson. Fifth delivery of it. Which once more Rhodes is watchfully playing. Goes back to what we were saying earlier on, because Warwickshire bowled Kent out in such quick time. There's no rush for the batters out there. They can have as long as they want, as long as they don't lose their wicket, to build an innings and build a first innings lead. This one's crashed away into the cover area. It skims off an old practice wicket and is fielded by Jack leaning at mid-off. So a single to end the over for Rhodes. He moves to 25. 116 for 2 then for Warwickshire, who are just 40 runs behind.
A few quick overs of Parkinson would certainly chivvy the over 8 along, because we are quite a long way behind schedule. We'll be going along well after the advertised 6 p.m. close. 12 wickets falling in the day, but still just a little sluggish in getting through these overs. Here is Stobbo, third over of the session. Goes in past Alex Wharf and aimed forward, dabs him down out towards point. And there's no run. Two slips in place, point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and long leg. Very conventional, rather a ring field here, as Kent looked to try and just contain the Bears a bit, because they went barrelling along in the afternoon with the scoring rate not too shy of a run a ball. Can they gain some control as Stobbo comes in again and brings Hayne forward, playing up to the bowler's right hand for no run? It was pretty much scenario Z for Kent that afternoon session. They didn't find much at all with the lower order, although there was certainly some more resistance than the middle order in terms of balls faced. Allowed Ben Compton to go past 50 at least, but in their response with the ball, Bears went racing along. At least they chipped out the openers. Stobbo was in again. Up to the wicket he goes. Hayne forward. A brief cry for LBW with bat and pad close together. Stobbo just trying to bring one back a touch, but a thick inside edge into the front pad doused any potential appeal. Just give a little encouragement out there for the Kent fieldsmen. They, you'd think, would have settled into some kind of plan over the tea interval. Stobbo again. Again, nice tight line in that off-stump channel. Brings Hayne forward and he plays down towards mid-wicket. The absolute minimum they must have said to each other would have been, do not bowl back of a length.
Yes, stop leaking runs.
Do not bowl back of a length. Otherwise you will be murdered. The exception to that being the wicket of Yates. It was just a fraction back of a good length and forced Yates to push at one, and he nicked it behind. 116 for 2. Stobbo in again. And this one bounces on Hayne, actually. And he takes the shoulder of the bat out towards square leg. Just a little bit of nip. So there's some encouragement for the visitors. Desperately need to win this session. Need to try and take 3 or 4 wickets and go to the close still with a fingernail in the game. They can see another 100 and only take maybe 1 wicket. They'll be rushed out of it. Stobbo to complete the over. Hayne pushing back up towards him. And he sends down a maiden, so a very quiet start to the evening session, which is exactly what Kent want, just to find a bit of control and a way back into the game. 116 for 2. Deficit is 40.
Yeah, like you say, Alex, the tea break probably came at a good time, really. For Kent, obviously Garrett getting the wicket not too far just before it as well. But yeah, unfortunately the change bowlers unable to keep the pressure up. And even Stobbo himself was uncharacteristically leaky in the early stages in terms of the run rate, as Parkinson tosses this one up and it's flicked away into the leg side. Busy work for Alfie Ogborn in the deep, who keeps it to just 1. Good enthusiasm from him. The on loan Somerset left arm seamer. Again, as you pointed out, Alex playing just his 3rd first class game. He's only played 1 red ball match for Somerset. It was his debut last year. It's been a feature of their team though in the One Day Cup. Played against Kent actually at Taunton. As Parkinson bowls, this one's tossed up outside the off stump. They've moved an extra fielder over into the cover area, and it's straight up one of them in Grant Stewart. What was Phil saying earlier about Matt Parkinson, or was it you, Alex, who was off air talking about the amount of jumpers and layers he was wearing for a man of the north? He's still bowling in that jumper now. It's got to be 20 degrees out there.
It's not jumper weather, is it? We've had spectators with tops off today.
We got Matt Parkinson in a long sleeve top and a sleeveless jumper operating. This one's a slight leading edge by Sam Hayne, going back to that delivery, gets a single into the offside.
Anything over double figures is shirt sleeves for men of Lancashire and anywhere further north.
Darren Stevens would always bat in a sleeveless pullover, even if it was 30 degrees plus. That was just the look, or his kind of...
He was just comfortable.
Yeah, it was just comfortable, I guess. I don't think it was necessarily a superstitious thing. But yeah, would always bat in a jumper. I think Steve Smith does as well, the Australian international. This one is slightly in the air, but past mid-wicket, wide of mid-on. Charlie Stobbo slightly tentatively chasing after it, and they come back for 2 more runs for the left-handed Will Rhodes, on to 28. Of course, he's off to Durham next year.
Is he still playing a bit of club cricket?
Stevens, yeah, he is indeed, for St Lawrence and Highland Court, which is a team near Canterbury. They play in the top division of the Kent League. And as Parkinson is in and bowling, clipped away into the onside, straight to the fielder. Yeah, sometimes club cricketers around the county get to rock up on a Saturday, see that Darren Stevens is playing against them, and he nicks them off for not many, and then biffs a ton.
48 years old now. He played for England, it must have been over 40s, or was it over 45s?
Was it
a fairly recent World Cup.
Was it the over 40s that he played for England? Yeah.
I reckon it was over 40s. I think there was a tournament, I want to say in South Africa.
Yeah, okay.
That he played
That sounds about right. Chloe's probably seen him around more than the rest of us. He's part of the South East Stars coaching staff these days.
120 for 2. Stubbo is in. City end. Hayne forcing out towards Belldrummond at extra cover.
Was he on the coaching staff when you were there at all? Yeah. Chloe's obviously moved on since, but I've always said I wanted to get my hands on one of his bats. They must be some
Tree trunks.
healthy,
I've heard.
healthy tree trunks.
Bit of timber in them.
Albeit, I think it's the way you use it as much as
Absolutely.
anything.
Still 2 slips. Stobo is in. Hayne covering up across the off stump, playing back up towards the bowler. And this quiet start of the evening session continues. Most welcome for Kent. Just got to try and make the Bears work a little bit harder. Well, a lot harder for their runs than they did in that afternoon session. There were far too many boundaries.
Did get my hands on some Olympic medals the other day. We had a couple of Olympians come into our studio.
Very nice.
Got to examine their hall.
Stobo is in again to Hayne, and Hayne is pushing out on the leg side this time, just in front of square leg for no run. They were the Kentish Olympians.
Yeah, so a chap called Matt Richardson, who, interestingly,
Oh, the cyclist.
you may have heard of, because
Yeah.
there's been a bit of media about the fact
This
that
is
he
a scandal, indeed.
was representing Australia, indeed, but now will be switching to GB. He's born in Maidstone, and he was in Kent till he was 9, and then Dad's job took them down under.
Deep square goes back as Stobo comes in again. Hayne presses forward out towards mid-off this time for no run.
The Aussies aren't too pleased that he's
Well,
coming
no,
home.
He's competed for and won Olympic medals for Australia. That's it, as far as I'm concerned. Done. No switching allegiance. There's your team. Job done. I have some. There's obviously grey areas in some circumstances, and
Yeah, he has a
for,
dual passport, so he is able to switch. And we're happy to have him, Alex.
Stobo in again, and Hayne pressing forward, defending again. We've got plenty of talented cyclists. Although
We've got another one now.
well, indeed, absolutely, yeah. Is he in a relationship with another British cyclist
He
or
is
something
indeed.
like that?
So that was why there was a big collection of medals, because Emma Finucane also came into the studio and brought hers as well. So between them, there was 6 different coloured medals.
What's hurling to Kent? Was she just on
Oh,
for
no,
the
no,
ride?
no, she just came along.
Oh, okay.
Came
Oh,
along for the
happy
ride.
days.
I think she
I was
was
gonna
meeting
say,
the
she's a-
family and that sort of thing.
She's a West Walian. Here is Stobo again, and Hayne is trying to flick leg side and get stuck on the thigh pad. The ball lands at his feet, and he bends down to pick it up, lobs it back to the bowler, and the over comes to an end. So nice, tidy stuff here from Kent at the start of the evening session. They've ran through a few very cheap overs here, and the Bears 120 for 2, trying to build a new stand into the final session of the day. They trail by 36.
But yeah, that was a busy day in our Tunbridge Wells studios, actually, because earlier on in the day, Dame Kelly Holmes popped in for a visit,
Oh, very good.
because it was 20 years since her double Olympic gold in Athens.
Fantastic.
20 years ago.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? That was brilliant. Those middle distance races are absolutely fantastic. We had a few crackers again, didn't we? The race with
Yeah,
Josh
absolutely.
Kerr in the 1500 metres. They're just fantastic events. They're far more interesting than the sprints.
It's just over too quickly, isn't it? the
Yeah,
sprints?
absolutely, yeah.
It's, like you say, it's kind of the perfect amount
It
of
is,
time
it
just
is.
to kind of build the intrigue
Yeah.
and then have the finish. And well, change of bowling for Kent here. Grant Stewart, I think he's struck straight away, but the umpire disagrees. Full delivery. Oh, a bit of a way nip actually off the seam. Kent appealed. Grant Stewart had his finger pointing to the sky almost in celebration. Umpire said, no, didn't hear anything. Rhodes survives.
Fraction half-hearted from the bowler. Don't quite believe that he thought he had his man.
He never actually turned around and appealed to the umpire, did he? It was more of
No.
a finger in the air, sort of hoping that he might have nicked it. So Parkinson off, Stewart on. Full delivery, which is clipped away out towards mid-wicket, and Joey Everson does the fielding. Yeah, of course, Keely Hodgkinson as well.
Yeah, that was... In the end, a bit of a procession, wasn't it?
Yeah.
She went very, very
Yeah,
cosily.
she was a bit too good in the end. But yeah, that Kerr race was amazing. Everyone was looking at him and Ingebrigtsen, and then the American guy just came out of nowhere and won it.
There were a few
Americans.
American steals, weren't there?
Yeah,
that
they
were
came out of nowhere and won
unexpected.
races, etc. Yeah. Full delivery from Stewart, which is defended away into the covers. Yeah, of course. I think possibly the last time I was here was 2022. Of course, there wasn't a match between these two teams on this ground last year. So yeah, it must have been around Commonwealth Games time a couple of years ago. That was, of course, here in Birmingham, and the women's cricket of course was played here. So yeah, I think it was prep before that. This one's defended away by Rhodes, and possibly we were pushed across to this side of the square once again because they were preparing wickets in the middle for the Commonwealth Games. Actually,
Yeah, those multi-sport events are just fantastic times, aren't they? I went to a couple of sessions of hockey down the road here at the university, and yeah, just wonderful atmospheres and watching absolute top-notch sport.
there was a great feel around the city actually.
Yeah.
As Stuart Bowles and it's left alone, I think there was a few kind of coaching and support staff of teams in the hotel where I was up the road at the time, and all the signposts around for all the different events. Like you say, they have a big temporary stand at the university for the hockey.
That's right. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Here's Grant Stewart around the wicket. Once more, final time of the over. 120 for 2, Warwickshire. As this one's driven back down the ground. And that's as good a shot as we've seen all day. Will Rhodes with a classical left-handed on drive for 4 runs. Beautifully played, 124 for 2, and he moves on to 32. And we're coming up to 5 o'clock, so I'm going to nip to do a BBC Radio Kent update. Leave you with Alex.
Thank you very much, Ben Watts, alongside myself, Alex Winter, Chloe Brewer, and Phil Britt also with us today. Be updating listeners around the West Midlands shortly. That boundary for Rhodes just broken the shackles slightly after that very disciplined start to the evening's cricket. We've had 6 overs of the session. The Bears resumed on 115 for 2, now 124 for 2, so only 9 runs in 6 overs. Stobo continues from the far end, and Hayne covers up, plays back up towards the bowler's right hand for no run. They're just desperately in need of a tourniquet, Kent, to try and stem this flow of runs. Far too easy the scoring for Warwickshire in that afternoon session, but this is much better. Settle down at tea. What's been, what's been. Only deal with what's in front of you, and they're giving it a good crack here so far. Stobo win again, slightly wider on the crease. Hayne turns it away, but only as far as square leg. They've got the 6 fieldsmen saving the single. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man just in front of square into the fielding there. Long leg the only man out, but they've still got these couple of catches in as well, because the cordon has been in play throughout the day. Stobo in towards us. Short sleeve shirt, and Hayne forward, letting one go just outside the off stump. Finch sidestepping away to his right to take it, and there is no run again. Good afternoon, Chloe.
Good afternoon. What an afternoon it's been. Blue sky's starting to come out again. Top's all firmly staying on though, I think, in the crowd.
I'm sure there's one. There's always one, isn't there? Somewhere, someone will be like, oh, sun's out, yep.
I'm just trying to
Good.
stand it. I reckon... Oh.
Enough encouragement for me. Stobo past the umpire, and Hayne turning, a straight delivery down to long leg. The reaction of slip suggested that was a little across the line. In fact, it was. Little turn of the wrist from Hayne. Took it from around middle and off, but gets a single to long leg. Down in front of the pavilion. Hayne goes to 9. 125 for 2. That will bring the left-handed Rhodes on to strike And Stobo goes round the wicket. In he comes. And in his crease, Rhodes defending up towards mid-on. That Parkinson wanders gently across to his right-hand side to collect. We saw a few overs of Parkinson, no real signs of any turn for him. 3 overs for just 5 runs. Update coming now for listeners across the West Midlands. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are continuing their reply to Kent's 156 all out earlier on. They're 125 for 2, going very nicely. They have lost both openers. Alex Davis made 37 and Rob Yates 40, both men falling before the tea break. And since tea, Kent have got their act together with the ball. I conceded only 9 runs in 6 overs, so slightly more tough going for Warwickshire here after tea. But with 25 overs to go in the day, they hold all the cards with Rhodes on 32 and Hayne on 9. They're 125 for 2. Back with you online. Stobo getting through the rest of his over, with Rhodes letting one go outside the off stump. And 125 for 2 the score.
Yeah, Stuart to continue from a pavilion end. Warwickshire trailing by just 31 now. So a lot of the heavy lifting part of the chase has been done so far. And in Stuart comes with first ball of the over, right arm over. And that's outside off, left alone there by Hayne. Kent are just having to work very hard for these wickets, just 2 taken in their 29.1 overs. As the second delivery of the overs on the length defended back to him this time. As the evening's starting to draw in, we've got 24.5 overs left in the day. Safe to say the crowd's been pretty committed today. It hasn't really wavered. Everybody looks firmly settled in their seat and has been since this morning. Stuart coming in, third delivery, and that's driven really well up to mid-off, who cuts it off. It's a lovely looking shot. Definitely would have found a boundary if it was cut off. As Stuart's just turning into the 4th delivery of the over. And that's on the length defended back to him this time. 4 dots in the over as of yet. 2 balls remaining in the over. This is kind of a display of bowling that Kent's so far missed early doors. They weren't applying much pressure with dot strings. But this is so far a good display from Stuart here. Just displaying towards the leg side, work down to fine leg, and that's thrown back in. First single of the over, just rotating a strike. 1 added to Hayne, and Phil's come back.
Good afternoon. 126 for 2.
Yeah, final ball in Stuart's over, so far going for 19. And that is cut away, he's given some width, and that's been punished. Rhodes has seriously got his hands through that, and that's a 4 to finish the over, 130 for 2.
It was perfect delivery for him, wasn't it? It was a medium pace, short delivery outside off stump, and he crashed it away through the covers short boundary or not, that would have been 4, however long the boundary was.
Yeah, absolutely. Either side of that pitch, that was sailing away to a boundary.
So 130 for 2. We've got 24 overs remaining in the day. We've had just 30 overs, so Warwickshire going along quite nicely, at just over 4 and over. And it's going to be Charlie Stobo to bowl from the Birmingham end. Still quite a lot of people in the ground who are here for the final session as Stobo comes in to bowl to the right-handed Sam Hayne. Hayne is turning that away nicely through mid-wicket. That's running across the square and will reach the boundary now. So consecutive boundaries for Warwickshire. And Hayne moves on to 14, 134 for 2. And again, Sam Hayne coming back after injury. He's just feeling his way back in, but Warwickshire miss Hayne. Came back from the 100 with an injury, so missed the match against Somerset last week. So Stobo is in again and bowls, and this one is played again off the back foot. Lovely punch through the covers. So the runs after that quiet spell beginning to now come. 3 consecutive boundaries for Warwickshire, 138 for 2, and that one he just stood and ball a little bit Jordan just off back and punched it away. Lovely timing.
Yeah, that's textbook, isn't it? Really making a dent in this run chase. 18 trailing by now, and in such a good position.
Yeah. They are just 18 in arrears with 8 wickets in hand as Stobo in. Hayne is forward, defending that one. Stobo picks up off his own bowling. In his 10th over, he's still to get a wicket, 0 for 37 at the moment. Not sure that we're going to get all 20 odd overs in this evening because we're quite late here and the light is patchy. It's certainly the night's beginning to get darker quite early as Stobo's in and Hayne defends back up to mid-on and there's no run. Stewart does the fielding. Yes, notice how it's gradually creeping back as the light goes. Next match, next week after this one, the next game, as I think Ben mentioned, starts half an hour earlier at 10:30 in the morning, September. But here's Stobo is in and bowls, and this is left by Hayne through to the keeper. Finch, no run. Yeah, we were a bit later last week. We were still trying to play at 7 o'clock because with the rain and the weather, but each day the light had gone sort of towards the end of the afternoon. There's a bit of cloud cover today, although actually having said that, it is brighter now than it was a couple of hours ago. Stobo comes charging in, bowls. Hayne goes back and punches this one away into the offside. It can't beat cover point. End of another over. 138 for 2, 18 to Hayne and 36 to Rhodes. And
Yeah.
Warwickshire 138 for 2.
Yeah, Warwickshire batters have been ticking along quite nicely with not really any risk, have they? Which is it was there.
Just in the Test match, Joe Root has completed his 33rd Test century.
Yeah, I saw.
He's 127 not out, and
Atkinson is Gus Atkinson is 31 not out, and England moved on 277 for 6.
Stewart on a length defended. Back to him, coming right arm round to the left-handed road.
So
Yeah, Stewart just heading back to the top of his mark, giving the ball a little bit of a shine. I'm sure that Kookaburra ball has gone a little bit softer. 30 overs in, full of length, and that's driven back to him. He's done well to stop that, 'cause that would have been 4.
got down well, didn't he, Stewart? There, got down and got his left hand to it as he dived across. But you're quite right. I think had that just gone past him, that would have raced on down to the boundary, onto the pavilion steps, into the concrete wall of the pavilion down here. Doesn't do the ball a lot of good, but
definitely not. But in once again, it's wrapped him on a pad, half a shout, and they've just taken one by there, so one added onto the total, but not
looked
the
to be
road.
missing leg stump. It was Rhodes looking to turn it, didn't get bat onto it, so leg by signalled. 139 for 2.
Yeah, just trailing by 17 at the moment. And Hayne facing Stewart, running in, short of length outside off. That sounded really good off the bat, but he's just managed to find point there. He's almost got it into that vacant cover area, just giving the pitch a little bit of a pat down. And Stewart just heading back to the top of his mark, 5th delivery of the over from the pavilion end. As he's steaming in on the left, defended to extra cover there.
Still 2 slips in place here for as Kent have got a little bit of a quandary. They've got to try and get wickets, so they've got to keep attacking. They can't go on the defensive. So the only way they're going to get anything from the game is to bowl Warwickshire out and bowl them cheaply, so they've got to keep attacking.
Yeah, Stewart final ball, and that's on the left defended 2 point there. Yeah, they've got to find a balance. They can't let Warwickshire get away with scoring runs freely by going too attacking, but they've got to keep some sort of pressure on, keeping those 2 slips in. It's
The problem will come if Warwickshire sort of started to stretch that lead and have still got 7 or 8 wickets in hand. Then it might become difficult for them. At the moment it's 139 for 2. They trail by 17, and we are going to see a bowling change here. George Garrett coming back into the attack. Charlie Stover coming out. His spell comes to an end, still wicketless. Garrett got the 1 wicket, where he got Rob Yates caught behind. But he's been a little bit expensive. His 6 overs have gone for 39, but he took some early punishment. Has bowled, I think he's bowled better than those figures reflect, 1 for 39. So he's coming on at the Birmingham end to bowl to the left-handed Will Rhodes, and Rhodes on 36 waits, and this defends this first ball back, and Garrett fields off his own bowling. And Peter Hartley having a look at the... No, that's Alex Wolf up there, isn't it? That's having a look at the footmarks there. So Hayne on 18, Rhodes on 36, and these two just beginning to get a partnership going. Here's
Garrett in, and this again is played defensively by Rhodes, and again Garrett does the fielding as he runs through. The sun, it's fairly weak sunshine out, but it is sunshine, and there's blue sky overhead, so I'm getting shadows, long shadows. Amazing how those shadows are beginning to lengthen in the late afternoon sunshine. Garrett in again, is in and bowls, and this again, Rhodes is defensive into, and Garrett fields as he runs through. 139 for 2.
Do you also have music in your ear? There you go, it's gone. Do you also have a music in your ear?
Yes, we have Q. We're actually doing this commentary with a very loud presenter back in Coventry playing very loud music, so it is a little off-putting as this one is edged away down to third man, completely unprotected. As Rhodes came forward, it just got away through third slip area, runs down to the ropes, so 4 more runs to Rhodes, takes him into the 40s, takes Warwickshire onto 143 for 2, and again nobody down at third man, so it was once it had gone past the this 2-slip cordon, it was going to be 4 runs all the way. 143 for 2. Will Rhodes 40 from 64 deliveries so far. Is facing again as Garrett continues on his way in and bowls, and this is going to be more runs, and it's going to be 4 more runs. This time glanced away down to fine leg, so Garrett is just getting just drifting a little. That's the 50 partnership between Hayne and Rhodes. It's come off 87 balls in 55 minutes. So since tea had been fairly tentative, but they've certainly picked up the scoring rate in the last couple of overs, and that takes them on now 147. So they're just 9 behind Kent on the first innings. Garrett in to Rhodes again. Forward comes Rhodes, playing that one solidly up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of another over. 147 for 2.
Yeah, Warwickshire just trailing by 9 now, so they've really closed in on that 156 mark. And this partnership is seeming pretty solid. I have a moment, really making a dent. Is that the second 50-plus partnership of the innings?
Sorry?
Oh, second 50-plus partnership in the innings?
Yeah, second, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's you'll have to speak very loud to get over the noise, the music we've got playing, which is coming through. We have, when we're commentating, we have headphones on to hear cues coming in from the studio, but they should normally flick it off when we're finished. They've left this one on.
Stewart in, outside off, left alone. There by Hayne.
And we have a very enthusiastic presenter who is shouting at the top of her voice. It obviously requires, and we're trying to talk over a double conversation, which isn't easy.
Stewart, second delivery of the over, and that's just slightly full of a length, driven up to mid on there. He's timed it well, he hasn't put much in that. See, I'm not sure why the music's coming in and out of my headphones whilst I've
You're
been
lucky.
sat here. So I enjoyed the music whilst it lasted, but I've got a silent headphone, so.
Anyway, back to the cricket. I think we have asked them to turn it off, but it's not worked.
Third delivery of the over from Stewart, full of length, and that's flicked down to mid on. There, the shadow's just getting a little bit longer. The sun just peeping out, some blue skies and fluffy clouds above us as the day's starting to draw towards its close. 20 overs left in the day. So Stuart's just turned up top of his mark, 4th delivery for him, and that's left alone outside door. Got some.
That was a good leave by Hayne. Oh yes,
It was a bit close for comfort.
Just came back at him a bit, that one, and wasn't that far away from the off stump as he went through to Finch. He got a reaction from the slip cordon. So 147 for 2 it remains.
Yeah, I definitely got the reaction out of a slip cordon. A little bit of life in the Kent team. Stuart once again. That's caught him high on a pad. Umpire not interested. Just looking on a replay. Yeah, it's high.
Yeah. Hagen going across his stumps there to play the ball through mid-wicket, and he usually plays that shot really well, but, and the big but, it has been his downfall pretty much throughout his career that he's gone LBW playing that shot. When he misses it and he's gone across to play it through mid-wicket, you know, if you miss it, you're often in front.
That's left alone outside off, bringing it end of the over, 147 for 2.
But that one, as you say, was a bit high and he got away with it, but just a little bit of a concern. So we have 20 overs remaining in the day, 147 for 2. So these two have taken this really very close to parity on first innings. The only difference being Warwickshire still have 8 wickets remaining, and the sun now is out. It's nice now as it's been for the last couple of hours. As George Garrett will continue at the Birmingham end, and in he comes and bowls, and this is lifted away by Rhodes over the top of short mid-wicket down to the Hollies stand for 4. Picked it up nicely, and probably he was hoping, I think, to get that one all the way, but in the end it cleared the infield, and a couple of bounces and away for 4. Brings up the Warwickshire 150, which has come in the 34th over and includes 8 extras, and Warwickshire just trail by 5 runs now. As Garrett comes in again and bowls, and this is wide outside the off stump, and Rhodes offers no shot. George Garrett made this finished by Warwickshire, moved it down to Kent to ply his trade. So best of luck to him down there. It's 151 for 2. It's Garrett in, and this is driven away into the offside to extra cover by Rhodes, and there's no run. So 151 for 2 as Chloe leaves us, and Ben will be back in. This next one, comes up at Rhodes. He was looking to square cut it, and the ball in the end got a lot more bounce as he went down to bent the knee and to try and cut the ball away square on the offside, but surprised by the extra bounce.
Evening. It's evening now, I suppose. isn't
Yeah,
it?
pretty
I'm
much is
afraid
the
so,
evening,
yeah.
isn't it?
We've got a little bit of noise coming through on the headphones, which we've had since the news broadcast.
I don't think mine are working very well. In
Are they not?
fairness, no.
That,
So I think it may be only yourself is getting it in and getting the local radio in your headphones,
Garrett
rather.
in and bowls, and this is stroked away by Rhodes. Not entirely clean, well timed, but it's going to run away from Stewart, who is picking up now, and that brings Rhodes 50. It's come off 71 balls, includes 9 fours, and takes Warwickshire to within 3 runs now of Kent's first innings score.
He has played very nicely, Will Rhodes.
Yes, he has. There's been just a late spurt, hasn't there? After that quiet spell just after tea, 6 or 7 overs where Kent were able to hold it. There was a flurry of boundaries. Garrett in again, and Rhodes helps this down to square leg, and is that Parkinson down there who does the
I
fielding?
think it's Joey Everson
No,
down there
down
who...
there.
I'm surprised he hasn't bowled so far today, actually.
Restricts Rhodes to a single for 154.
Especially with Kent's struggles with the ball.
154 for 2.
Yeah, George Garrett in that over, obviously the short ball that went for 4 and then over pitch for the one that was driven away for the half century, has struggled to find out a consistent line and length really against his old team here at Edgbaston.
Is this his first year with Kent, or was he there last year as well? I'm trying to think.
No, this is his first year.
It is first
Yeah.
year, yeah.
Possibly played a couple of second team games last season. Was trialling with Kent. This one's defended away by Rhodes. Grant Stewart continuing. Parkinson only bowling a couple of overs after tea, slightly surprising.
Yeah,
he,
I thought he'd carry on.
he might have just given Kent a bit of control, really.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to think actually while I was talking actually about Garrett. Number of players who've moved between the 2 counties. There haven't been a huge number, have there?
No, that's a good point. I
It's not sort of
can't think of too many off the top of my head.
played for both counties.
Here comes Stewart. Turned away into the onside. I know in recent years Warwickshire were interested in a couple of Kent players, or have been, and maybe still are. But Daniel Drummond was one who was linked once upon a time.
Yeah, that's a while back, isn't it? I remember that. It was people were convinced he was coming, and then nothing materialised.
Possibly Ollie Robinson as well.
Mm.
The keeper was linked. Obviously, he's now at Durham. As around the wicket comes Stewart. Defended away.
Alex Loudon, wasn't he at Kent?
Yeah.
Yeah, he came to Warwickshire.
Ah.
Was very successful here as well, and then packed up cricket to pursue his career in the city. And do you know, I've not heard anything from Alex or of Alex since.
I believe he still plays club cricket.
He was a very good cricketer. In fact, tipped at one stage, not long before he retired, as being a potential England international.
Around the wicket comes Stewart. Full delivery, which is turned away out towards mid-on. I guess in recent times it's probably over. I'm just thinking of a couple of overseas players. Adam Milne plays 100 cricket here for Birmingham.
Oh, I don't count.
But that
that's
obviously
not
doesn't
Warwickshire,
count.
No,
Carlos Brathwaite, has he played for the Bears in T20? Yeah,
Yeah.
he had a season with Kent.
Yeah, and Ntini played for both sides. Matteo Ntini
okay.
played.
Yeah.
I will always remember him, but he really settled in well at Canterbury.
Stewart around the wicket, defended away up towards mid-on.
Remember going down there to commentate for one game, and this chap was on the looking at cutting the grass on the mower, the big mower, going round the outfield. And I looked at him again, and it was Ntini going round and round doing this. And they said, oh, he gets involved in anything and everything. He's got that wonderful ability, obviously, from home, that he could actually make his voice carry from one side of the pitch to the other. Incredible.
His son's now playing club cricket in Kent, I believe, Thando. So this one's pushed away out towards backward point.
Well, lovely chap
Playing
he
for
was as
Lordswood,
well.
I think.
Yeah, he really. Yeah, he was here for a while, but there haven't been too many.
No, I think you're right. I can't think of any that have straight up switched between the two in recent times off the top of my head. Listeners, if you can remember, you can get in touch on the usual ways. KentCricket@gmail.com rather, via social media.
I suppose the biggest, it wasn't a playing transfer, but it was Bob Woolmer, of course.
Yeah.
The late Bob Woolmer, who was instrumental in Warwickshire's fantastic year in 1994. But yeah, obviously he'd retired finished playing when he came.
Am I right in thinking Andrew Simons was born in Birmingham?
He was born in Birmingham, yes. And, then the family moved out to Australia.
But yeah, any others that people can think of that have represented both counties? Welcome to get in touch. Helmet brought out for Harry Finch. I actually thought Garrett bowled better earlier when Finch was stood up to the stumps. So he's just going to tuck himself in behind the sticks. Sam Hain on strike.
So here's Garrett coming in from that Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Hain will get a single, squeezed away just to backward square leg for one. Rather wild throw there from. Have we determined who that is under the sun? Now, we thought it might have been Compton, but I'm not sure it is. It was a wildish throw.
Yeah, I think it is Compton.
It is Compton. Should we just call him Compton?
Yeah, let's go with it.
Let's go with it. Somehow it's Compton. As their numbers are not on display. Have I said that before? 155 for 2.
Numbers? What numbers?
Yeah, I think that's what they got. Get a can of black paint for tomorrow morning. So 155 for 2. There's Rhodes on 51. He's waiting, and he goes back and defends out into the offside, and there's no run. So just one run between the two sides at the moment. Rhodes goes for a little walk. Rhodes on his way to Durham for next season. That black smoke is still going over to our right. You know, was I on with you, or was it Alex I was on with? Because a lot of black smoke coming from just over to the right of the ground, which looks like tyre smoke or something.
Oh yeah.
This one is steered away through the backward point gully area by Rhodes down to the fence. There's no third man. And Rhodes takes Warwickshire into the lead. They go to 159 for 2. They lead by 3 runs. Rhodes moves on to 55 in the 37th over. So now the next job, having wiped out the deficit, is with 8 wickets in hand. It's for Warwickshire to now build on this lead, and the decision they made early in the day from Alex Davis is working out exactly as he would have hoped at this stage. I think he could have asked for no more than that when he won the toss this morning. Garrett in and bowls, and Rose drives handsomely away through extra cover. Lovely shot, beats Compton's dive, goes away up to the probably the longest boundary on the ground, but virtually disappearing from sight as they go to field it and bring it back from the outfield. But 4 more to Rhodes, so consecutive boundaries, and Rhodes moves quickly on to 59.
Yeah, Kent are going to have to change the bowling here. George Garrett is having a bit of a shocker today, unfortunately, against his old team. 8.4 overs have gone for 63 runs.
Yes, it's almost like limited over style scoring off his bowling. In fact, even in limited over off the 8 overs, you'd think that was expensive. He has been today, unfortunately. Having a word with this Michael Carberry about things, just trying to say which line to get him to bowl. It's a worry for the skipper here, isn't it? They've already slipped into a 7-run deficit and 8 wickets still to get. This ball getting softer as well as Garrett comes in and bowls, and Rhodes defends that into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, like I said, I was surprised that skipper Daniel Bell-Drummond only gave Parkinson a couple of overs after tea, because he's only gone for 5 runs from 3 overs. Obviously bowled one of them just before the tea break. So yeah, it's surprised that he's maybe not bowled more. Ogborne was a bit expensive earlier on and was struggling to find a length. Stewart and Stowe both bowled 10 overs, but yeah, why no Joey Everson, for example?
That's Rhodes in again. Garrett in again to Rhodes. Does Bell-Drummond not bowl now, or is he?
He hasn't bowled all season, to be honest. I think there was a slight niggle that he had, which was kind of preventing him from doing so. But yeah, he hasn't bowled much at all, actually.
He used to bowl it, didn't he?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
bowled quite a bit.
yeah. Actually, he was at one point quite a canny little partnership breaker.
Yeah.
Sort of slippery, a bit quicker than batters
Yeah.
often expected.
So, are there any other bowling options? Are there?
Well, yeah. So the other seamer is Joey Everson,
Right.
and he's the 5th seamer. Is he possibly even loosening up, or maybe Alfie Ogborne? I think that is down there. Well, I'm sure we're going to see a change in the bowling, and it may well be a double change, because Matt Parkinson is going to come on here and replace Stewart with his leg spin, and Hayne goes back and tucks it away straight to the mid-wicket fielder. And then, yeah, surely you would have thought there would be a change of bowling from the other end as well, from the city end of the ground.
I think Garrett's problem has been he's bowled quite a decent line, but every over there's been a couple of balls which the batsmen have been able to get after.
Yeah, length has been the problem, hasn't it? And that one is full as well from Parkinson, and it's been beautifully driven away in the gap in between 2 fielders to the cover boundary for 4. So Hayne moves on to 23 and 167 for 2. The score. You'll be pleased to know that Ben Compton has taken off his jumper to reveal his number 2
Now,
on the
should we
back of his
say,
shirt.
is he number 2?
It is Ben Compton.
Ah, we've been
Yeah,
right.
there you go.
They're good spotting. Well done, Ben. Keep up the good work.
Well,
we know who you are.
At first I was worried that maybe he was off the field, but then I thought, no, he's Jaden Denley's not that bulky. He's not as sturdy or muscular. So I was a bit more confident in my Compton shouts. This one's cut away. It was a gentle away, or a leg spinner rather. I was about to say away spinner. That's not a thing. So this one's a single for Hayne out towards the boundary rider on the offside. Kent have also got Jack leaning if they wanted another spin option, but obviously seam has been the order of the day.
The Midland Seagulls are just beginning to get active, as you can hear.
At this time of
I don't
day,
know
is
where
it?
they've all come from suddenly, because I don't recall a few years ago that there were so many seagulls about.
Here comes Parkinson.
I know it's been wet, but it's not that wet.
Yeah, defended away to the onside. So Rhodes 59. Turns this one away out towards mid-wicket. Another dot ball.
Lovely evening now, it really is. But, at the moment, we've got bright sunshine.
Parkinson bowls. Forward comes Rhodes. Defends back up the pitch. Another tight over from Parkinson, and it looks like from the other end we're going to see left armer Alfie Ogborne, the Somerset loanee, come back into the attack.
How long is he on? Is he here for the whole season now?
No, just for this game now. So it was last week and this week. It was a 2-game initial loan.
So 1 for 69 from his 9 overs for George Garrett, who's out of the attack, so he moves, and it's going to be Ogborne, who's 1 for 33. So he got his 1 wicket, but been a little bit expensive, but he's going to come on at the Birmingham end. once again, I don't see the Warwickshire flag on display. Whether it's worn out, they do get a bit of a buffeting, and no Kent flag. Do they not bring the flag anymore with them to the away games?
Well, I think they do.
So, anyway, here's Ogbourne comes in and bowls to Hayne. Hayne turns this away behind square on the onside. He jogs through for the single. He still seems to be moving okay. Had that hamstring injury, which he got during the 100, and it kept him out of the match against Somerset. And he did have a fitness test this morning, so must still be just a little bit concerned and nervous when you're running that it doesn't ping again.
Like you say, I think the scorer was always usually responsible for bringing the flag.
Yeah, that was always traditionally the person who was given that responsibility.
Lorne Hart, who's the Kent scorer, will message me soon, I'm sure, to
say where
the flag is.
Ask Mel Smith where ours is. This one is driven by Rhodes straight back to Ogbourne, who fields as he runs through. 169 for 2. The lead is 13 now. Still got plenty of time this evening. Probably another hour's play if the light holds. Ogbourne comes in again to bowl to the left-handed Will Rhodes, who is defending this out into the offside, and that's all he's done. He's just defended it out.
Seen a message from Andrew Radd, who's at the Gloucestershire Northants game taking place at Bristol. Apparently they're off the field because the hybrid pitch is deemed unsafe after Northants were bowled out the host for 125 earlier on, and then 116 for 2 in reply.
Rose goes to cut this one away, but straight to point, and there's no run. Well, that's going to be a
very
problem.
strange.
Yeah.
As you say, how do you, if you deem a pitch unsafe, how do you then?
How does it become safe on another?
I don't know.
I didn't realise they were using hybrid pitches at Bristol. It is at Bristol, is it?
Yeah.
It's not Cheltenham, is it? They've finished now the festival there. Ogbourne in, and Rhodes plays a lofty, sort of half-attempted cover drive type shot, but in the end he's late on it and the ball goes through and goes through to Finch and there's no run.
Yeah, maybe just a bit close to the body. That attempted cut stroke.
If the umpires have deemed the pitch unsafe, does that mean the game then is abandoned? And because, as you say, you can't, once it's unsafe, it can't become safe.
I honestly don't know.
I don't know the answer.
Watch this space, I guess, for further news from our BBC colleague.
Again, this one is short outside the off stump and no shot offered. It goes harmlessly through to Finch and the wicket keeper. End of the over. It is 169 for 2. Hayne is on 25, 59 to Rhodes. Alex Winter is back. I shall make way for him.
Thank you, Phil.
And I will see you tomorrow morning.
Splendid.
Where hopefully our pitch is deemed okay.
Well, I think it's fine, seemingly. Thanks to Phil Britt. Thank you. And some other scores in Division 2. Johnny Bairstow's in the 90s at the moment for Yorkshire, who are 348 for 5 at Headingley. And then at Hove, Sussex are 384 for 4 against Derbyshire, which is quite the run rate, as Parkinson is going to continue. 154 for 2. Here he comes. He's in and bowls and defended away by Hayne, jumping on the front foot. So then, of course, there's that other game in Division 2, which is currently delayed. And then Glamorgan are 17 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 251 all out in Cardiff. Sam North East actually out first ball of the reply. It's been a while since he's opened the batting, but doing that in this game. As this one's pushed away. Off the back foot in Division 1. Surrey 325 for 5. Rory Burns finally out for 161 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. This one's defended away by Hayne this time, the right-hander. Half centuries for Ryan Patel, Will Jacks. Ben Folkes got a first baller actually. Dismissed by Fahan Ahmed. Parkinson bowls to Haynes. Whips this one away, all past the mid-wicket fielder, but wide mid-on will come around to do the fielding. Hampshire 296 for 6 at Old Trafford. Fletcher Middleton with 100 in that one against Lancashire. Worcestershire somehow made 266 all out, despite being 10 for 4 at one stage. D'Oliveira 68, 62 not out for Tom Taylor. 46 from Brooks. And then number 11 as well, Amar Verdi, presumably back on loan from Surrey, made 42. 5 4s and 2 6s from the number 11. Always a bit of fun seeing a number 11 get runs. As Parkinson bowls. Defended away, back up the pitch. Is that all the other scores in Division 1? No, Somerset are 376 for 6. James Rue in the 80s. Tom Abel made 124 earlier on. Tom Banton made 73. Archie Vaughan, son of Michael on debut, made 30. After Mead was out first ball of the match. And bowling again, Parkinson. Just leans forward into this one. Does Rhodes to clip the ball away. Into the onside for a single. 171 for 2 the home side. Rhodes with 60. Hayne with 26. And of course now building this lead after Kent were 156 all out earlier on. 15 runs now between the teams.
Yeah, Bears had to work hard in the early part of the session. Runs just beginning to flow again for them here. And they've nudged themselves ahead and have plenty of time to build up what they will hope will be a match-winning first innings lead. Trying to win the game for the first time this season are Warwickshire, as Rhodes drives pleasantly out in front of mid-off and they get a quick single. We'll take Rhodes up to 61, 172 for 2.
The way this is going, they'd almost have to do something badly wrong not to get that win. They're very much in command of this game. Effectively, with this 15-run lead, just 2 wickets down. Building a lead, which Kent have not only got to then go and get, they've got to get way beyond that. So, very much Warwickshire in the driving seat in this game at the moment.
Ogborn left arm round to the right-handed Hayne, who is dropping his hands on one back out of point, and will pick up his own gentle single as the fielder comes around to his left-hand side in the shadow of the holly stand, away to our right. 173 for 2. Hayne goes to 27. I'm sure you've been talking about the situation at Bristol.
Yeah, we were just discussing it.
Very strange.
What happens once a hybrid pitch has been deemed unsafe? How do you make it safe again?
I would assume it would have to be match abandoned if the pitch is deemed unsafe. Ogborn is into Rhodes again. Why do the off stump let go? So they've been off for around 40 minutes. And umpire's inspecting to determine whether they'll get any more play in the day, but if you take the players off and you can't play, that's surely it for the game. It's not going to.
I guess so.
I mean, can they give it a light roll maybe in the morning and see what happens? Perhaps. I'm not entirely sure what the regulations are. Ogborn goes in, and this is pushed out by Rhodes, thick outside edge, but it runs away back out of point and down to third man for 4. It's a little loose from Rhodes, playing away from his body. Ogborne rightly has his hands to his head. Genuine nick. Went at a very catchable height through backward point, but down to the pavilion boundary in front of us it goes. And Rhodes is up to 65 now, 177 for 2.
Yeah, like you say, it was a little bit of width on offer, and it was mostly under control.
Ogborne once more, and Rhodes lets it go, this time outside the off stump. Into his 7th over of the day. A little bit of carry there actually through to the keeper.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying earlier on. When he's got it right and landed it in a nice spot, he has got a bit of carry or looked to possible threat. Still only 21 years of age, so
yeah,
you know, with a bit of strength and conditioning over the winter, perhaps.
Yeah,
Still got maybe a yard to pace to find, and I think consistency, obviously, from what we've seen today, is the one major thing that he needs to find in red ball cricket, but that will come with experience. Just his 3rd first-class game for the Somerset youngster.
Shuffling around with the cordon here, there's now 2 gullies have gone in, so a slip and 2 gullies. As Ogborne once more bowls to Rhodes, who forces off the back foot through cover. This is running away out towards the groundsman shed to our left and runs away for 4. Initially I didn't think he'd quite got it, but it skipped away across the square, away from the 3 fieldsmen in pursuit, and Rhodes collects his 13th boundary, goes to 69, 181 for 2, with still 13 overs left in the day.
Yeah, nicely played by Rhodes. Looking very at ease and in control of the situation out there in the middle. Obviously someone of Sam Haynes' experience up the other end is quite a comforting thing for a batter. And these two doing what Kent were unable to do, and I guess carrying on from the work of the 2 openers. But Warwickshire have so far had partnerships all the way through, really. This one the best of the bunch. As Parkinson bowls. Miyeye doing the fielding out at extra cover. Yeah, so 62 for the first wicket, 34 for the next. This one's gently creeping towards a century stand as this one's pushed away by Hayne. 12 overs to go after this one in the day. Parkinson certainly helping the over rate at the moment as this one's played off the back foot. Out towards Stobo, who's now in the deep on the offside. Albeit when you have a whole first innings worth of wickets falling, that can certainly contribute to the slow progress in terms of overs. Might see Warwickshire in the second innings trying to rattle through a few overs to make sure they don't lose any points, etc. if this is to be a first win of the season. Parkinson then with a slip, keeper up to the stumps, turned away into the leg side by Rhodes. Here he comes once more. This time it's punched past Miyeye. And they come through for a quick single. Ogborne was backing Miyeye up and kind of shaped to pick the ball up and throw it in, and he missed it as well. And then in the end, Grant Stewart picks the ball up off the floor and gives it a good scrub. Hands it back to Parkinson, but Miyeye is limping off the field here. So I don't quite know what he's done.
Looked rather innocuous, didn't it?
It did.
Well, I mean, he's moving by himself down in front of us. But if you're hopping off. That's not a tremendously encouraging sign.
No, and just seeing, well, scrolling back on the live stream, he looked like he tried to kind of run it off, and oh, as this one skips
Oi.
up. Was that an outside edge? It doesn't go to hand. Just see the replay if there was any kind of sharp turn there at all or something. Maybe some bounce for Parkinson.
Well, on the face of it, it looks like a missed stumping, but I'm not sure whether Finch had the chance to gather it.
No, it just turned sharply, didn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of turn and bounce for Parkinson. That's the first one we've seen all day go like that. Finch, the keeper, fumbled it. So yeah, no outside edge or anything. It's ballooned up off the keeper's glove. So, well, that's a worrying sign for Kent. As if they haven't had enough injuries this season. Mieye sort of moving away to his right to go and prevent a single or to pick the ball up, essentially. If he hadn't misfielded it, I don't think they'd have got the run, and has limped off injured.
Here is Alfie Ogborn, City End, goes in and Rhodes presses forward out towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Let's hope it's just a precaution, but I don't know. The way he was moving would suggest he kind of tweaked a hamstring.
Yeah, it's difficult to gauge the severity of it when he didn't ask for any assistance, and he did hobble off of his own accord. Hopefully it's not too serious, but if it was cramp, you'd think he'd just stay there and get a bit of treatment on the field.
Yeah.
1-8-3 for 2, Ogborn in, Rhodes forcing off the back foot, and a good save here at backward point. It's a good slide across the square, and a bat back into play that saves a couple of runs. Grant Stewart in there going nicely to his left hand side, getting down, keeping them to just one. Rhodes goes to 71, 184 for 2. But Hayne technically there a missed stumping, but it would have been a outrageous take, and Harry Finch got up to claim that.
It was the bounce as much as anything, wasn't it?
Basically hit him on the shoulder. Ogborn round the wicket, goes in outside the off stump and let go by Sam Hayne. Off a tight line, a few oohs and ahs from behind the bat.
Yeah, that's...
And again a bit of carry. He's just got a bit of carry from that top end. We didn't really see it from this pavilion end, but since changing ends, he has just got the ball to go through a little bit better.
Yeah, changing that line of attack as well. Left arm seamer around the wicket means he can come quite wide on the crease at times. Spear the ball in from a slightly different angle.
Moves in again, still with 2 slips in place. And Hayne is looking to flick one down the leg side. There's a cry for a catch behind here. There was only a polite inquiry from the bowler himself. And umpire Alex Wolf quickly said not out.
Yeah, Hayne, his sort of eyes shot up to the sky, but I think it was because he was annoyed he hadn't got bat on it. As if he had got something substantial, might have even got 4 runs. He's on 28 from 69, so pretty watchful. Rhodes 71 from 102.
184 for 2. Ogborn in again, past the umpire. Brings Hayne forward, pushing out towards extra cover. Compton going to his right-hand side in the sun hat. Sun hat not quite required at the minute, with
probably
a
not.
decent layer of cloud up ahead. But there are brighter skies to our left, so hopefully the day is going to end with a bit of sunshine. Got 11 overs to come. So we'll be beyond 6:30 before this one's done probably, unless Parkinson whips through as Hayne clips one just past square leg. He's going to get probably a couple of runs here. Long leg is coming around Stewart, and he slides as he returns the throw, and they come back for the second.
Crikey, yeah, so news from Bristol is that the game has been abandoned.
Wow.
Umpires say a foreseeable risk to the batters. Well, more on that as we sort of find out, but you can head to the BBC Sport live text page if you want to find out a few more details on that abandoned game in Division 2. Hybrid pitch at Bristol deemed unsafe.
Wow. That was a change for this season in the regulations that hybrid pitches were allowed for the county championship. But it's backfired at Bristol. Gloucestershire were fired out earlier on, but Northants were going very smartly in reply.
We're 2 down and not far off Gloucestershire's 125 all out.
So Parkinson to continue from the pavilion end. He's got through 6 overs, 1 made, 0 for 14 so far, Parkinson. And that sharp turn in the previous over is a real reason for encouragement for the leg spinner. Update for West Midlands listeners coming shortly. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are going very well in reply to Kent's 156. They're 184 for 2, the Bears, with Will Rhodes leading the progress. He's 71 not out. Sam Hain with him on 28. The openers got them off to a good start. Alex Davis made 37, Rob Yates 40. The damage all done earlier on by the bowlers. 3 wickets each for Oliver Hannon-Dolby, Chris Rushworth and Michael Booth. Kent shot out in only 39.5 overs for 156, and now the Bears, with 10 overs to go in the day, are 186 for 2. Back with you online, and Rhodes pushing a single out into the covers, and he will take his tally up to 72, 187 for 2, as Chloe Brewer is back with us.
Yeah, I've come back. Unfortunately, clouds have come over a little bit. I sat outside and it was really nice, actually. A nice temperature, for sure.
Slippers in place for Parkinson to Hain. Hain covering up, getting a long way forward, pressing out to short extra cover. Substitute fieldsman out there for Kent. Can Parkinson find a bit more purchase as he did in the previous over? It was off a straight line as well. I was a bit short here though, and Hain's able to whip him out to the Holly stand for a single. Out to deep square. 188 for 2. Hain goes to 31. Passed a fitness test this morning, Sam Hain, and hoping to grab his chance here. He missed a period of cricket with a hamstring problem. Parkinson to Rhodes, looking to work with the turn leg side, but short mid wicket in there very quickly to his left to save the run. Deep cover out here for the left-hander as well. As Parkinson steps in again. Ball's one quite flat, and Rhodes covers up, pushes down to short mid wicket, and the over comes to an end. 10 overs to come then in this first day's play, with Warwickshire 188 for 2. They lead Kent by 32.
Yeah, really good day to be a Warwickshire fan, that's for sure. Won a toss, did exactly, well, what you'd hope for, that's for sure. Pulled Kent out for 156 and chased that and put more on, now leading by 32. The umpires just coming together, checking the light a little bit. There's grey cloud just above us as the day's drawing in just a little bit. 10 overs left in the day. Ogborne to continue from a city end. That's full of length and driven well up to mid on to start the over. And he's bowled some decent balls, has Ogborne. He's gone for 47 off his 8 overs for 1 wicket. But he's bowled some pretty decent balls in there. Do we know why it was abandoned? Sorry, I just half caught. Ogborne on a lamp defended the Gloucestershire Northants game.
Yeah, so the umpires decided that the game will be abandoned due to a foreseeable risk to the batsman. And in the opinion of the officials, umpires, having consulted with the match referee, it would be unreasonable to continue.
Okay.
So they've basically come to the conclusion that the pitch is unfit to continue play. So that could be some quite serious ramifications there for Gloucestershire. We have seen games abandoned in the past, and points deductions follow.
Ogborn once again, short of limp flick to square leg there.
So Northants will take 11 points from the match. They'll get their 3 bowling points they picked up earlier today for bowling Gloucestershire out, and they get 8 points for a draw. But because Gloucestershire are at fault, they forfeit their draw points, so they don't take any points at all from the fixture. And with that probably goes any chance of them forcing their way into the promotion shake-up with 3 games to go.
Ogborn, 4th ball of it over, and that's driven hard up to mid-on. He's cut it off either side of mid-on there, and that was definitely 4.
And if you're Northants, you're a little bit angry as well, because they've yet to win a game so far this season. They're bottom of the pile, and they were in a great position there. They were pretty much on terms. Well, they're actually ahead. Not quite. They were 116 for 2 when the game was abandoned, but in a great position to try and go on and win that, but that chance is denied.
Full of length, wrapped him on the pads. Big shout there. But umpire's not interested.
Oh, did he hit it?
Maybe a bit impact out. Side, he stepped outside off.
Any
Have a look at the old
signal
replay.
from umpire Wharf?
Yeah, he's very uninterested.
Yeah, nothing obvious to suggest he hit it. Maybe he did just get outside the line. But a dangerous delivery, speared in, and Hayne fell over it.
Yeah, very good delivery, very good over so far. 5 dots from it, and final ball of the over. On the length, got on the pads again, and big shout once more. And looks like just outside.
I think there might have been bat involved there as well, but not ball threatening.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely brought it back from his first couple of overs.
Settled into his work a bit as Alfie Ogborn, as you would expect for a young player making his way in the game. But yeah, lots to work with, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. He's bowled some pretty dangerous deliveries today, that's for sure.
So 9 overs to come, 188 for 2. Bears lead by 32. Kent bowled out for 156 earlier today, having lost the toss. And Parkinson to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls just outside the off stump of Will Rhodes. It eases one out in front of point. And there is no run. Deep cover is back. Deep mid-wicket is back. There's a backward square leg, a short mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket. Mid-on halfway back, orthodox mid-off. As Rhodes plays forward, back up towards the bowler for no run. So he's got the field set here for Rhodes to play with the turn. Out to his leg side. As Parkinson rolls in again, floats one up, and it is indeed flicked with the turn. Well, there is out there for Parkinson, but only as far as short mid-wicket, diving away to his right, makes the save. Parkinson once more, and this is turned into the gap this time by Rhodes. Just got it wide of the orthodox mid-wicket, is on the edge of the square. Rhodes goes to 73, 189 for 2. And now Parkinson to Hayne has just captured the imagination a bit after that one that spun past his outside edge a couple of overs ago. Comes in again now, gives us a chance and a cry for LBW. Probably pitched outside the line of leg stump. Nothing coming from umpire Hartley. Yeah, that's definitely pitched outside leg. As Hayne looked to dab leg side and missed. Yeah, the light has just, no, it's not closed in, but it has just worsened because you can see the advertising hoardings on the top of the white stand. Now it's shining very brightly indeed as Hayne goes back and works one away through square leg to the man in the deep, running around to his right in front of the holly stand. And they take a single to end the over. 190 for 2. Hayne will keep the strike. He has 32. And Will Rhodes is alongside him on 73.
Yeah, they've built quite a solid partnership, haven't they? With second partnership of the day being 50 plus. And they keep ticking along at quite a nice rate. I think that was partnership of 94, so nearing that 100 mark. Ogborn to continue, it'll be his 10th over of today. Hayne on strike, right-handed, just 2 slips in, still on a length defended, back to him as he heads back towards the top of his mark. The crowd hasn't really changed much today. It's been pretty consistent, which has been quite nice to see.
Yeah, there's been a decent number in. Hopefully a few more tomorrow, being a Friday. And some more decent weather forecast. Shirts optional.
Second ball off the over, and it's on a length defended back to him. It looks like he's just settled into that line and length now. Hitting consistent spots. It's what the Kent bowling attack was lacking this early on in the innings when the ball was hard and moving a little bit. He's just turned at the top of his mark, in from a city end. Then he comes. That's defended up to mid-on, coming left arm round to Hayne.
Yeah, floodlights just flicking into action now. It does look nice and bright away to our left-hand side. So hopefully we will be able to get these remaining 7.5 overs in.
Yeah, it's not a big ask, is it? It's 7 overs left, and spin it on from one end. 4th delivery then of the over, and that's driven up to mid-on. I think Hayne just uses his feet. Yeah, just shuffling forward a little bit. I think he can tell that Ogborn's just settled into his length. Now trying to shuffle around, put him off. Quite a young player, so. Ogborn returning to the top of his mark. 2 balls left in the over. Warwickshire currently on 190 for 2, leading by 34. And that's full of a length, almost Yorker length, and he's dug it out. Yeah, he's just very threatening ball that.
Just a little walker in there, did Hayne.
Yeah, he did that on the previous ball. He's just shuffling down a bit. I think it's because it's just started to be quite consistent with that length. Make it slightly fuller. Final ball of it over, then, and he's gone. He's just caught the inside edge of Hayne, and he's chopped on. It's hit his leg stump. So another loss. 190 for 3.
Ogborn gets his man. He's probed away well from that top end. Certainly offered more of a threat since changing ends, despite picking up the wicket in his first over. He's just got one to shake back a fraction on Hayne. Again, he was down the pitch, Sam Hayne, looking to get at the bowler. It's come back a fraction, taking a thick inside edge and flicked the leg bail. So a breakthrough for Kent. They do trail by 34 But they've broken that stand. It was an excellent partnership, worth 94 runs for the third wicket. Hayne played nicely for his 32, but the breakthrough was made. A second wicket for young Alfie Ogborne here, who continues to show plenty of potential. And Kent have dragged the rate back nicely in this evening session. The overall rate still at 4 and over, but considering it was near a run a ball just before the tea break, they've settled in a lot better this evening. Damage probably already done with that shocking first half of the day, but they are acquitting themselves with a lot more credit in this final session.
Yeah, absolutely. Bethel to replace Hayne, but if him and Dan Mousley called up into the England series against Australia pretty soon.
Yeah, it was nice to see a few fresh faces in that one-day squad. A lot of white ball cricket to come. Still got Test match to come against Sri Lanka at the Oval, and then white ball cricket in September. 5 ODIs, 3 T20s, and then a little series in Ireland to finish things off as well. So,
Yeah.
just when you think it's the end of the summer, a lot of
Packing up.
international cricket to come.
Yeah.
So, Kent have an end open and a chance with 7 overs to go in the day to maybe nip another out, and then 200 for 4 isn't as bad as things could have looked when certainly when that opening partnership was rattling along, and indeed just before tea when Bears were making real hay. Kent had no control at all, but they have got themselves going in this evening session. And that wicket for Ogborne there, their first since the break, reward for some much better cricket. So 190 for 3, and the left-handed Rhodes facing up to Parkinson with, well, they brought a short leg in. They brought shin pads and a helmet out for Ben Compton, but he's not going to sit in at short leg now. He's going to go back into short mid-wicket, but he may come in for the new man, Bethel. But it's Rhodes on strike. Parkinson's round the wicket and looking to turn one out of the footholes there outside his off stump. He goes with the turn and plays to the backward square leg for no run. And that delivery is all the encouragement that Daniel Bell-Drummond wants to now put the short leg in place.
Yeah, that's turned quite an angle as well. It's hit one of those footholes and come in quite a lot. I'd say it was probably hitting the stumps if it continued on its path.
Some encouragement here for Parkinson. Now with 2 men round the bat. Goes in again, looking to hit those footholds once again, but it's a fraction too short. Allows Rhodes to play on the back foot and punch back towards the bowler. Still a backward point, deep cover. Mid-on is halfway back to the fence. Mid-off very orthodox. Tight mid-wicket. Backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket as this is floated up and Rhodes meets it on the full. And clips down to Grant Stewart in front of us in that deeper mid-on position. And they take a single. Takes Rhodes to 74, 191 for 3. And now the new man, Jacob Bethel. They are going to keep the 2 men round the bat, and deep cover is going to come up to save the single, which is a good move. A couple of left-handers now to have a go at for Parkinson, who has provided the control that his captain was after into his 9th over here. 1 maiden, 0 for 18. It's just gone for 1 boundary so far as the sun reappears. Blue skies to the west. Here's Parkinson to Bethel for the first time. Floats one up and a little bit of turn. Bethel pushing forward. Thickish inside edge. Squirts away out towards mid-wicket. It's got some nice rough patches there outside the left hand is off stump to have a go at here as Matt Parkinson. Steps in again. Now creating a shadow and brings Bethel forward. Pushing out into the covers for no run. 191 for 3. Just a bit of intensity all of a sudden about the cricket at the back end of this opening day, which for a long time has drifted away from Kent. Trying to get back in the game now as Parkinson goes in again, and Bethel forward, playing with bat and pad together, smothers it out on the onside, and the over comes to an end. So 6 to come, 191 for 3, and Bethel has joined. Will Rhodes is there on 74. The men out here for the Bears. Alex Davis played nicely before he fell for 37. From just 35 deliveries, gave the side a really good start, as did Rob Yates, made 40. And then Sam Hain, the latest to go, for 32.
Yep, Ogborn to continue from the city, and he bowled well the last few overs, getting a wicket of Hain previous over. He's going to come back left arm over to assuming both left-handers now, and that's just left alone by Rhodes. Let it just go through. As we're into the 6th over left of day. Sun's come out a little bit, sun and the floodlights, so I don't think light will now be a concern. Sure we'll get these remaining 5.5 overs in. As Ogborn's just turned and running in from the city end. And that's cut away. It's actually just... It was a half attempt there from Gully. I think it might have bounced just in front of him. But finds the boundary nonetheless. 4 more added to the total. Rhodes moves to 78.
Yeah, just forced at one again. He's done it a couple of times in his innings, Rhodes, and has got away with it. Does so again. Didn't carry to Gully. He picked up another boundary. Leading his side well here, the former skipper.
Yeah, I think we're getting another slip fielder in after that. There we go, so we'll have 2 slips. One slip and 2 kind of in Gully with a deep point. Ogborn in once again, and that's just short of a length punched to extra cover. And it's a dot ball to follow up that previous boundary. Half the over haven't been bowled. And Ogborn steams in, puts it on a length, and it's just worked into that leg side towards mid-wicket, and they've rotated a strike from it. Crowd just starting to get a little bit lighter as the day draws to a little bit of a close. I think people are going home for their dinners. But what a glorious day of cricket it's been. Sun's been shining. This is what summer cricket looks like, isn't it?
Absolute picture now, isn't it? Sunbathed across the ground. Great time of the day to be in.
Ogborn left alone by Bethel. There first. One he's faced from Ogborn. It's just left it alone. Outside. Ogborn just returned to the top of his mark. He's got 1 delivery left in the over. The shadows are starting to become quite long across the field. As Ogborn heads back to the top of his mark. And he comes from a city end, and it's full of a length, and that's split, slip and gully, and that's gone for another boundary. Bethel's found the ropes. And he's off the mark. Warwickshire 200 for free as well, and you can hear the ripple of applause across the ground.
Yeah, just lost his length there at the end of the over. Just wonder whether he was trying to spear the Yorker in. Just got it wrong outside off stump. It was sliced away to the third man fence, and Bethel is off the mark. So 5 overs to come. Lead has stretched out to 44. And Rhodes will be thinking, come back in the morning, and there's a lot of runs out here for me. But it will continue to be a challenge against Matt Parkinson. The leg spinner here is going to stay right arm round and try and operate into these footmarks outside the left-handers off stump. 2 men around the bat again. Parkinson goes in, and Rhodes is in his crease, just tapping one out into the covers for no run. 2 men out at deep cover and deep square still. And it may be Charlie Stubbo to our left at deep square, who's limbering up for perhaps a burst late in the day. Parkinson again. Rhodes rolls his wrists across a full delivery. Doesn't pick up a single because mid-wicket is across in good time. Osborne's got through 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 56. And has carried a threat throughout really, despite going for a few runs. This is floated up by Parkinson, a bit too full. And Rhodes able to punch it down to Grant Stewart in front of us at a deepish mid-on position. And they pick up a single, takes Rhodes up to 80 now. 201 for 3. Will Rhodes chasing a second 100 of the season. We'll probably have to wait for the morning. As Parkinson bowls to Bethel, who's also looking to run a single down towards mid-on, but he's come up a few yards here for Bethel, which is a good move. And who else is warming up down to our right? I think Parkinson looking over his shoulder, rolling in again, just outside the off stump. Bethel goes back and pushes out to the bowler's right hand for no run. Quickly in to complete the over. And Bethel is a long way forward, pushing out again, back up the wicket. And the over comes to an end. We've got 4 to come tonight. Warwickshire at 201 for 3. Bethel there on 4, Rhodes on 80.
Yeah, this has been such a great display of batting from Warwickshire today. We've built partnerships and kind of ticked along really nicely, not playing any high-risk shots. We've just hit what's there, and they've ticked along to about 200 plus mark, and they're leading by 45 now. So,
well, the man warming up I just saw was Jack Leaning, because he's now going to come into the attack at the city end. So it won't be Stubbo for a blow at the end of the day unless Parkinson is replaced. But we're going to see a couple of overs of Jack Leaning at that top end. And worth a go, I think, because we have seen a little bit of turn for Parkinson. Well, I say a little bit of turn, we've seen a significant turn on a couple of occasions. But there has been encouragement there for the leg spinner. And we'll now see what the off spinner can do from that top end against 2 left-handers. So here is Leaning. Right arm round. Oh, bowls a half tracker first up, but gets away with it. Rhodes can't take advantage, gets an under edge that runs out to extra cover. Compton's there's no run. Leaning in again. Oh, an arm ball that was let go by Rhodes and almost flicked the off stump. Oi, it wasn't too far away. Half a stump. A good leave in the end, you have to say, by Will Rhodes. But nice bit of bowling. from Jack Leaning. He steps in again now from that far end and floats one up and roads forward, working it down towards mid-on. And there is no run. Still got cover out on both sides of the ground. Deep cover point and deep square out here for Leaning, who comes in again and gets driven up towards mid-off for no run. Ben Watts back alongside me. Kent, they're just trying to get back into the game, aren't they? They've had a decent hour here.
Yeah. Alfie Ogborn was looking a bit more of a wicket threat, wasn't he? And now the two spinners.
Leaning it is, bowling a low full toss, gets driven up towards mid-off for no run. If you look at the scoring rate, it's now come down beneath 4 and over. And if you think before tea that was threatening 6 and over, it's a marked improvement. The horse may have bolted, but you know, it is better as Leaning bowls a short delivery to finish the over, gets cracked away towards short extra cover, and he opens up with a maiden. So not too bad at all there from Leaning. 3 overs to come, 201 for 3.
Yeah, like you say, considering you've got a couple of half trackers, he's done well to get out of that with a maiden. I think Kent are after another helmet and some padding, etc. As Matt Parkinson's going to continue here. Could overhear him a moment ago. I wandered out onto the balcony and Parkinson was saying, "Come on lads, 200 for 5 at Stumps." This was before a couple of quick boundaries off the outside edge against Ogborn, but yeah, you could just tell that Kent have just got their tails up a little bit after that third wicket.
Definitely, yeah. I think if they could just pick up one more, a couple in this evening's session wouldn't be too bad a return. And if you consider that they have limited the scoring rate to a degree, it's still been relatively healthy, because Warwickshire have gone from 115 for 2 to now 201 for 3. But they did manage to settle things down at the tea break. And that wicket for Alfie Ogborn, reward for some endeavour by the youngster. I think he can be fairly pleased.
I think the sub-fielder might have brought on some strapping for Jack Leaning, which he has subsequently turned down, and the 12th man was just sprinting off the pitch with the jock strap in his hand. I think Leaning has just gone in at leg slip. He's decided that a helmet was going to suffice. As Parkinson around the wicket then lobs this one up. Tasty bit of flight, half driven up towards mid-on. So that's Bell Drummond, the skipper. That slip, who looks like he's got 2 caps on his head at the moment, possibly. Leaning at leg slip and Compton at short leg. There's also a catching short mid wicket as well as Parkinson bowls. Back goes Bethel. Plays defensively. Another one from Parkinson, just defended back up the pitch. He's in once more, 201 for 3, Warwickshire. Well, that was flatter, and he's been punched away for 4 runs. Jaden Denley barely even giving chase. That was nicely played though by Bethel. Good use of the crease. It didn't look that short in the end, it was just that bit flatter, but Bethel adjusted well. 205 for 3 then. Kent don't have a backward point at the moment. Just the extra cover. It's fielded by Joey Everson. I think it's the man in there at short mid wicket at the moment. So it was turned away leg side by Bethel. Oh, bowls left alone outside the off stump. Some oohs and ahs from the keeper. Yeah, it was a bit of turn there. I don't think it was ever necessarily in danger of crashing into a bail or the stumps, but good leave by Bethel. Negotiates the Parkinson over, and just 2 more to go for Warwickshire to get through to stumps. You were saying about if Kent could take a couple of wickets, it's not too bad, but for Warwickshire, If they can get through unscathed, they'll be very happy with their day's work, having bowled Kent out for 156 and then put 205 for 3 on the board. Will Rhodes, you would assume, will sleep well tonight if he's still not out, but not too far away, and will be certainly thinking about that 100.
So Jack leaning at the far end. He's got time for one more over before the close of play. From the city end, he bowls right arm round, quite flat, and back is Rhodes, punching away to mid-on for no run. 2 men around the bat here. Just can look for something to take back to the hotel tonight. Leaning very full, touched away to short mid-wicket for no run. He's got a man in front of the holly stand to our right, looking directly into the sun. Deep backward square. He comes in again. Mid on and mid off a bit deeper now as well. Bowls a good length, brings Rhodes forward, pushes up to the bowler's right hand. Could have done with a few of these rattling overs of spin earlier on in the day. We're at 20 to 7 now. Still looking to complete this first day's play where 13 wickets have fallen as this is punched by Rhodes to short extra cover. Stewart is there, no run. Jack leaning again, gets driven this time through point. And there'll be a single out towards the family stand to our left-hand side. Stubbo goes to his right-hand side to collect. And they jog through a comfortable single. Goes to 81, does Rhodes, 206 for 3.
Just thought I noticed a bit of conversation going on between Leaning and Rhodes, who would of course played together at Yorkshire once upon a time.
For Jacob Bethel, there's a slip in place and a man just around the corner at leg gully now. As Bethel pushes up to the bowler's left hand, and the over comes to an end. So a couple of overs from Jack Leaning to finish the day from the city end. We've got one more to come from Matt Parkinson to see the day out. 206 for 3, the Bears. And they've built themselves up a lead of exactly 50. I'll be back in the morning, of course, just before 11 o'clock, so please join us then for coverage of day 2 here from Edgbaston. Kent scrapping away to try and stay in the game, but the Bears holding all the aces at the minute.
So Parkinson to bowl it then. Here he comes around the wicket. Pushed away up towards mid-off by Rhodes. Slip leg, slip, short leg. Mid-wicket in tight. Covers now out on the boundary. Long on is in from the rope as this one's turned away into the leg side, straight to Everson. Mid-off, a bit more orthodox, but still a little bit deeper. Man out on the deep on the leg side, who I don't think is necessarily required. Can't see any big slog sweeps incoming here from Rhodes. 81 not out. He's looking to just get through to Stumps. He's just pushing this one up towards Stewart and will get a single. So maybe that could be his work done for the day. 82 not out for Will Rhodes. 3 deliveries remaining on day 1 here on the BBC Sport app and website. On the Warwickshire live stream, the home side, 207 for 3, leading by 51. Will it be 52? No, they turned down the chance for a single as Bethel drives. So 2 to go. Parkinson from around the wicket, the leg spinner. Driven away here by Bethel, out towards wide mid-off. He's got his hands on his head, that's what he probably wanted to see. Bethel trying to play a stroke in these late stages, but he got it out the middle of the bat. So final ball of the day incoming. Warwickshire's day without a doubt. As Parkinson bowls, and it's defended away by Bethel. The home side lead by 51. 207 for 3 here at Stumps.
Cheers, Ben. See you in the morning. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, and I'm going to speak to BBC Coventry and Warwickshire to sum up the day's play with Clive Eakin. Very much so, yes. Warwickshire obviously still in relegation trouble in Division 1 of the County Championship and still without a win in the competition this season, but they've got a great chance to go on and pick up their first win here after a superb opening.